Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see second part, what if Harry Potter dominated the Triwizard tournament and eliminated his enemies. Here is short summary. With unmatched intellect and unyielding defiance, Harry Potter breaks free from fate's design, reshaping the wizarding world on his own terms. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. With Susan the last one out, Harry followed her to the door and looked outside. He saw Madame Longbottom standing in a foul mood and watching the door. He gestured to her to come in and, without even waiting for her to acknowledge him, let alone hold the door for her, turned and walked back to his seat alongside Neville. It wasn't until he'd turned away from the door to head back to his seat he saw the two Aurors still standing quietly along the wall behind where he'd sat. He sat down as the woman re-entered the room. Again, she entered irate. "Neville," she snapped. "Leave. And the two Aurors can leave with you." "If Neville leaves, so do I," Harry immediately riposted, placing a calming hand on Neville's arm as the other boy almost shot to his feet. "It is obvious this meeting is as much about him as it is about us. As for the Aurors, they're here at the command of Madame Bones, director of the DMLE. They're most definitely not going anywhere, no matter how much you bluster about it." While holding Neville's arm down, he glared back at the woman, daring her to countermand him. After a very long 10+ seconds of staring, each trying to dominate the other, Madame Longbottom finally sniffed, "I need to speak with you, alone." "No, you don't," he disagreed right back. "You want to speak with me, alone. You don't need to, at all." Again she stared back without saying a word. Harry could see she was quite used to this silent intimidation tactic working. The pity for her was it had no effect on him. And he couldn't care less. Eventually she all but snarled, "I have delicate house business of matters between the houses of Longbottom and Potter to discuss with you. You don't want other witnesses listening in. Do not presume to tell me what I do and do not want, woman." He snarled back. That stumped her, as she stood there clearly frustrated and unsure of what to do next. Finally, she all but snarled back, "You will not be forcing me to relinquish my position of regent for the House of Longbottom." "Fine," he simply replied. "Then I shall inform the heads of houses for Greengrass, Davis, Abbott, Bones and the others that the long-standing Potter-Longbottom alliance is terminated. If that was all you came to tell me, you could have simply sent me an owl. As for you, I'm done with you. As I explained in my letter to you, I consider your actions in blocking Heir Longbottom from rendering me assistance, when he realized I desperately needed it and wanted to give it, as an act of betrayal. As I explained in Neville's letter to you, I have no intention of being part of an alliance where the representative of one of the senior houses involved could be party to such an action. I was well prepared to not terminate the alliance if you recognized your despicable actions for what they were and stepped down. However, as you have stated you won't, then I feel I have no choice left to me but to terminate that alliance. Good day, Regent Longbottom. You have my permission to leave now. This audience is at an end and I'm done with you." The Longbottom Grand Matriarch stood there quivering in rage and, yes, not a little fear. If it became known, as Harry had intimated, just why he was terminating the alliance, she was done as a political powerhouse. The other houses of the alliance would immediately act. The least action of which would be applying significant force towards her to relinquish control of the House of Longbottom to another regent or directly to Neville through emancipation. She did not know if Harry also knew that, though it was likely he did from his words and actions, so she tried another tack. A lot calmer and more respectful this time she asked, "If I stand down as regent, will you withhold your announcement?" "You had your opportunity and you squandered it," he immediately snapped back. "Harry, please," begged Neville, softly speaking up for the first time since his grandmother entered. It was clear the other boy was pleading for his house not to be so publicly ridiculed, as would be the result of Harry carrying through on his threat. It was then Harry realized Neville would also be publicly humiliated if he went through with what he said he would do. With his teeth gritted in frustration at his own saving people thing, as Hermione called it, coming to the fore, he took a few moments to clamp down on his emotions. Eventually he growled out, "Fine." After a quick glance to Neville, he stared back at Augusta and said, "Because Neville tried to do the right thing, even though you blocked him at every opportunity, I give you this one last chance. When the woman, though her own occlumency was clearly in use, appeared to sag in relief a little, he again spoke. However, there are conditions. 1. You will immediately take Neville to Ollivander's and get him his own wand. His father's wand, which you've been forcing him to use, is ill-suited to him. That is the reason he struggles so much in the wand-based classes. The wand is fighting him. Remember, the wand chooses the wizard, or witch. You have apparently forgotten that. 2. You will render all assistance to Amelia Bones in her efforts to see Albus Dumbledore and his lackeys convicted of the crimes she has filed against them concerning me, plus that fumbling fool, Fudge, and Barty Crap Sr. You will use your current and soon-to-be no longer authority as Regent Longbottom to force the lords and ladies of the Potter-Longbottom Alliance to also support and aid her in her efforts. And, 3. You will then step down as regent. I don't care what excuses you use to do so. I don't even care if you announce I forced you to do it. But, you will do it. I grant you this extra opportunity to head off me terminating the alliance only because your grandson, and rightful lord apparent of your house, has begged me to. Even with that, this is your last chance. So, am I clear and will you comply? She stared back for a long few moments until she seemed to reach a decision. Then she slowly, but barely, gave a single nod back. Her eyes never left his. I will have your verbal acquiescence, he growled. Her eyes flashed with anger for a flicker before she hissed, yes. Lord Potter. Good, he snapped. Your verbal acceptance of my demands is noted. In that case and based on your acceptance of my demands, as long as you're complying and continue to comply, I'll withhold informing the other houses I'm terminating the alliance. Snapping his gaze away from hers he turned to Neville and said, I'll see you this evening, Neville. Your grandmother is taking you to Ollivander's to get you a properly matched wand right now. Something she bloody well should have done before your first year. Harry heard the other boy sigh in relief before he, Neville, then turned and stood. Grandmother, he said, brushing down his robes. Shall we go? After the two Longbottoms left the room, one of the two until now. Silent oars behind Harry let out a clear breath of relief. Without even turning to see which of the two it was, as it really didn't matter to him, Harry smirked and said, that's what happens when you piss off the rightful lord of a noble and most ancient house. Standing himself, he glanced to the two oars and said, all right, you two, I think it's time for dinner. Without waiting for acknowledgement, he simply strode out the door, head held high and with a light smile on his lips. That evening Neville returned to the Gryffindor common room with an expression of pleased wonder on his face. As soon as he saw Harry, who was also there, he ducked over and wrapped him in a hug. Thank you, he quietly whispered into Harry's ear before backing off and showing his new wand. In a clearer voice he said, Cherrywood and unicorn tail hair, 12 inches. It works better for you? Asked Harry. Without replying Neville spun slightly to the left and whipped his wand out to point in the general direction of a couch. Wingardium Leviosa, he firmly but still quietly intoned. Suddenly, one of the throw pillows on that couch shot up into the air and smacked hard into the ceiling with a "foomph" sound. A bare moment later Neville released the charm and the pillow fell back to land with a muffled thud back on the cushion of the couch. He spun back to grin at Harry. What the boy didn't see was the expressions of shock on the faces of his housemates. Harry just smirked back, as he wasn't anywhere near as surprised as the other housemates clearly were at his sandy-haired friend's magical power. I told you, he smirked. You have far more power than that wand you were forced to use otherwise demonstrated. It was holding you back, quite significantly. A little more serious, Neville returned, yeah. When I levitated that rickety chair of Ollivander's off the floor, expecting it to only hover a little, it shot up, smashed into the ceiling and broke apart. Right then Gran could see that she'd done wrong by me. I could see she was clearly ashamed. She spent the short trip back here profusely apologizing. So she bloody well should have, Harry firmly nodded. And more. Now you're going to have to learn to back off on the force you use when pumping your magic to cast a spell. Yeah, that's what Ollivander and Gran said, the other boy grinned. The next morning Harry checked to see if Dumbledore and or Snape had returned and discovered they apparently had not. He was pleased with that. That meant, so far, he'd have another day of being free of Snape's vitriol and Dumbledore's attempted obliviates and manipulations. He had little faith, yet, of the Wizengamot actually getting it right and putting both men on trial, let alone getting convictions. But, So far, signs were that it was going to happen. If Snape did return and said one bad word against him, however, well, Harry already knew exactly what he'd be doing in return. He'd end the man in such a way that he couldn't be touched for doing it. He'd use the life debt. As he sat at breakfast with Neville, with Hermione sitting on the other side still clearly a little unsure how to deal with Harry, the male owls came streaming in. Besides his copy of the Prophet, Harry was unsurprised to see quite a number of owls headed in his direction. Ah, he thought, the wizarding public are now making their collective move. What began as a super parliament of various breeds of owls all trying to deliver to him at once, had his housemates either side scrambling out of the way. But, not Neville or Hermione. Hermione began by sending paralyzing charms at each of the owls but was near gobsmacked when Neville, with a firm wave of his wand and a cry of, "Stupefy!" knocked them all out. Those still in the air dropped to either the table or the floor on either side almost as one. While Neville blushed at what had just happened, Hermione stared at him in shock while Harry quietly chuckled and started levitating the birds off the floor that had landed there and up onto the table. Hermione joined him but Neville decided to stay out of it in case he did more harm than good. "Nice shot, Nev," Harry smirked after he gave the boy a long few seconds to come to terms with what had happened. Neville just blushed even harder and looked away. But Harry still saw the hint of a pleased smirk on the boy's face. Once all the owls were on the table, Harry began releasing them of their loads. What surprised him, and quite a few others who had also seen them, was that Neville had also managed to paralyze the few howlers mixed in with the rest of the male. Harry set them aside and vanished them. When each owl was released of its load, Hermione began to take it aside, cast a finite on it and allowed it to fly away. "My God," she exclaimed, after reviving the third bird on the third attempt. "I don't know what Neville did, but it's taking me quite a bit of power to wake these owls up again." Again Neville looked pleased, embarrassed, but pleased. "Gods," Harry muttered after trying his first. "Hermione's right, Nev. You really knocked these out. How about just casting a finite over them all for us, yeah?" Blushing so much he looked as if he had third-degree sunburn, Neville turned back, raised his wand, paused a moment and firmly intoned with a swish of his wand, "Finite." The remaining owls suddenly woke and began righting themselves before flying off with indignant hoots, barks and ululas. "Damn, Nev," Harry exclaimed. "Remind me to never get you angry with me, if you can wield that much power." Harry said it loud enough that, since they were being watched by the majority of the Great Hall, a great many people heard the remark. That was deliberate on Harry's part. He wanted as many people to know of Neville's newfound power as possible, just to ensure they no longer looked upon him as a squib. However, that was no longer going to happen anyway. They'd watched him both freeze all the birds with one massive petrification charm, before then waking them all up with one massive finite. With all the owls now freed of their loads and sent on their way, Harry moved to check said loads. He had been surreptitiously casting detection charms on them already, and had found a few that were quite suspect. Now, though, any charms that were on them seemed to have been negated by Neville's cancelling charm. Surprisingly, that included the remaining howlers he'd not yet vanished. The few remaining howlers that were there before the cancelling charm were now reduced to nothing more than ensorcelled parchment. The parchment was still howler parchment, but it was all now deactivated. "Be careful," he said, as Hermione reached to start opening them. "We don't know what manners of trickery the senders have included. They found their first one when he opened one and found it to contain undiluted bubo-tuber pus. He was just thankful when he'd also discovered the charm that would have had it explode and send bubo-tuber pus over the person opening it to have been deactivated. All right, stop," he immediately commanded, as Hermione reached for the next one. "Some of these appear to have been BP-trapped." Hermione snatched her hand back away as if she'd been burned and looked at Harry in shock. He turned to one of the Aurors who'd taken station behind him and said, "I think you need to call Madame Bones to come here. As I've just explained to these two, some of these appear BP-trapped. That would be a direct attack upon the head of a noble and most ancient house. And that makes this," he indicated the pile of mail with a wave of his offhand, "a criminal matter." The Auror's expression turned grim and almost thunderous. He gave a firm nod back and pulled out his Auror badge. He gave it a tap with his wand and whispered into it before returning it to a pocket within his robes. "I've let her know to make all haste here. As Harry nodded back, in a clear voice the Auror said, I need everyone to move away from this area. This is now a crime scene. And he and 3 other Aurors moved in to clear everyone away. Madame Bones turned up in mere minutes accompanied by a team of whom she immediately explained to be departmental curse breakers. Harry returned, I had no idea the DMLE had curse breakers. She smiled and said, people tend to forget the misuse of Muggle artifacts office is part of my department. We use them there, plus share them with the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. As they were talking, the curse breakers were going over the mail and quietly speaking between themselves as they systematically worked through it all. Eventually, one of them pulled out a floating portable dicta quill and parchment pair, activated it and began muttering to it as he worked. Finally, they appeared done. And the one not working with the dicta quill turned to Madame Bones and said, 5 howlers, one loaded with a modified explosive curse set to activate when the letter was opened and would then spray undiluted bubo tuber pus over the hands of the person who opened it, plus a few other minor hexes and curses. Only the second and some others listed would be considered significantly harmful. Her expression turning irate, Madame Bones snapped back, I want to know the identity of whoever sent anything that was harmful, even if you don't consider it significant. This was an attack on the scion and head of a noble and most ancient house. I want the culprits in my holding cells. Both curse breakers, already with grim expressions, turned back to try and identify magical signatures. A mere couple of seconds later they looked about and said, who deactivated these? Neville Longbottom cast a massive finite over pretty much all of it, replied Harry. Miss Granger and I did the same with only a couple of them. I need to analyze your magical signatures, said the curse breaker. What do you need us to do? Asked Harry. Cast a Lumos and hold it, he replied. Harry immediately did just that. And both curse breakers then cast their own magics over his wand tip. That will do, the first one said. Who's next? That would be me, replied Hermione, stepping forward. As Hermione cast her own Lumos, Harry called Neville forward. Neville stood up straighter and stepped confidently up. As soon as the curse breakers were done with Hermione, Neville cast his own Lumos. It lit up bright enough to almost blind everyone. Whoa, lad, exclaimed the other curse breaker. Back off on the power a bit, yeah. Again Neville blushed a little before he did just that. And his light dimmed a fair bit. Once the curse breakers had somehow managed to get the magical signatures of all 3, the first said, anyone else? No, replied Harry. I'm pretty sure we were the only 3. The curse breaker gave a firm nod back and both returned to scanning the mail again. It took a little while with Madame Bones, the Aurors, Harry, Hermione, Neville and pretty much everyone else watching, but the curse breakers stepped back and lowered their wands. I think we got it all, said the first one as the second one deactivated the dicta quill. Good, said Madame Bones. The second one then dried the ink on the dicta quill parchment before rolling it up and handing it to Madame Bones without a word. Right, said Bones, once the curse breakers were clearly done. Gesturing to one of the Aurors who had accompanied her, she indicated the pile of mail and instructed her, get all this gathered up. It's coming with us. As the Auror stepped forward with wand raised to do just that, Madame Bones turned to Harry again and said, after we go through it all and remove that which is offensive or charmed, I'll organize for you to have the remainder returned. Not a problem, said Harry. I doubt there's anything in that lot I want, anyway. I didn't recognize any of the owls. Madame Bones gave a nod back and asked, while I'm here, has there been any instances of people, whether they be students, staff or anyone else, who've bothered you? Nothing you need to concern yourself about, he replied. She frowned back and said, you did not reply with a, no. The only incident of note was only relating to the Potter-Longbottom alliance, he replied. As such, it's house business. Nothing for you to concern yourself with as director of the DMLE. Susan can bring you up to date with alliance business when you're not wearing your DMLE robes. She glanced towards one of her Aurors who'd been in the castle on shift before she arrived. Harry didn't see what the Auror had to say to her, but she didn't react. When she turned back she said, very well. Then I'd best get back to the office. My people and I have work to do relating to that mail. Before she had a chance to turn away, Harry asked, any news you can share with me relating to what I brought to light during the first task? She hesitated a moment before she replied, not yet, Lord Potter. Fair enough, he replied. Thank you. She gave a nod and again turned away, ready to head back out. As she walked away, she checked to make sure her contingent were following before heading back to the doors and out. She did, however, stop for a few moments with her niece, who was waiting for her back near the doors of the Great Hall. With the excitement of the mail now over, others in the Great Hall turned to discuss it with their fellow students while again casting surreptitious glances Harry's way. That evening, one of the Aurors who still maintained a watch over Harry informed him and Hermione both that an Auror would be taking the both of them to the Ministry to be formally interviewed as witnesses to what had happened over the past 3+ years. The next morning, Harry was looking forward to it, but Hermione was becoming somewhat of a frazzled mess. He had to take her aside to help her calm down before she made herself sick with fretting about it. Again in a classroom just down from the entrance to the common room, this time with Harry dragging Hermione down there, he firmly sat her on the edge of a desk while he stood in front of her, frowning and with arms crossed. Both ignored the quiet tailing Aurors, this time. Hermione, he firmly said. You need to calm down. You're making yourself sick with all this worry. But, Harry, she cried, what if I mess things up? What if I say the wrong thing and get everyone in trouble? What if I say something that's going to see Headmaster Dumbledore, or, worst still, Professor Snape, get away with what they've done? What if, Hermione, he firmly cut in, you're not going to do any of those things. But, Harry, she tried again. Stop, he snapped back. You're not going to do any of those things, because none of those things are your concern. What you're going to do is simply answer the questions put to you. It is not your responsibility to ensure you say nothing that allows someone who deserves suitable punishment from receiving said suitable punishment. That is the job of Madame Bones and her Aurors, first, and then the Wizengamot, second. Before she could say something else, as she clearly appeared to want to do, he continued, I know we have learned not to trust those in authority since we entered the wizarding world 3 years ago. However, that has only been to do with the adults here at school, the minister, and his handler, Lucy Malfoy. We have no reason to doubt Madame Bones or her Aurors. So far, over the past few days, she's done everything I've expected her to do when doing the right thing, and more. As for the Wizengamot, they've also not yet done anything that would lead us to believe they'd do anything but the right thing. Albus Dumbledore, as Chief Warlock and his machinations, aside. As Harry had continued, he could see Hermione begin to slump her shoulders and look down, embarrassed by her actions. I know you're worried you might say the wrong thing, he more calmly said. However, you cannot say the wrong thing if you simply answer the questions put to you honestly and fully. If you think something is important, tell her, or he, if it's a male. I really cannot see how you could possibly say anything that could harm the case or cases against anyone if you simply tell the truth. And I will not think less of you if, by some miracle, you do manage to say something that harms Madame Bones's cases. The only way I can see you truly harming her case or cases is if you lie. And, if you do that, you and me are done, our friendship will be over. That had Hermione lift her face to stare back at Harry in shock bordering on outrage. I would never, she exclaimed. Harry was pleased to see and hear the modicum of outrage in her expression and her tone. I didn't think you would, he calmly explained. I only said that our friendship would be over if you did. As our friendship is as strong as ever, shows I don't believe you would. That had Hermione shoot up off the desk to wrap him in a Hermy hug. For Harry, that signified she'd both accepted the truth of his words and would no longer doubt herself, at least, on this issue. The next morning had another, though smaller, Parliament of Owls make its way to Harry. Again, Harry stepped back and allowed Neville to cast his wide area stunner over the lot. However, when the other two stepped forward to being unloading the owls of their loads, he said, no, stop. When they both hesitated, he said, this time, I want the loads checked for harmful packages before we release them from the owls. If they're harmful, the owl can identify the sender, understand? By then, one of the Aurors came up on them. Step back, please, everyone. Again, this is a declared crime scene. Then she turned to Harry and said, Madame Bones has already been contacted and I expect her on her way. Harry immediately explained why he said the owls were not to be freed of their loads until each package was checked. That way, they knew which owl carried which load. The Auror nodded almost negligently as he worked. Directly after breakfast a team of 4 Aurors, 2 males and 2 females, turned up to escort the two to the ministry. They were escorted off the grounds by way of the main gate and, once outside the wards, directly side-along apparated to the Auror apparition point inside the DMLE. Harry, for one, was thankful, as it meant they had bypassed the public areas of the ministry. And that meant not also being stared at by both ministry workers and the public at large. Once inside the DMLE they were directly escorted to an interview room by one each of the male and female Aurors. They'd only been there a minute or two when they were also joined by another male-female Auror pair. This time, both sat on the opposite side of the table to the 2 chairs at the table Harry and Hermione were seated in. After quick greetings of good mornings across the table between the 4, the female Auror got right to the heart of the matter. "Lord Potter, Miss Granger," she began, "I'm Master Auror Constance Hammer. You may address me as Connie." After both teens nodded back, she then introduced her partner. "And this is my partner, Senior Auror Beauregard Fleming. You may call me Beau," he smiled. "Everyone does." That had both teens smiling back. "Here's how this is going to work," said Hammer. "When dealing with children we normally provide them with a glass of water that contains a squeeze of, plus a very mild calming potion and similarly mild truth potion. It's not Veritaserum, so no need to worry about that." Harry knew of Veritaserum, but only knew it to be a strong truth potion, nothing more. "We don't normally use it on adults as we believe adults are more than capable of remaining calm and understand the need to be entirely truthful. They understand the consequences when they aren't. Therefore, their water only contains the light flavor. For you two we'll leave it to you as an option. However, I recommend you choose to have the potions as they'll stop you from worrying about what you say. Further, it means there is less chance of your statements being disregarded in court. Which would you prefer?" After a glance at each other, both teens turned back. Harry said, "So long as we do not delve off the subject matters I raised during the first task, and you do not go too deep into my personal life, I have no complaints about taking both potions." "Same here," Hermione immediately added. "I understand your concerns," said Hammer. "However, while the second is a truth potion, unlike Veritaserum it will not force you to answer. You can also state you do not wish to answer the question. That will be the truth and, therefore, it will not be unacceptable to the effects of the potion." After both teens glanced at one another again, Hermione was first to answer. "Then I have no problem taking either potion," she firmly stated. "Me neither," added Harry. Both Aurors nodded back with pleased expressions. "In that case," said Hammer. She turned her head to the side and looked down a little. Lockie. A little house elf almost silently popped into place. "Yes, miss. Water with both potions, please," Hammer immediately ordered. Without a word the little elf popped away again. A long moment later and it was back, together with a silver tray holding a carafe of ice water and 2 inverted tumblers. "Thank you, Lockie," said Hammer. With a small smile, Fleming asked, "All right, who wants to go first?" "I do, please," Hermione immediately replied. Turning an embarrassed glance to Harry, she added, "Sorry, Harry. But, I really need to get this out of the way before I barf." Harry just smiled back, gave a sheepish shrug and replied, "That's fine, Hermione. I don't mind." "Very well, Miss Granger," said Hammer. She indicated the tray and said, "You'll want to drink about half a glass of that to start with. Then you can sip from it as often as you like." As Hermione reached for it Harry could see her hands shaking. As could the 2 Aurors. Fleming simply reached out, flipped a tumbler over to be right side up and poured her half a glass of water. Hermione carefully lifted it and, after a couple of steadying breaths, drank the entirety of it in one hit. When she turned to look at Harry, he could see she was a bit embarrassed by that. He smiled back, just reached out and silently patted her thigh. "It's all right," he said. Meanwhile Fleming was setting up a large dicta-quill in front of himself. Once he was ready he turned to Hammer and nodded once. Hammer just gave a slight clear of her throat and began. Interview of Miss Hermione Granger in Interview Room 1 at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement on Friday, 24th of November, 1994, at 9:30 a.m. Interviewer, Master Auror Constance Hammer. Dicta-quill operator, Beauregard Fleming. Also present are Senior Auror Priscilla Proudfoot and Master Auror Thaddeus Pickwhistle. Master Auror Pickwhistle is senior officer of this interview. She then turned to Hermione, who was now clearly a lot calmer and gently smiling back. It was clear to even Harry that the potions were having a positive effect. "Miss Granger," continued Hammer. "Hi." Hermione immediately and brightly returned with a smile, interrupting the Auror. Hammer smiled back and repeated, "Miss Granger, for the record, please give me your full name and date of birth." Hermione Jean Granger. 19th of September, 1979, Hermione promptly replied. "Confirmed," said Hammer, after checking off a sheet of parchment she had before her. "Do you give this interview of your own free will?" "I do," replied Hermione. Hammer gave a small nod and then got into the meat of the interview. "Let's do this as chronologically as possible," said Hammer. "In your own words, Miss Granger, please describe for us what happened at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, from here on referred to as simply Hogwarts, on the afternoon and into evening of the 31st of October 1991. I believe there was an incident concerning a troll. During Charms class that day, I was trying to help a fellow class and housemate, Ron Weasley, in how to successfully perform the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, when." With a break after the first hour, Hermione continued with her interview right through to the day of the first task. Hammer asked for further information along the way. When she'd finished, Harry was surprised to discover it near enough to lunch that Hammer decided they'd break for lunch before continuing. The four Aurors escorted both teens to the DMLE-only cafeteria and remained with them the entire time. Once they'd eaten and taken a short break in the water closets, also escorted by Aurors of their own genders, the two teens were escorted back to the interview room. This time it was Harry's turn and Hammer and Fleming switched roles. Harry opted for the same potion-laced water. Harry's interview went much longer and they took 2 breaks as they started back as far back as Harry remembered his time with the Dursleys. While speaking, he was surprised by just how much he remembered. And was somewhat surprised the potions allowed him to recall it all without concern or embarrassment. It seemed there was one form of mind-based magics that affected him, after all, potions. Then again, maybe it only did because he was a willing recipient. Something to test for another time. By the time he was finished, his throat felt quite raw. And he was offered a potion that immediately soothed it. "What was that?" he asked, after drinking it. "A throat-healing potion, Lord Potter," Fleming replied. "You're not the first, and I very much doubt you'll be the last, who has come away from an interview with a sore throat." When the effects of the potion in the water wore off about 30 minutes after the interview concluded, he was shocked to discover it was going on to 5 p.m. "Sweet Merlin," he exclaimed. "It's almost dinner time. And, damn, I need to use the little boy's room." The four Aurors chuckled and Hammer added, "I thought you might. You managed to get through almost half a gallon of water during that." It was only after he said what he said that he realized Hermione hadn't berated him for his language. He turned to her and could see she'd been crying for a while but hadn't very recently. Her eyes were bloodshot and red-rimmed and her cheeks were puffy with tear tracks on them. "I'm so sorry you went through all that, Harry," she hiccuped. "Hermione," he firmly said. "Not your fault, hear me. I do not blame you for the least of it. You did your best and I appreciate it a great deal." After a quick trip to the loo for both teens, they were soon escorted back to Hogwarts in reverse of how they got to the Ministry. Thankfully, it appeared Hermione hadn't noticed his slight slip of the tongue. As they were walking back from the gates of the castle, Harry quietly asked Hermione, "Now that the interview is out of the way, are you going to take the school board's offer of returning home until classes are back on again?" She was a long few moments of clearly thinking it through before she replied, "Do you think I should?" "I think you should do what's best for Hermione Granger," he instantly replied. "What about you?" she asked. "Well, I'm definitely not going back to Privet Drive," he replied. "I think I'll just stay here." "No, I mean, what do you think of the idea, what do you think of the idea of coming and staying with me?" she tentatively asked. Her offer surprised him, enough that it made him think for a bit. Suddenly stopping, which caused everyone else to stop, he turned Hermione to face him full on. Her expression was one of disappointment as she looked at the ground. He said, "Sorry. You caught me by surprise there." That brought her eyes back up to meet his. "If that's what you want," he began. "If your offer is genuine and not one that a friend would say but expect to receive a negative answer to, and you ask your parents first and they reply with a yes, then, yes, I think I'd like that." The smile that bloomed on Hermione's face was contagious. It had him smiling as well. He heard a quiet snicker from one of the female Aurors, but chose to pretend he hadn't heard. Now all excited, Hermione grabbed him with both her hands by his offhand elbow and started to almost drag him to the doors of the castle. "Oh, Harry. Of course they're going to say yes. I've been writing my parents about you since the night of the troll. And they've already said that they want to meet you. That day in Flourish and Blots was nowhere near long enough. What better way to get to know you than for you to come and stay with us for a while? Can I borrow Hedwig?" she said with a rush. Harry chuckled back and replied, "Of course you can. I know I don't give her enough work to do. So, I know she'd love to take a letter to your parents. I'll write as soon as I can get back to the tower so I can collect parchment, ink and a quill. How quickly do you think Hedwig can get to Wimbledon and back?" "Wimbledon?" he asked. "That's where I live, Harry," she replied. "About a stone's throw from the Wimbledon All England Club." "I thought you lived in Croydon," he said. "No, I said I lived near Croydon," she corrected. "I say that so people don't know just how wealthy my parents actually are. Wimbledon is an expensive area to live." "Ah," he said, as they continued to walk. A long moment later he asked, "Hang on. Isn't Wimbledon one of those areas where housing is like over £1 million per?" "Yes," she simply replied without explaining further. "That's why I know you coming to stay with us for a while will be no imposition," she added. "We live in a 3-story detached that's really 4 floors as the semi-underground area is also used. There's plenty of room. You'll even have a bedroom with an ensuite, all to yourself, which is what I've got. You just won't have the huge dressing room I've got that I've had Dad convert to a study for me. I'm on the 2nd floor, which is the top floor, while you'd be in the guest room on the 1st floor across the hall landing from my parents' room, which is directly under mine. That's the main guest room. There's another 2 guest rooms on the same floor as me but neither has an ensuite. They have to use the main bathroom on that floor." "Whoa, Hermione," he laughed. "Let's not count our chickens before they're hatched, all right? Why not wait to describe everything once, if your parents agree?" "They'll say it's all right, Harry," she said, still dragging him along. "You'll see." Once back in the castle, Hermione finally let go of Harry's elbow and almost ran back to the Gryffindor tower. As soon as she was out of earshot, one of the Aurors said to him, "She sure has a lot of energy, doesn't she? She becomes quite focused once she has a problem she wants to solve and devotes almost all of her energy to solving it," he replied. He gestured after her and added, "This focus is kinda the norm for her. It's good to see after having to go through those interviews." It was left to Harry to thank the Aurors for escorting them to and fro to the ministry, so by the time he got back to the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was well into writing her letter to her parents. As soon as he stepped into the room, she looked up from where she was writing her letter at one of the very few study tables and gestured him over. "I hope you don't mind, Harry," she said, "but there's been a fair bit happen over the past few days that's radically changed. And I want to let my parents know about all that and why I'll be coming home a lot sooner than expected, before I drop on them the request to bring you home with me. It's your letter and your parents, Hermione," he shrugged. "I doubt a couple of extra sheets of parchment in a letter is going to bother Hedwig in the slightest. She often brings me my copy of the Prophet, remember?" "Oh, yes," she replied, not even looking up from her writing. "I forgot about that." Due to the time, Hermione continued to write her letter home while they sat at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall for dinner. And both teens headed directly to the Ollery from the Great Hall to send the letter out through Hedwig. Harry could tell his Snowy was more than happy to take the letter as Hermione carefully tied it firmly to her leg. Of course, with her letter request now winging its way to her parents, Hermione began to fret again. And that began, as far as Harry could estimate, before Hedwig even reached the horizon. This was easy for Harry to determine, as it was just as easy for him to determine back at the ministry. She was using her top front teeth to nibble on the inside of her bottom lip. "Relax, Hermione," he said to her. "Even if they say no, I won't mind. I'm not worried about that, Harry," she returned. "I'm worried my parents are going to think you're my boyfriend." "Oh?" he asked. "Am I that repugnant?" No, she blurted. "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" he asked. "I meant, I'm worried what my father might do or say to you if he thinks you're my boyfriend." He shrugged back and said, "He'll probably say what all fathers of teen daughters say. You hurt my little girl and they'll never find the body. Or, possibly, you even think of poking what's between your legs between my daughter's legs and I'll cut it off with a rusty knife, if you're lucky." Hermione looked horrified. Harry just grinned back and said, "Don't worry about it, Hermione. I'm not. It's just the sort of thing fathers say to their daughters' boyfriends. I'm expecting it. But, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend." She whined. "I am a boy and I am your friend," he returned. "I dare say that'll be close enough for your father. And maybe your mother, too." Back at the DMLE, Madame Bones had just finished skimming through the statement of Lord Potter. She'd read Miss Granger's later, as it mainly was really only a supporting document to Lord Potter's, and set it aside with a sigh. Connie Hammer and Beau Fleming were seated opposite in her guests' chairs. And both drank the potion-laced water. She asked. "They did," replied Hammer while Fleming simply nodded. Lord Potter even managed to polish off almost a half-gallon of it. He spoke for quite a while. And every word supported 100% what he made public during the first task, added Fleming. "I simply can't believe the atrocities those Dursleys committed upon that boy and yet he still turned out to be wonderful young man," said Hammer. "Have you ever heard of the quote, nature versus nurture?" asked Fleming. "Yes," replied Bones while Hammer looked a little confused. "The argument goes, I believe, how much of a person's personality can be attributed to their inherent nature as opposed to how they were nurtured, raised." "Indeed," nodded Fleming as Hammer seemed to have at least somewhat understood. "However, it's even more than that. When they talk about nature they're even going as deep as the cellular level, what Muggles refer to as genes. It's that level that determines things like eye color, hair color, optimum height and weight, that sort of thing. Nurture goes to the environment in which a child is raised, warm or temperate climate, the country they were raised in, all the way down to siblings, guardians, schooling, etc., and includes behavior directed toward him or her. If nurture was the dominant effect, then there's no way Lord Potter would not have turned out to be a new Dark Lord, irrespective of what Dumbledore would have us believe. It would also explain what Lord Potter meant when he said he should have been sorted into Slytherin and argued with the Hat not to sort him there. If nature were dominant, which I think has been proven in Lord Potter's case, then, no matter how poorly he was raised or badly treated, he's a Potter, and the Potters have always been inherently good people. Lord Potter has a strong sense of noblesse oblige, the responsibility of the peerage towards the commoner. Miss Granger often referred to what she called Lord Potter's saving people thing. Lord Potter has a strong sense of doing what is right, even at the cost of his own welfare. I think that is a combination of his own sense of righteousness being paired with his poor sense of self-worth brought about by how the Dursleys treated him. From everything I've learned of this matter so far, Lord Potter has been raised in a very specific way that will lead him to ultimately sacrifice himself to save others. Dumbledore's actions have created a teenager, to date, who is simply waiting for the time when he will get to carry out that act. And, I'm sorry to say, I believe it was deliberate on Dumbledore's part. That was my intuitive belief, as well, replied Bones. As it was Lord Potter's. However, it's nice to have it confirmed by a mastermind healer. You should also know that Lord Potter was correct in positing that magical children raised in an abusive environment will often be sorted into Slytherin. However, that is the case for children whose psyche manages to survive being raised so. Those not so lucky will often be sorted into Hufflepuff, as they fear confrontation and try to hide in the shadows. I remember a couple of children like that when I was in Hufflepuff, Bones almost absent-mindedly muttered. Coming back to herself and sitting up straighter she asked, was he also right about matters such as the traps they had to get through in first year, the whole basilisk fiasco and everything else? I believe so, yes, he nodded. Just as Lord Potter believes, those traps were way too simple to stop a skilled wizard, let alone a Dark Lord. They were clearly set up to test him and his friends, but, more importantly, him. Nothing else makes any sense. As for the basilisk, I can see no situation where Dumbledore could not have known there was one in the school the first time it was brought up into the public areas. That was the night of Halloween, 1992, when Filch's cat was petrified. And, as for the students who were attacked and petrified, they could have been woken within a day of their petrifications. Mandrake restorative draft is kept in stasis in every medical center I know of. Hells, we even have it here in the DMLE infirmary. I know for a fact there's currently a dozen doses of it sitting in stasis in the potions cabinet. No, Dumbledore wanted those students kept petrified so they wouldn't let anyone know too early that the monster was a basilisk. When do we go to trial with all this? Asked Hammer, who had been quiet for most of the talk. We start in 3 days, Monday morning, replied Bones. In what order? Asked Hammer. Fudge and Umbridge, then the staff of the school. We'll slot the Dursleys in there somewhere and, finally, Dumbledore, she replied. I want Fudge and Umbridge out of the way so they don't interfere with the other trials. And I want to have Dumbledore last, as I'm hoping there will be more evidence that comes to light from the trials of the other members of staff. In the past day and a half they had managed to get out of Fudge just how much Umbridge was involved in what he'd been doing. And that she had been blackmailing him, on the side. I'm going to put forward all the evidence that I now have on the old man. I want to make sure that even the most die-hard of Dumbledore's supporters on the Wizengamot learn exactly the type of man whom it is they support. I want there to be such a preponderance of incontrovertible evidence there is no possible way the old man is going to escape justice. What about Sirius Black? Asked Fleming. The man is clearly innocent. That's being dealt with, she replied. I have Shacklebolt and Tonks looking for him. Tonks? Asked Hammer. A bit young, isn't she? Yes, nodded Bones. However, what makes her special for this is that she's of black blood and a second cousin of him. She remembers, Cousin Siri, as she called him, with fondness. And, apparently, that fondness was returned. If Shacklebolt and she find him it may be the trigger that has him surrendering to them, rather than fighting them off and or running away again. Have you asked Lord Potter if he knows how to get hold of him? Asked Fleming. I didn't specifically ask him that, but I'm pretty sure he likely knows how. Surprised, Bones replied, I hadn't thought of that. I'll send him an owl and ask. The next morning, while Hermione had not heard back from her parents yet, Harry received a decent-sized letter from Madame Bones. In it she'd covered what was happening regarding the upcoming trials and such. In 2 days they were starting with Cornelius Fudge and Dolores Umbridge. If they had time they'd then start on the Hogwarts staff. Since he'd effectively and willingly admitted to any and all wrongdoing, the first of the staff to be tried was Phileas Flitwick. Harry was surprised they'd be starting the trials so soon. Her letter stated he would be required to attend all the trials, though she knew he'd get bored pretty quick. If he didn't he might find himself approached by an Auror who was there to immediately take him to the trial of the moment. And that was only if a member of the interrogation panel, the judges, specifically demanded his presence for a short time to answer questions. However, she also assured him, as he'd already provided authenticated memories and statement, the likelihood of that occurring was low. If he was so summoned he'd be provided a law wizard to advise him before he even took the stand to give verbal evidence. Turning to a hovering Hermione he said, the trials start the day after tomorrow, Monday. First up are Fudge and Umbridge. And, if they have time, they'll be followed by Flitwick. That's Minister Fudge, Senior Undersec. Oh, to hell with it, she said. Fudge, then Umbridge, then Flitwick. When are the others? Harry laughed. It was the first time he could recall since he'd first met the girl that she had not insisted on people being referred to by, as she saw it, their proper titles. It said a lot to the state of things she now chose to not use them for the adults concerned. After Flitwick, the next day it will be Hagrid, Sprout, McGonagall, Snape and Dumbledore in that order. Madame Pomfrey, from what Madame Bones alludes to here, will not be prosecuted at this time so long as she cooperates fully with the DMLE and satisfactorily answers all their questions. However, it's very likely she's going to lose her Medi-Witch's credentials. But, why? She plaintively asked. If Dumbledore's been obliviating her left, right and center she's really not at fault for any of it. According to Madame Bones her mind's been too badly compromised, he replied. Plus, she also apparently asked to be allowed to retire and move to one of the colonies. She's utterly mortified Dumbledore was able to do to her what he did. It seems she's lost complete faith and confidence in herself. Hermione sighed and nodded. That makes sense, I guess. Of course, there's also Sirius's trial to slot in there somewhere, he continued, returning to the letter. She has a senior Auror by the name of Shacklebolt and an Auror second class by the name of Nymphadora Tonks on the case of finding him. She's also asked if we have some way of finding him. Confused, he looked at her and asked, haven't these people got a lick of sense? Just send him a bloody owl. How did they think I get in contact with him? Harry heard the Auror standing closest behind him suddenly groan in dismay. When both teens turned to look at him, he was staring back at Harry and shaking his head in exasperation. Without a word, he then cast an almost silent Patronus and said to it, Madam Bones, Potter suggests sending an owl to Black. The Patronus, a small bear, then galloped out through the wall, heading south. Harry just snorted in amusement and said, really? Is everyone in magical Britain that daft? Won't he have up owl redirection wards? Asked Hermione. Any and all wards, including an owl redirection ward, can only be set up on a place, a fixed position, he replied. As Sirius is on the move, he will have no such ward set where he is, unless, of course, he's passing through one at the time. Turning to the Auror again, he asked, you realize that, since you can cast a corporeal messenger Patronus, you could also send him one of those, right? The look of pain on the Auror's face was, in Harry's book, priceless. Not waiting for a reply, Harry turned back around. Hermione was only a fraction of a second behind him. That's daft, she muttered. That's when Harry caught out of the corner of his eye a second corporeal Patronus gallop out through the wall. They're also forgetting they could use a house elf to take a message to Sirius, as well, he snarked loudly enough for the Auror to hear him. Oh, for Merlin's sake! The Auror exclaimed. Neither teen bothered to look, they just smiled at each other. That had a third messenger Patronus sent. Realizing she had another issue to raise, Hermione asked Harry, any word on when classes are going to start again? Surprised at the question, though he knew he really shouldn't be based on the girl's personality, he replied, well, a lot of it depends on which staff members find themselves cleared of the charges. Somewhat cleared of the charges, but ordered to give up their teaching positions, flat out dismissed by the school board anyway, or even incarcerated. Only the first of those will see them return to teach. Based on that, I cannot see more than one or two, if they're lucky, returning to be professors. For the rest, they'll need to source and contract replacements. According to this, Madam Marchbanks of the WEA, that's the Wizarding Examinations Authority within the Ministry, has been tasked with immediately finding replacements for all the positions, just in case. She's now working with the school board to recruit those replacements. Well, if she's not now, she will be starting as of Monday. That could take months, she whined. It could, he shrugged. But that's only to have all the positions filled. They may choose to recommence classes if they have, say, all bar 2 positions filled. We don't know. Actually, I wouldn't mind having someone like Madam Marchbanks come and teach here for a while, he added. I dare say she has a great deal of knowledge she could share with us. She's one of the very few people I know of who's actually older than Dumbledore. Plus, she apparently thinks rather poorly of our so-called esteemed headmaster. That puts her as someone I believe I can like, right there. Having just arrived and now sitting in her office, even if it was a Saturday, this time more closely reading Lord Potter and Miss Granger's official statements and taking notes, the Patronus of a small sun bear leapt into her room through the wall. It spoke with the almost ethereal voice of one of her Aurors, one she knew to be currently stationed as one of Potter's bodyguards. Madam Bones, Potter suggests sending an owl to Black. Before it faded away, giving her own groan of exasperation, the director of the DMLE set aside the statements she was reading and notes she was taking and practically face-palmed herself before she pulled a sheet of parchment before her, together with quill and ink, and set to writing. A few seconds later, a second Sun Bear Patronus entered the room from the direction of the first. From Potter again, a messenger Patronus should also reach him. That time she definitely face-palmed herself and groaned. Damn. Bugger. Shit. Damn. She vehemently muttered. It took her a good 10 to 15 seconds before she could return to her writing. Then the third Patronus entered. Potter also just suggested using a house elf to take Black a message. Oh, for Merlin's sake. She more vehemently sighed, unknowingly echoing her Auror's own remark. This is getting ridiculous. Once she'd finished writing, she pushed the runestone button on her desk that would summon her personal aide to her. When the young woman entered, Bones said, if they're in, please send in Shacklebolt and young Tonks. The aide softly said, yes, ma'am, and walked out, closing the door behind herself again. 2 minutes later, there was a double knock of knuckles on her door before the door opened and both Aurors walked in. "Yes, ma'am?" asked Shacklebolt in his deep baritone. As senior Auror of the two, he spoke first. "Have either of you thought to send Black and I'll asking him to come in?" she asked. The look of surprise on both faces before they sheepishly glanced at one another gave her the answer. "No, ma'am," they both replied. Looking sternly at both, trying to wilt them with her eyes, she then asked, "Do either of you know how to send a messenger Patronus?" Yes, ma'am," replied Shacklebolt as Tonks silently shook her head. She then waited to see if it would twig to them what she was getting at. The looks from both of sheepish confusion told her they didn't. "If you can cast a messenger Patronus, have you thought of sending Black one of those?" she sarcastically asked. That was the first time she'd ever seen a black man blush in embarrassment. She knew she shouldn't be hard on them. After all, even she hadn't thought of that communication option. She was just dirty on herself for not thinking of it, and having a 14-year-old school kid, who wasn't even in his AL year yet, reminding her of it. On top of that, she snapped, what about giving a note to a house elf and having the house elf deliver it? Again, both Aurors blushed back. With a sigh, she handed the sheet with the letter she wrote to Black to Shacklebolt and said, "Send this to him using an international owl. The man might not even be in the country, at the moment. Then, once you've done that, send him a messenger Patronus and a house elf with a written message." Yes, ma'am," he quietly replied. And both exited again. She muttered to herself, "We're looking like complete idiots before this young man. And it's our own bloody fault." That morning's weekend Daily Prophet was again filled with the happenings regarding what Harry had caused to make known, just as it had been for the past few days. However, little of it was of any real substance. Information contained in the newspaper alluded to a lot, but it was practically all hearsay. And it was also clear the reporters writing the stories were getting quite frustrated with how well Madame Bones was making sure the information leaks were being kept to as small a minimum as she could manage. They were attacking her for it. As such, many of the student body were trying to figure out ways to approach Harry to get information. And he was quite thankful the Aurors stationed in the castle, especially the two he always seemed to have specifically guarding him, were keeping those approaches to a tiny fraction of what he could have expected. Now the students were getting sneaky in their approaches. As the two teens were slowly heading back to Gryffindor Tower tailed by Harry's two bodyguard Aurors, they'd just walked out of the Great Hall when one of the Slytherins in the year above them, T. Limpsham, approached and offered to teach him about what it meant to be a lord of a noble and most ancient house. In return, all she asked for was the occasional tidbit of information he'd be willing to share to someone who was going out of her way to help him. The female Auror shadowing him at that moment gave a firm clear of her throat and frowned at the girl. Limpsham immediately backed off and said, "I only meant information otherwise available to the public, of course." Before the Auror could scoff back, Harry said, "Heiress Limpsham, I thank you for your offer. And I may take you up on it once the current unpleasantness is suitably dealt with. However, for now, I must decline. Please pass on my respects to your grandfather, Lord Limpsham, when next you have opportunity to communicate with him." With the bare twitch of her left eye showing she was surprised by his response and his intuitiveness in suggesting it was her grandfather who pushed her to approach him, she replied, "Of course, Lord Potter. I shall do so and look forward to the time when I may assist." Then she gave a slight curtsy before heading off again. However, while her tone and expression was pleasant, Harry knew she was somewhat miffed he'd so handily discounted her, or that he'd immediately guessed it was her grandfather and lord of her house who encouraged her to approach him. After all, she'd appeared to have gone to some effort to make herself visually appealing to get her way. For the first time he'd seen her since they first bumped into each other a few days after he first entered the school, and she'd sneered at him, looking down on him as if he was beneath even her contempt. She was not wearing a buttoned-up blouse with a school tie. Instead, she was wearing civilian wear, with a blouse that had a neckline low enough he could see down to between her bra-encased breasts, together with a loosely pleated skirt that ended above the knee. As she spun away to leave he saw how it flared out, displaying her legs quite nicely. Hermione, who was with him at the time, softly exclaimed, "Well, I never." He turned to her with amusement on his face and twinkling eyes. The single ladies of the castle have now had it pretty much driven home to them that the Harry Potter they thought they knew was only a mask. And that the real Harrison Potter is a lord of a noble and most ancient house, single and, I hope, quite attractive. Quite attractive, are you? She scoffed. Harry laughed, reached out, grabbed her and dragged her in close to lay a big hug on her. After an initial exclamation of shock at being suddenly grabbed and hugged, Hermione was a few seconds before she relaxed into it. It was a long few seconds more before she declared, with a voice muffled by his robes, "It's going to take me a little while to get used to you actually being more the touchy-feely type than I thought you were." Well, not touchy-feely, more willing to initiate physical contact with someone else. Still grinning, he turned his head a little and keyed her on her forehead. "Hermione Granger, my beep in the chariot." She gave a snort of amusement before pulling away again. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised you know that reference and what it means." As they continued to walk, heading up the stairs, he said, "I'm not surprised it was a Slytherin who was the first to approach that way, or that it was an heiress of a noble-ranked house. Once the rest of this lot get their minds around just what type of person Harrison James Potter truly is, that's going to happen more and more often." "What do you mean?" she asked, curious. "I'm the head of a noble and most ancient house," he shrugged. "That puts me at the top of supposed wizarding society here in Britain. In a way, you can class me as someone around the level of Marquis in the Muggle world. Next are the noble and ancient houses, earls, noble and elder houses, viscounts, non-noble ancient houses, barons and non-noble elder houses, baronets. After that you have the higgledy-piggledy of other houses, who've earned a life peerage on the Wizengamot, esquires. The magical house of Malfoy wants to be one of those, but is really not." Hermione had stopped without a word to say she was going to, and Harry had walked on a bit before he realized she was no longer beside him. He turned back, curious as to why she'd stopped. She was looking at him in stunned shock. "Hermione," he asked, You're a Marquis." She stuttered out, that last bit in a high-pitched squeak. "No," he immediately replied, gesturing her forward again. "Actually, a better representation would be, Marcher Lord, since Marquis is really the French equivalent." While Marcher Lords no longer exist in the Muggle world, the Wizarding world had already separated from their Muggle cousins by then, and the Potter holdings are mainly located in the south of Wales. Plus, as I said, I really only called them that so you had some idea as to the ranking system of the houses in Wizarding Britain. I could, of course, have used military ranks, but the houses are more about hereditary peerages than military ranks. The major difference between Wizarding Britain and the United Kingdom is we do not have a monarch. Well, not one that's recognized, at any rate. Frowning, she asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I, for one, happen to believe Her Majesty, Elizabeth II, is our liege monarch whether in Muggle or Wizarding Britain or not," he shrugged with a small smile. "But, that just might be me colored by my Muggle upbringing." "It probably is," she quietly sighed. Sirius had actually arrived back in Wizarding Britain late on the evening of the 23rd of November. As soon as he'd learned from Harry his name had come out of the Goblet of Fire, he immediately made the decision to leave the unplottable Black Holiday Island in the southern part of the North Atlantic near the Azores and made all haste back. He knew, though, that Harry didn't know that. He'd also tried to get in to watch the first task, but the security was so tight he knew he'd be caught for sure if he made the attempt. Instead, he'd headed back to his cave out the back of Hogsmeade and used the last couple of days since then to gather intelligence. Almost immediately after the first task he'd learned from the Daily Prophet just what had gone on. It was all over the front page, and the second, and the third. Actually, it was all over the front page for the next few days. From that he'd also learned that Harry had reported that he, Sirius, was innocent, and that both the Minister and the Chief Warlock had received irrefutable evidence of such and not acted as they should have done. The paper also covered the arrests of Fudge, Umbridge, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, Hagrid, Pomfrey, Barty Crouch Sr., Molly Weasley and Lucius Malfoy. To add insult to injury, it also reported that the person who posed as that year's Dada professor, Alistair Moody, was actually a supposedly dead Death Eater, Bartemius Crouch Jr. He too was also arrested at that time. 12 people arrested, he thought. Of them, the head of the Wizengamot and headmaster of their premier school, the head of the ministry and his senior undersecretary were included. And this was all because of Harry. He muttered. He'd been living in the now refurbished cave for just over a week, still collecting intelligence, when the Patronus form of a lynx cat appeared out of nowhere and leapt into the mouth of the cave. It so badly startled the crap out of him he had his ill-gotten wand raised and pointing back at the Patronus before he even realized he had reacted. However, his hand shook so badly it would be pure luck if he'd actually managed to get a spell off, let alone hit anything. While he was trying to get his hammering heart and shakes back under control, the lynx spoke in a deep man's voice. Black or Shacklebolt, we know for a fact you are innocent. We need you to turn yourself in so we can give you the trial you should have had and clear your name. As the first one faded away, a second one jumped in of the same Patronus form. And the voice continued. I swear on my magic, if you turn up at the Three Broomsticks at noon on any day, I will ensure your safe transport to the ministry to await trial. Leave a white rose on a table and I'll know you accept. As he took time to calm down again, even choosing to chug one of his on-hand calming potions to quickly achieve it, he began to calculate the risks involved and how to minimize them. It took him hours to think about it. He really had nothing better to do at the moment, while he thought it through. And that's when the ministry owl glided in and alighted on the ground in front of him. After a puzzled frown, he checked to ensure there were no illicit, or otherwise unwanted, charms on either the bird or its letter before he then used a charm to drop the letter away from the owl. As soon as the owl was free of its load, it moved to perch on a rock nearby. Again frowning, he cast more detection charms over the letter and only found the one, a standard mail package shrinking charm. He quickly had that cancelled and the letter unshrunk. There were no other charms. Carefully opening the letter, he realized it also contained a blank sheet of parchment and a self-inking quill. Both had been wrapped inside the letter. Setting them aside, he began to read. Lord Sirius Orion Black III. Of the noble and most ancient House of Black. Lord of the House of Black. Lord Black. I, Amelia Susan Bones, swear on my magic I mean you no harm. I further swear I am ready to give you that trial you were denied, and, if you hand yourself over to one of my Aurors, they are under orders not to harm you and to bring you before me with all alacrity. As I write, so I swear, so must it be. I have tasked 2 Aurors specifically with finding you and bringing you in unharmed. One is Senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, and the other is your cousin, Auror Second Class Nymphadora Tonks. If you find them before they find you, I beg of you, hand yourself in. We know you're innocent of the crimes for which you were unlawfully tossed into Azkaban, Lord Black. Together, we will right this wrong. If you would prefer we come to you at a place of your choosing, please use the attached quill and parchment to write me and let me know. The owl has been ordered to remain to allow you to mail back. Otherwise, please simply order it to return to the ministry. Sincerely yours. Madam Director Amelia Bones. Of the noble and ancient House of Bones. Director of the DMLE. Regent of the House of Bones. Shocked yet again, Sirius simply sat there unsure of what to do. Did he go ahead with the White Rose concept? Or did he write to her and have her or someone else meet him at a place of his own choosing, as she suggested? He also found himself completely believing what he'd been sent. He already knew Amy Bones was a witch of her word and had no doubt she'd do her best to keep him safe and see to him getting the trial he needed. The question was her best going to be good enough to keep him alive? He knew there were forces out there that would like nothing better than for him to reach a state of dead before he even had a chance to walk into that courtroom. He was certain Malfoy would be one of them, and had the financial capital and incentive to organize it. What to do? This bore some deep thinking. Plus, knowing the trials of Fudge and Umbridge, at least, were starting the next morning, he knew he'd need to do what he was going to do pretty quick. Or, he'd have to wait until after the trials and move then. But, if he did turn himself in either that afternoon or the next morning, would they be able to fit his trial in before or during the trials of those already organized, anyway? He spent quite the few hours more thinking on it. And, suddenly, he had an idea. As far as he was concerned, his idea was both brilliant and worthy of being titled one of the most brilliant and daring pranks of all time. It would definitely be one for his memoirs, if he ever got a chance to write one. At Riddle Manor, Babymort, the homunculus, was having another tantrum, though mainly in his head. There was a great deal going on in the wizard world at that moment and he was effectively out of the information loop. The only information he was receiving was via the Daily Prophet and Pettigrew. And, as far as he was concerned, neither was a reliable source of information. He already knew that one of the two of his minions currently aware of his existence and location was once more behind the walls of Azkaban. The other, Pettigrew, was a poor choice of servant. His only redeeming quality was his animagus ability and form. That he was a common brown rat allowed him to infiltrate places very few could hope to enter. However, besides his animagus ability and loyalty to him, he had very few redeeming qualities. And being a representative of his powerful self wasn't one of them. "Wormtail," he called. When Pettigrew scurried in, he tentatively asked, "Yes, master." "My potion," snapped Riddle. "And be quick about it." Oh, how he wanted to cast the Cruciatus curse on the fat little sniveler. But, he couldn't. He needed Pettigrew to have a steady hand while making him his potions. And the Cruciatus curse would rob the man of that. It was so annoying trying to be the most powerful Dark Lord the world had ever seen and yet be forced to use such pathetic whelps for lackeys. The next morning, right on 8 a.m., a rather nondescript man walked into the offices of the Auror Department at the Ministry of Magic carrying a small bouquet of white roses and a wide smile on his face. He approached the counter and immediately rang the little bell placed there for someone who wanted to make either a complaint or an enquiry. Though it was a Sunday and most of the Aurors were off for the day, he was approached from the other side of the counter by a young wizard Auror. "Yes?" asked the Auror. "Good morning," replied the man. "Could you please ask that dear, sweet lady who heads the department if she's got time for a very dear friend? And please let her know I bring with me a bouquet of her favorite white roses." "It's a Sunday. What makes you think she's in?" asked the Auror. "Oh, she'll be in," the man grinned. "She has plenty of court cases she needs to prepare for her not to be in." The Auror frowned and hesitated a moment before he gave an almost imperceptible shrug, then walked away towards the director's office at the back of the bullpen. The man, serious under a glamour, watched as the young Auror walked up to the door of what he remembered to be the director of department's door and knocked. A moment later, he walked in. Sirius surreptitiously drew his wand and held it with only the tips of his thumb and index finger before himself by the middle of the shaft as he laid the roses on the counter off to one side. So far, besides the young Auror, no one had paid him the least amount of attention. About 5 seconds later there was a short, sharp klaxon sound and the doors leading back out slammed shut. Sirius just stood there with his hands up and wand still held with thumb and index finger of his off hand and a grin on his face. Like little meerkats, what few Aurors were in the bullpen shot to their feet and were looking about, with their wands drawn. Then the office door slammed open with Bones storming out with her wand held ready and a determined scowl on her face. The young Auror was right behind her, also with his wand at the ready, a little scared, but backing the boss. She took one look at Sirius and strode towards him. "Don't move," she quietly but firmly ordered. "I have no intention to, Amy my love," he grinned as she still strode towards him. Once she was about 10 feet short she stopped and said, gently, "Now, place the wand on the desk." As he complied, Sirius whined, "But I thought it was my turn to be the Auror when we played, sweetheart." "Be silent," she barked. With a glance at the young Auror she said, "Auror Williamson. Handcuff him." "Ooh, kinky," grinned Sirius. "I said, be silent," she snapped at him again. The Auror was quick to duck around the counter and, by the numbers, affixed magic inhibiting manacles to Sirius with his hands behind his back. Sirius made no move to hinder the young man. Once manacled, Bones ordered, "Bring him. We're going to interrogation room 2. As Sirius was led through the bullpen, he called out to the still watching on duty Aurors, "Next time we're playing, haughty healers and wicked medi witches." That's when Bones hit him with the threatened silencing charm. As he was practically frog marched through the bullpen and out another door, one Sirius knew led to the interrogation and interview rooms, he turned back to Bones and pouted at her. However, the twinkle of mirth didn't leave his eyes. "Shacklebolt, Tonks and Robards," barked Bones. "With me. Bring a Dictaquill with you." After only a short walk past 2 doors, one opposite the other on either side, Sirius was hustled into an interrogation room. Once he was manhandled by the young Auror into a seat, His cuffs were transferred from behind his back and threaded through the ring in the tabletop, before they once again secured him by his wrists. Then the young Auror stepped back awaiting his next order. A moment later Robards led in Shacklebolt and Tonks, with Tonks carrying a dicta-quill. Bones turned to the young Auror and said, "All right, Williamson, you're done. Thank you. And not a word of this to anyone." The young Auror gave a single nod and left without a word. Then Bones, still staring at Sirius, asked, "Are you willing to undergo interrogation under Veritaserum?" "Yep," he immediately replied. "Actually, I think I'd have to insist on it." She then glanced at Tonks and said, "Tonks, set up the dicta-quill. I take it you have qualified competence in its use." "Yes, ma'am," replied Tonks, as she set to work. Then she glanced at Shacklebolt and said, "Shack, go get a vial of Veritaserum." "Yes, ma'am," replied the burly dark-skinned Auror before he ducked out and away. Then she turned her full attention back to Sirius and asked, "What are you using, Polyjuice or a simple glamour?" "Glamour anchored by a rune stone," he immediately replied. "You'll find it on a cord around my neck." "Gawain," she quietly said. The Master Auror quietly moved around behind Sirius and, feeling the back of his neck which Sirius aided by bending his head forward, found the cord and pulled it off over his head. As it cleared Sirius's skin his form seemed to shimmer a little as the glamour dropped away. Tonks let out a gasp from where she was now monitoring the dicta-quill. "Sirius," she quietly exclaimed. "Hello, Nimmy," he grinned at her. "Look at you, all grown up." She scowled back and said, "Don't call me that. I prefer, Tonks. Even for me, your favorite cousin." He grinned. "Even for you," she scowled. "What in Merlin's name possessed you, Black?" asked Bones. "Just to walk, bold as brass, up to my Auror counter to turn yourself in?" "Well, after all the different ways you sent me messages," he replied. "I thought you really wanted to see me. So, here I am. I wanted to keep the fact we were trying to capture you, rather than sick a Dementor on you." "Quiet," she sighed. "And you still have," he impudently grinned back. "The only people who currently know who I am are you, dear little Nimmy here, Robards and, probably, Shacklebolt." Shacklebolt took that moment to walk back in. As soon as he spotted Sirius in his unglamoured form he stopped, blinked once and walked over to Bones while keeping an eye on him. He handed her a small vial. "For the record," she said, "Senior Auror Shacklebolt has just returned from the Auror Department Apothecary, where I sent him to collect one vial of Veritaserum. He was just returned with that vial and I now hold it in my hand. I confirm that the seal is unbroken and the vial untampered with. It is vial number 352. Turning to Shacklebolt she handed it back and said, "I return it to Senior Auror Shacklebolt for him to administer the recommended 3 drops onto the tongue of our interviewee, Sirius Orion Black III of the House of Black." Shacklebolt walked around the desk to stand just behind Sirius. He then cracked the seal and looked to Sirius. "Are you willing to tilt your head back and stick out your tongue, Black?" Sirius didn't say a word. He just did it. After the 3 drops were administered, Sirius pulled his tongue back in, tilted his head back down and smacked his lips. After a long few moments Bones spoke again. "I now begin an informal interrogation under Veritaserum of Sirius Orion Black III of the House of Black." The interview only lasted for a few minutes. At the end of it, Bones dosed him with the counter-agent herself. As Sirius began to shrug off the effects of the powerful truth potion, he looked at Bones and grinned. "So, Amy," he said. "About that trial. First things first," she said. "Shack, remove his manacles." As Shacklebolt stepped forward with a specially designed ward stone key, she went on, "Now we need to find somewhere to stick you until I can arrange a trial for you." "I'll ask Mum if he can stay with us," piped up Tonks. "Neither my mum or dad ever thought he was guilty. So, it won't take me much to convince them he's been interviewed under Veritaserum and found innocent." "Check with them," said Bones. "Go use the flow in my office." Tonks immediately left. In the meantime, she looked back to Sirius. "Will that rune stone on that cord return your glamour if you put it back on?" "It will," he nodded. "Gawain, give it to him," she ordered. The elder Auror immediately handed it back. And Sirius slipped it back over his neck before dropping the stone down the front of this robes. A moment later his form blurred for a moment before he was again the man who had appeared at the front counter less than a half-hour ago. "Good," she stated, once the change was complete. Turning to her junior Auror, she said. Gawain, take the dictaquilled statement, make 2 copies of it, put the original in one of the copies on my desk. Black gets the other. Not a word of this to anyone. Tell Tonks the same, but it excludes her parents. Shaq, the same ban applies to you, too. Not a word of this to anyone. Finally, she turned to Sirius and said, you'll be following me to my office and remain there until Tonks returns. Got that? Yes, Madam Bones, he more formally replied. It was now clear she was going out on a limb for him and he'd not carry on with the prank because of that. At Hogwarts, as Monday morning's breakfast was winding to a close, the owls entered as per usual. As soon as they began to glide down from the owl windows high in the rafters, Hermione was focusing all her attention on trying to spot Hedwig through the illusion of the blue sky with small puffy clouds of outside. As usual, Harry was the first to spot her, but he remained silent to let Hermione think she spotted her first. There! She cried, seeing the owl and almost jumping out of her seat in excitement. Of course, Hedwig knew where to find her pet, Harry, so was already on a gentle banking glide coming in over the head table, when Hermione first spotted her. Expecting it, Harry watched as she landed with a light touch down between the plates in the middle of the table before Hermione. And immediately offered her leg. Hermione was so nervous in trying to untie the bow that held the Muggle paper envelope to Hedwig's leg that she nearly caused about a knot so badly it would need to be cut off. Harry had to reach over and gently untie it himself. And Hermione quickly scooped up the envelope. Of course, she was so busy trying to rip the envelope open to get at reading the note from her parents she completely forgot to reward Hedwig for doing a good job. And the bird let her know it. Prack, barked Hedwig, glaring at the bushy-haired human. Hermione gave a start, blushed and quickly offered the bird 2 strips of bacon. Sorry, Hedwig, I was so excited I forgot about you. Obviously that didn't impress the bird, as she simply snatched the 2 strips of bacon out of the girl's fingers and flew off without an acknowledgement. Harry chuckled and said, you'll have to apologize better than that to her if you expect her to carry any more mail for you. They said yes. Hermione suddenly exclaimed, Mum and Daddy are both looking forward to properly meeting you and said you can stay for as long as you like. The only thing they want to know is when they can expect us, and do they need to go to King's Cross Station to pick us up. I'll have to write back to them to tell them we'll be arriving by portkey in the house, direct. And explain what a portkey is, I suppose. So, they won't need to pick us up. Plus, we don't know what day we'll be arriving, as I don't think much will be decided until we know the results of the trials. And those are going to take a few days, at least. Whoa, Hermione, Harry tried placating her. I know you're excited. But, as you said, we don't know when we can leave or how we're going to get there yet. I suggest writing to them again and telling them we hope to know the when and how in a few days. And that the how will very likely not require them to pick us up from anywhere, as the magic used should see us delivered right to their home. If the trials go as quickly as I think they will, then the when will likely be within the week. This time, please also ask your parents if they are also willing to house a few Aurors for the duration I'm there. I cannot see Madam Bones rescinding her order for Aurors to shadow me at all times, just because I'm no longer in the castle. And it wouldn't be fair to them to be shut out of the house. If necessary, I'll pay for their lodgings with my own funds, so your parents are not out of pocket. Oh, sorry, she said as she blushed. I didn't want to worry you about it, and I already figured Aurors would follow us there, so I included that in my first letter. But I'll add that you'll pay for their lodgings as Daddy did ask about that and I was going to ask before sending my response. There's an unused servants' quarters on the lower ground floor they can use. The female Auror standing behind them this time gave her throat a little clear to gain their attention. When both teens turned to look, she said, "Thank you, Miss Granger. That would be far preferable to standing out in the cold all night, especially if it is raining." Hermione sent her second letter off early that afternoon. And Harry included an attached letter thanking them for the invitation, and assuring them he had more than enough money to pay for the lodgings of the Aurors and himself for while he was there. That evening, as soon as she arrived home, Andromeda Tonks found Sirius sitting in the kitchen nook chatting with their only house elf, who was busy trying to cook dinner. As soon as he saw her, Sirius rose from his seat with a smile on his face and was immediately knocked back into it when she practically tackled him a massive hug. "Gods, Sirius!" she exclaimed, holding him tight. It's good to see you alive. Hello Andy, he smiled back. She stepped back and gave him a good once over with her eyes before she seemed to switch into healer mode. Let's see. After I give you a full physical, and you won't be fighting me on that. I can already see you're in desperate need of nutrition and muscle building potions, a teeth repair potion and probably Skella Grow to go with it. However, all that is going to have to wait until after the physical. Andy, he tried. Hush, she demanded. Don't argue with your healer. And who decided you're my healer? He asked. I did, of course, she replied. Don't argue. Dragging him with her offhand into the lounge, she quickly conjured an examination table complete with padding and ordered, hop up and lay down. With a sigh, Sirius complied. But she noticed it took a fair bit of effort on his part to comply. Once he was lying down, she pulled her healer's wizard spaced bag before her she'd brought home with her and started pulling things out. First came a long sheet of parchment with an auto quill and wand. Setting that up, she used the wand to begin carefully scanning him. The quill was zipping along writing things down. Once she was finished with her scan, she had to wait quite a while for the auto quill to finish. And stood watching it finish with a frown on her face. Sirius used the opportunity to sit back up again, swinging his legs off the side of the table. Well? He asked. In a moment, she almost distractedly replied. She began muttering, nutrition, muscle rebuilder, teeth rebuilder, Skella Grow, vitamin enhancer, diet enhancer, Dementor exposure restorer, no, a mild wit sharpener. I'll have to wait on the Dementor exposure restorer until after your trial, and a memory restorative draft. Looking at him directly, she said, for someone who's spent 11 years in that hellhole, plus another 15 plus months on the run, you're looking pretty good. I've been self-medicating for some of that time on the run, he replied. It wasn't much, but I did what I could with what I could find. With an almost thunderous expression she snapped, with the amount of damage your body's taken, that was bloody dangerous. I had no choice. He snapped back. What else could I have done? You could have come and seen me. She growled. Not when your daughter's an Auror. I couldn't, he sighed. She stared at him for a long few moments before she changed the subject. When's your trial? No idea, he replied. Bonesy's going to have to fit it in around the trials she already has going on. I think she's going to slip it in between two of the high-profile ones. Yours will be a high-profile one, she put. Yes, but she doesn't want wind of it getting out right up until I'm brought into the courtroom. Did she give you any idea of about when that is likely to happen? She asked. Tomorrow, I think, he replied. She's going to try and slot it in immediately after Fudge and Umbridge. With a nod she said, then there's little I can do in the time before then. However, I can at least get you halfway presentable for your trial. That would be for the best, I think, he sighed. She wrote a few things down on another sheet of parchment and called her house elf. Benny. With a pop the elf appeared at her side. Yes, mistress. Handing the elf the parchment she ordered, take this to Mr. Tattings of Twilfit and Tattings and tell him it's somewhat of a rush order. I want to be picking it up no later than 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yes, mistress, the little elf replied, taking the piece of parchment, giving a little bob of respect and popping away. Twilfits, Andy? Asked Sirius. Since Uncle Arcturus passed, you're the head of the House of Black, she firmly replied. When you walk into that courtroom you will be dressed the part, even if I won't have time to get your health up to scratch. I was disowned, he frustratingly returned. There's no way. Unlike me, you were never disowned, Sirius, she replied, cutting him off. Aunt Wally, blasting your name off the family tapestry, had nothing to do with it. No matter how much that old Harridan demanded it, I know for a fact Uncle Arcturus refused to do it. How do you know that? He asked, quite curious. Just because Uncle Arcturus was forced into the position of having to disown me, did not mean he no longer talked with me, she replied. He and I kept up both a correspondence conversation with the occasional secret meeting, where we could talk directly. According to him, it was his opinion I was one of the few family members he had left that he felt he could both respect and trust. You were also on that very small list. I didn't know that, said a very surprised Sirius. She smiled back and said, I dare say there's a lot you don't know. However, now that you are Lord Apparent, we need to get you cleaned up, made healthy again and brought up to date with the business of the family. Casting a critical eye on his cousin, he asked, "Did Arcturus manage to bring you back into the family, before he passed?" "No, he couldn't," she replied. Not looking serious in the eyes she said, "He told me he hoped you would when your innocence was finally proven and you took up the lordship." Giving a firm nod back he said, "Then it will be the first thing I do as soon as I don the ring." Looking at him more directly, she softly said, "Thank you." After a moment, she appeared to straighten herself up, mentally refortify herself and said, "Now. Though we cannot do much about your health between now and your trial, it does not mean we cannot make a start on that. The first thing you're going to do is take a bath. No offense, cousin Sirius, but you stink." He just gave a snort of amusement. "While you're bathing, Benny should return and we'll have a set of decent robes for you to wear. We've kept those robes of Ted's that he can no longer wear due to increasing a bit of girth, shall we say. You're of similar height, that what height difference there is will be unimportant. What you're wearing will be burned." Sirius gave a second snort of amusement when Andromeda referred to her husband's gaining of weight as increasing his girth. As he was about to head to the bathroom, he asked, "Who sits as proxy for Black on the Wizengamot?" "By rights it should be Cassiopeia." "No one," she replied. "Lucius Malfoy has convinced Fudge his son, Draconis, is the next Lord Black. And then had himself installed as regent for the House of Black." Sirius spun on the spot just as he was about to walk out of the room. His expression quickly morphed from shocked surprise to fury. "He what? You heard me," she scowled. "Lucius Malfoy is currently sitting the Black seat as regent. However, Gringotts has not given him access to the Black Vaults in his self-claimed role, because they know damned well he is not. And Malfoy has kept that quiet from the ministry. That will be the first thing I rectify at my trial," he all but snarled. "Yes, but because he has claimed regency and it therefore allows him a seat on the Wizengamot when he otherwise would not hold one, have no doubt that he will be pressuring the minister to have you, Kied, at the first opportunity," she explained. "It also explains why the order for Dementors to be sent out from Azkaban to hunt you down and, you exists. And why Bartemius Crouch Jr. was not, Kied, but, instead, just returned to his cell. That is why it is imperative you being given a trial is to remain a secret right up until you walk into the chamber for your trial. And, that is why Bonesy sent me to you to be put, on ice, until the trial, rather than kept in a holding cell in the Auror department," he nodded. "I wondered why, but was just happy she didn't choose that option." "That is why," nodded Andromeda. Also that evening, as soon as he was able to separate himself from Hermione, Harry quickly drafted a letter to send to his account Goblin in Gringotts. He had a warding job he wanted to done, toot sweet, and wanted the best erected he could get while also considering the environment in which they were to be erected. He also wanted it done in secret, with even the occupants not aware of it happening. And the goblins were the only ones who would do that. Gold was gold and it was none of their business if the humans would be disagreeable or not. The next morning and very shortly after breakfast, Harry and Hermione were approached by 4 Aurors, 2 of whom he recognized, just as they were leaving the Great Hall. With a quizzical frown, he asked, "What's going on?" "I'm Master Auror Robards," said Robards. "Madame Bones has requested your presence at today's trials, after all." "Were your escort just me?" he asked. "No, Lord Potter," he replied. "Miss Granger, as well." After Harry glanced at Hermione for a moment he turned back and sighed before looking at his current 2 Auror shadows. "You recognize these 4? he asked. "Yes, Lord Potter. They are who they say they are," replied the senior of the 2. "Very well," he said, turning back to Robards. "Well, it's not as if we've got anything better to do." Robards smiled and gave a nod. "Then, let us be off," he said, indicating the main doors. "Not yet," said Harry. "Both of us need to change out of our everyday wear before we go. It would be unseemly to appear in the Wizengamot chambers in anything but our best." "There's no need," started Robards. To hurry there, Harry cut in. "I know. Give us 15 minutes and we'll be ready to go." Robards gave a sigh of minor frustration before he nodded. And both teens hurried up the stairs to the Gryffindor Tower. And both were back down in just under the time Harry gave them to get changed. Both were wearing wizarding robes for their gender, with Harry wearing quite good quality robes. Harry also knew the robes Hermione was wearing was her only set of non-Hogwarts robes. Ready? Asked Robards, as soon as he saw them come down the stairs. Yep, replied Harry. Then, let us go, he said. We're now running a little behind schedule. Then you should have allowed for that in your scheduling, shouldn't you? Harry shot back. Robards chose to ignore the question. Before the trial started, the two teens were taken to Madame Bones's office. There, she explained that she was unable to develop sufficient evidence to see Lucius Malfoy face trial. We all know he's guilty, she agreed. However, yours is the only testimony containing any evidence against him. And, while you're obviously quite the clever young man, you were still only 12 years old at the time he tried to cast the killing curse at you. His stated reason for that, by the way, was just to scare you. He claims he was never going to do it. And, under Wizarding Britain law, threatening it is not the same as actually doing it. However, she continued, I have sufficient evidence to have him removed from being a sitting member of the Wizengamot for prejudicial behavior. I informed him he either voluntarily stepped down from that body, or I would take him to trial and have him permanently stripped from ever being allowed to sit upon that body, anyway. I think I had enough for that. As he still has the dream of the magical house of Malfoy being elevated to noble status within his lifetime, I know he would not want to jeopardize that. I made it quite clear it would not happen if he tried to force the issue and still tried to demand sitting on the Mo. I'd charge him, anyway. Damn, scowled Harry. However, he could still try to force it later, once he felt sufficient time had passed and you wouldn't then be able to push for his trial, anyway. Nope, she smiled. I forced him to make an oath he would not try to sit on the Mo until the House of Malfoy was elevated. And let him think there was still a chance of that. I'll be making damn sure there isn't. So, he's decided to play the long game and wait, rather than force the issue and risk losing everything, he sighed. At least he's showing the Slytherin mindset his son utterly lacks. Just so, she agreed with a nod. Because of the secrecy surrounding Sirius turning himself in, not even Harry was made aware his godfather's trial would be that day. Actually, the only people who knew of it were Sirius himself, Amelia Bones, Gawain Robards, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Nymphadora Tonks, Andromeda Tonks, who was now his self-appointed healer, and Ted Tonks, who would be acting as his law wizard for the trial. That was until that morning, moments before the trial started and Harry and Hermione had already left to be taken down and snuck into the chamber. Then she'd summoned the Aurors who would also be in the courtroom into her office and briefed them. Having already met Edward, Ted, Tonks on a couple of occasions previously and his opinion of the man now impressing him even more, Sirius had decided he would both accept the man as his law wizard for the trial and, unknown to anyone else just yet, including the man himself, would be retaining the Muggle-born wizard as his law wizard of record for the House of Black at the immediate conclusion of the trial. Sirius had no idea who was the current law wizard of record for the House of Black, but knew whoever it was hadn't done their job by ensuring he received a trial in the first place. He suspected Malfoy's interference in that. The first trial up that morning was of Cornelius Fudge, as expected. Harry and Hermione were escorted in just as the members of the Wizengamot filed in. 3 days previously, Madame Bones herself sent the owl to Fudge informing him of his trial. In that notice she also informed him that if he didn't turn up in person before 9 a.m. that morning, precisely, then he would be tried in absentia. And, as such, would not have opportunity to speak in his own defense. Further, if he didn't turn up and was found guilty of any of the crimes for which he'd been charged, then he would be considered to have escaped lawful custody. Then reminded him that it was he, on his own authority, who ordered the Dementors out to hunt down Sirius Black and immediately apply him with the key, just because he had escaped lawful custody. She expected it was enough to ensure the man was in court and she was right. When the current chief adjudicator, Madame Augusta Longbottom, who still had not stepped down as regent for the House of Longbottom, banged her gavel and called for the accused, Mr. Cornelius Fudge, to step forward, a similarly portly man to him almost reluctantly came forward from the very full visitors' gallery. "And, who are you, sir?" she asked. "Minister Cornelius Fudge," he replied. "I've taken Polyjuice to ensure I safely arrived before someone tried to murder me, again." "Again?" asked Longbottom. "Someone tried to enter my home, without invitation, the night of my arrest, 6 days ago," he replied. I informed Amelia by owl I was then immediately moving to a safe house known only to me for my own safety. When Longbottom turned to Amelia, the stern woman nodded back and replied, I was so informed. Turning back to Fudge she said, very well. Take a seat, and indicated the accused's chair with its golden chains. At least you have enough honor to come here today. Though he looked at the chair with some fear, Fudge manned up and sat. As soon as he did, the chains leapt to life and firmly bound him to the chair. He gave a quiet yelp and slightly jumped when they did. Fudge's trial then went through quite quickly. Each of Harry's memories were displayed, as they were in the first task, of Fudge's behavior regarding being informed of Sirius's innocence. Together with other memories the man himself reluctantly submitted. The trial was quickly moving ahead. Harry and Hermione were not asked to give testimony, but were ready to do so if they were. They'd already been told they'd be there for each trial those memories were shown, just in case. They sat together off to the side apart from the general public and the media. They were watched over by two Aurors, Robards and Hammer, who kept their eyes scanning the room looking for trouble. It did not pass the notice of either team that they were right alongside a door that led out of the chamber, but not out to any public area they knew of. Harry suspected it was through to the members' area behind the tiers. When the charges were read out it was clear the man was not unaware of them. He then immediately pleaded guilty to all bar one. That one dealt with the acceptance of bribes. Fudge's law wizard was clearly under orders not to fight the charges too hard, only the evidence given for the taking of bribes and only seek to clarify matters when he felt evidence was skewed. When directly asked why he pleaded not guilty to the charges of accepting bribes, he said he did not see them as such and firmly believed them to be donations for each of his re-election campaigns as they arose. However, he pleaded guilty to failing to report evidence that suggested Sirius Black was innocent. But tempered it with saying, while it was 3 teenagers who stated that without providing their own evidence, a Master Occlumens informed him he believed the 3 to be under the effect of Confundus charms. And a second wizard later told him he believed the same. When asked who those 2 were, he replied, Severus Snape was the first, and Albus Dumbledore was the second. That led Harry to almost snarling in anger. Hermione just gave a sob and leaned on Harry's shoulder, softly crying. It was apparent that Fudge's testimony just drove another nail into the coffin of her respect for the old man. Unknown to him, she'd still held out hope that Dumbledore's actions were either unintentional or misconstrued. Fudge's evidence burned that forlorn hope away. You were aware, were you not, that at the time you ordered the Dementors to be brought in to administer the key to Sirius Black that he was already back in custody, pressed Longbottom, and that he was also the Lord Apparent of the noble and most ancient House of Black? Fudge gave a visible gulp and began to shake a little. It had not occurred to me, at the time. Considering you held the highest political position in magical Britain at that time, I find it very difficult to believe, she glared back at him. However, we have no proof, either way, on whether or not you're telling the truth. Ignorance of that is not a defense, Chief Adjudicator Longbottom, Prosecutor Scrimgeour piped up. No, it is not, nodded Longbottom. However, if he truly did not know, it offers explanation. And, yet, proof was available to him, argued Scrimgeour. While those underaged cannot be asked to give a vow as to the truth of their verbal remarks, they can give memories. Memories can be tampered with, argued the defense law wizard. Only by those who are, themselves, Master Occlumenses, Scrimgeour argued right back. And, if you argue they are Master Occlumenses, then you must also accept they could not be under Confundus charms. You cannot argue both. Alas, such memories were not offered at the time, he argued back. Nor asked for. Enough, snapped Longbottom. This argument will lead nowhere. The court case wrapped up soon afterwards after almost an hour and a half. The sentence was the immediate and permanent stripping of Fudge of his position as minister, being able to hold any position within the ministry ever again, being able to sit upon the Wizengamot in any capacity ever again, fined a total of 100,000 galleons and sentenced to Azkaban's light security wing, Dementor-free, for 5 years. Next up came Umbridge. The stupid woman tried to bluster her way out of her own trial citing she was acting under her authority as senior undersecretary. And that what she did was because of matters the court was both not privy to and could not be told. Longbottom immediately shot that down by stating, if you do not tell us those reasons then they cannot be used by you in your defense. That has been a precept of law for centuries. Her law wizard tried to argue her case was special and should be exempt from that precept due to her position, but failed to sway the members. Even when he demanded a vote for it, which he'd lost, he still tried to argue for it. It took Longbottom having to tell him that if he continued to push for it he'd be ordered from the chamber for hindering the trial before he finally shut up about it. It was then quickly clear to all that it was now clear to him he'd lost the case right at that point. From then on he was arguing for leniency. However, the members were not in a lenient mood. She was sentenced to 10 years in Azkaban in medium security and led from the chamber in chains, still demanding she was in the right and the members were wrong. Looking to the members, Harry could see many of them were both relieved and or a little smug about her getting her comeuppance. Harry suspected that many of those she blackmailed were sitting in those tiers. Once Umbridge was let out, Longbottom ordered, "Bring in the next accused." Everyone expected it to be Barty Crouch Sr. However, that's not who came in. Instead, yet another wizard stepped down from the visitors' gallery and walked forward. He appeared quite thin. He was also accompanied by another man at his heel. This one was a little more stocky. It wasn't until he was walking forward, turned and winked at where he knew Harry was sitting with a smirk, that Harry realized who the slender wizard was. Sirius, he thought, in shock. It was Hermione's gasp that alerted him that she knew who it was, too. "Harry," she whispered to him, "do you know who that is?" "I do now," he whispered back. "Now, please be quiet and don't give the game away. This should prove interesting." Looking around, Harry could see that all the Aurors had tensed up, with many already having their wands out and were closely watching everyone and everything. "Bartemius Crouch Sr.?" asked Madame Longbottom. "No, ma'am," he replied, before reaching up and removing the rune stone necklace from about his neck. As soon as the stone cleared his skin, his form blurred a little before settling on Sirius's normal form. Unlike the last time they saw him, however, he was wearing robes of the finest cut and materials, plus his robes showed the Black family crest on his right brast. "Sirius Orion Black III, he continued. That had near pandemonium in the chamber, both from within the members' tiers and the visitors' gallery. Bones immediately fired a cannon blast charm and bellowed, "Be silent." That she obviously also pumped her magic into amplifying her voice a little was a given, as Harry could not believe someone could be so loud without magical or technological help. That, pretty quickly, had everyone settle back down again. "Aurors," she called, more quietly. "Anyone who doesn't settle down immediately when ordered to do so is to be escorted from the chamber, unable to return." As Aurors began to move, everyone immediately went silent. No one wanted to miss this, so the threat was a biggie. Once she had quiet again, Madame Longbottom firmly asked, "And just why do we have Sirius Black stepping forward as an accused?" "Because the man has never had a trial," replied Bones. "He was summarily tossed into Azkaban, 13 years ago, without one. Today, we are rectifying that gross miscarriage of justice." That had murmurs again rising both among the members and the visiting public. Sirius calmly walked forward and was about to sit in the chair when he stopped and said, "For this moment and before I take a seat I will first inform you I have both a wand and a portkey on my person. My wand is in a holster on my left wrist and a portkey in the form of a bracelet is on my right wrist." And carefully moved his arms out and away from his body. Kingsley Shacklebolt immediately stepped up behind him and relieved him of both. Then, before stepping away, scanned him. Looking up at Bones he clearly said, "There are no other magical devices on his person, ma'am." "Very well," said Longbottom. "Please take a seat, Mr. Black. Actually, as I have not yet been found guilty of a crime, you should be addressing me as Lord Apparent Sirius Black of the noble and most ancient House of Black, Chief Adjudicator Longbottom," he firmly corrected. "Or, Lord Apparent Black in the short form." She gave a nod back and said, "Lord Apparent Black, then. Please take a seat." With his own nod back, Sirius sat in the chair. The chains, almost lazily this time, wrapped about him. The wizard with him stood just behind his left shoulder. "For the record," he said, before anyone else could speak. "I swear on my magic and my life I do not now carry on my person any portkeys or other magical foci. In effect, I am unarmed. As I say, so I swear, so shall I be judged." He gave a slightly muted flash as magic accepted his oath. Clever, thought Harry. Now no one can curse him and use the excuse they thought he was going to attack them or use magic to escape. As he sat, Madam Bones handed Madam Longbottom a sheaf of parchment. The gentle wizard with Sirius then said, "Law Wizard Edward Tonks, acting for the defense." As she read through it, Longbottom stated, "For the record, I have just been handed by Madam Director Amelia Bones of the DMLE what appears to be a dicta quill taken testimony of Lord Apparent Black taken in the presence of both Madam Bones and 3 of her aurors. According to the testimony, Lord Apparent Black gave the testimony while under the effects of veritaserum given with his permission." Turning to Madam Bones she asked, "Do you, Madam Bones, so attest that this testimony was, indeed, taken both by a properly functioning dicta quill and while Lord Black was under the effects of veritaserum?" "I do, Chief Adjudicator," replied Bones. Longbottom then gave the documents a swish with her wand and suddenly copies of it flew to each sitting member. Turning to Sirius she asked, "Lord Apparent Black, do you, of your own free will, assent to the use of veritaserum being used upon you at this time and in this place?" "I do, with conditions," he replied. "And your conditions?" she asked. "That such questions directed to me are only asked by yourself, Madam Bones and Law Wizard Tonks," he firmly replied. "I can accept those conditions," she replied. "In that case, bring forth a sealed vial of veritaserum." A rack of vials was quickly produced, checked for tampering and a single vial taken to Sirius. Auror Fleming was the one to administer the recommended 3 drops, which Sirius willingly accepted. After the test questions were asked they got right into the relevant ones. 20 minutes later those members who didn't already know, together with the visitors, were left stunned and appalled. Sirius was proven under veritaserum not to be the Potter's secret keeper on that fateful night. Peter Pettigrew was proven to be the secret keeper as he verbally gave Sirius the secret, which, unlike if it was written down, could only be done by the secret keeper. Pettigrew had also verbally given the secret to Albus Dumbledore, which meant Dumbledore knew it was Pettigrew, not Sirius, who was the secret keeper. Pettigrew escaped that street in Manor by sending a blasting curse at a gas main, which killed the Muggles. He willingly cut off one of his fingers to leave it behind as evidence purporting he was also blown up by the gas explosion, but escaped, and that he escaped from Azkaban, not to kill Harry Potter, but to protect him, as he had evidence Pettigrew was at Hogwarts in his animagus form posing as the pet rat of a young boy from Gryffindor. That took quite the while to explain and, by the end of it, the veritaserum was wearing off. Sirius was also quick to alert Madams Longbottom and Bones of that fact, too. After a long few moments and a long sigh, Madam Longbottom said, "I think we've heard enough to prove Lord Apparent Black's innocence. Any objections against us immediately moving to the vote?" "I object," called Caractacus Knot, one of those Death Eaters who claimed he was under the Imperious curse while serving Riddle. "It is obvious prisoner Black has taken a counter-agent to veritaserum. And, therefore, he has been spouting nothing but lies." As people jumped up in arms as to his gall in stating such, Madam Longbottom had to bang her gavel a couple of times to restore order. As soon as she got it, but before she could say anything, Sirius piped up. "I Sirius Orion Black III, swear on my magic and my life I have taken no such counter-agent to veritaserum. As I say, so I swear, so should I be judged." Again, there was the muted flash of light signifying the oath is given and accepted. "As I'm still alive, I'm obviously telling the truth," he snapped back. "Yes, well," said Madam Longbottom. "That puts paid to that." She then turned to Knot and said, "And one more remark out of turn from you, Lord Knot, I will both evict you from these proceedings and encourage Lord Black to sue you for slander." Knot immediately fell silent, but fumed in his seat. When the wizard shut back up, Madam Longbottom then called the vote. It was a very clear majority, almost 3/4 of those present, that voted Sirius not guilty. And only a few of the Dark Houses, including Parkinson and Knot, who voted him guilty. As soon as the vote was decided, Madam Longbottom then said, "Lord Apparent Sirius Orion Black III of the noble and most ancient House of Black, having been found not guilty by a clear majority of the Wizengamot of all charges this day, you are declared not guilty. You are free to go." "Aurors," called Madam Bones. "Release Lord Black of the chains. He is a free man." As soon as they did so, he stood, closed his eyes and took a deep cleansing breath before turning to look in Harry's direction with a twinkle in his eyes and a wide grin on his face. Further, called Madam Bones. The key on site, order against Lord Apparent Black for the Dementors is hereby immediately and unequivocally revoked. Further, all Dementors not having already been returned to Azkaban are to also be immediately recalled directly to that place. Or, Samson, go, right now, to the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures and see to that immediately. The first order is to have been removed and the second invoked by no later than 30 minutes from now. Yes, ma'am, nodded one of the younger Aurors before he spun about from his place along one of the walls and hurried from the room. Chief Adjudicator Longbottom, called Tonks. As Lord Black was unlawfully incarcerated for 12 years, plus had to suffer for a further year on the run while dodging Dementors sent to beep out his soul, it falls to Ministry to compensate the man. The defense claims the sum of 100,000 galleons per year pro rata for that insult and the harm he has received. Further, the defense demands Lord Apparent Black be recognized by this body as the rightful godfather of Lord Harrison James Potter, as per the wishes of his parents. Lord Apparent Black, as per the parents' wishes of Harrison James Potter, was supposed to be the rightful guardian of the then infant Harrison James Potter on their passing. A position the defense believes was usurped by Albus Dumbledore. When it has now become known Albus Dumbledore knew Lord Apparent Black was then the infant Harrison James Potter's rightful guardian, magical or otherwise. So ordered, stated Madame Longbottom. You are aware, are you not, that since Lord Potter's name came out of the Goblet of Fire for the Triwizard tournament that he has been recognized as an of-age student and, therefore, an emancipated minor. The defense is aware that Lord Potter has been declared of age, not an emancipated minor, he stated back. He cannot, legally, be both. Harry knew that but was thankful this Tonks man made it a matter of record. He wondered what Longbottom was trying to accomplish by having him recognized as an emancipated minor and not of age. She was up to something there, as she scowled back for a moment. In that case, Lord Apparent Black, unless there is anything further, you are free to go, she said. There is one piece of business I have before this body that I consider most urgent, Madame Longbottom, said Sirius. Oh, she asked. And what might that be? Turning to the Auror Shacklebolt, who had taken his wand earlier, Sirius asked, my wand, please. After the Auror quickly checked with Madame Bones he had permission to return it to the man, Shacklebolt silently handed it back. Thank you, said Sirius, turning back around. Immediately holding the wand in the grip to give oath, he said, I, Lord Apparent Sirius Orion Black III of the noble and most ancient House of Black, hereby remove Lucius Abraxas Malfoy from unlawfully holding proxy, or claimed regency, of the seat of Black, and demand he no longer hold that role, from this very moment forth. With Malfoy out of the way, at the moment, no one sat the seat. Malfoy did not sit a seat in his own right, because the House of Malfoy was not a noble one, as he often tried to publicly state. Done, declared Longbottom. Now, continued Sirius, who sits as regent or proxy for the House of Potter. He watched as all eyes in the members' tiers swiveled to stare at Elphias Doge, who was staring at Sirius in shock. Elphias Doge, asked Sirius. Do you currently claim regency or proxy for the House of Potter? Doge blanched, nodded back and replied, Albus Dumbledore, as Mr. Potter's magical guardian, appointed me as proxy with him as regent. The man seemed to have suddenly broken out in a cold sweat. Since I was never convicted of a crime that would require it, I was never stripped of being the rightful guardian of Harrison James Potter and I never appointed Albus Dumbledore as regent of the House of Potter in my stead, Sirius argued right back. Therefore, Albus Dumbledore was never in a position where he had any right to claim regency or appoint you as proxy for the seat of Potter. Added to that, began Sirius. As Lord Potter has been declared of age, he no longer needs a regent. And it is also now his right to name his own proxy. You know that and shouldn't have even taken that seat today. Step down. Doge seemed to slump in his seat, or, rather, Harry's seat, for a moment, before he rose and made his way down the stairs and out of the tiers. He didn't even look at Sirius or in Harry's direction. Sirius then asked Madame Longbottom, a moment of the Wizengame's indulgence, Madame Longbottom, while I confer with Lord Potter. Madame Longbottom immediately snapped, no. I call for the vote, Bones immediately cut in. Longbottom was obviously still very angry with Harry, hence her refusal. Luckily, Bones knew that. That's why she called the vote to decide. Clearly the call made her even more angry. Very well, she snapped. All those in favor of the indulgence. More than half raised their wands. Those against. Only a few were raised. Still with a moe of annoyance and anger, Longbottom turned back and said, "You have 5 minutes, Lord Black." As soon as the decision was announced, Harry stood up from his chair and made his way to Sirius, who then immediately laid a big hug on him for a moment, and Tonks. Stepping back, Sirius quietly asked, "Any ideas on who to name as your proxy, Harry? Or, would you prefer to take the seat yourself? It would mean taking at least 1 day off school a month to attend the Wizengamot if you want to take the seat yourself." Harry thought about it for a few moments before he said, "I do not know. Can I defer the decision until the next meeting of the Wizengamot?" "That's actually a wise decision," said Tonks, while Sirius smiled. "I think so, too," said Sirius. "However, I think it might be a good idea to give your proxy, temporarily, to Madam Bones. It will be one more vote that will fall against Dumbledore and his lackeys in their trials." "Good idea," said Harry. "All right, do that." Again, Sirius smiled and said, "Thank you, Harry. You can return to your seat." As Harry did so, Sirius spun back to the Wizengamot and said to Madame Longbottom, "Thank you for the indulgence, Madame Longbottom. I do not need the full 5 minutes. At this time, I name as proxy for the seat of Black, Madame Andromeda Tonks of the House of Tonks and soon to be reinstated to the House of Black. And further, as true named guardian of Lord Potter and under direction from Lord Potter, I name as proxy for the seat of Potter Madame Director Amelia Bones of the House of Bones and Director of the DMLE." "Very well," she said. "Is Madame Andromeda Tonks here?" Standing up from the visitors' gallery, Andy Tonks stepped down and came forth. "You may take your seat in the seat of Black," said Madame Longbottom. As the woman did so, Longbottom continued, "Let the record reflect that the new proxy for the seat of Black is Madame Andromeda Tonks of the House of Tonks, and the new proxy for the seat of Potter is Madame Director Amelia Bones of the House of Bones and Director of the DMLE." Turning to Sirius again, she asked, "Anything else?" "No, ma'am," he replied. "Thank you to the Wizengamot for finally giving me the trial I should have had within a month of first being held in custody in November of 1981. Better late than never, I suppose." Then he spun away and went to sit with Harry and Hermione. He conjured his own seat there as he approached. However, he need not have bothered. Turning to Bones, Longbottom asked, "Do we have the next ready?" "I believe we should break for lunch," replied Bones. "That will give my Aurors time to go to Hogwarts and bring back the next 2 after Bartemius Crouch Sr., Rubeus Hagrid and Phileas Flitwick. They're half-breeds, both of them," snapped Nott. "I say we just toss them into Azkaban." "Lord Nott, we just got through finding a man to be innocent, who was tossed into Azkaban without a trial," sighed Bones. "Do you want to see the Ministry pay out yet more galleons in reparations should they later be found innocent?" That shut the man up again. And again he sat back in a funky sulk. "We break for 1 hour for lunch," declared Madame Longbottom. And she banged her gavel once on the bench before her. That had her then rise and begin to walk out, followed by the other members. They walked out while quietly chatting between themselves. During lunch, where the 2 teens, Sirius and Ted Tonks, were invited to dine in the DMLE cafeteria at the insistence of Madame Bones's Aurors and at Sirius's own insistence, Harry and Hermione went through the facts of what had happened over the past few days and where they knew the Daily Prophet had printed untruths. Ted and Andromeda Tonks also sat near them, but left the 3 to chat quietly among themselves. Harry was surprised Andromeda had not joined the other members in the members' own dining room, but quickly realized she and her husband rarely managed to enjoy lunch together. Ted worked normal office hours out of his office and Andromeda worked shifts at St. Mungo's. Because they were also trying to eat at the time and neither would speak while their mouths were full, it took almost the entire hour for the 2 teens to go through it all. Sirius did unknowingly help them with that, as he spent time just absorbing and thinking about what they'd told him after each answer before asking the next question. As the hour was coming to a close, he gave a pained sigh while looking at Harry and said, "You're right. From what you've told me, Dumbledore's been setting you up. I have no idea why, though. It's like he's trying to without letting on he's doing it, preparing me for something big," said Harry. "And I believe it has to do with Tom Riddle. You know he believes Riddle, he who you know as Voldemort, will return, don't you?" Harry saw both Hermione and Sirius give a slight shudder when he mentioned the name Voldemort. And knew, on Sirius's behalf at least, it had to do with how Riddle had set up a taboo on the name Voldemort when he was at the height of his powers prior to October 1981. So, sighed Sirius, Dumbledore's definitely guilty of at least a great deal of which he's been charged. Yes, replied Harry. But, more than that, I believe he's guilty of all of it and a great deal more. Hermione nodded. When's his trial? Asked Sirius. Last, replied Harry. Madam Bones believes she's going to discover more evidence of crimes he's committed during the trials of those who've gone before him. That, of course, includes all the professors and other Hogwarts staff whose trials are this afternoon and tomorrow, at least. After the hour break everyone returned to the chamber. As soon as Madame Longbottom was settled she banged her gavel and declared, "This session of the Wizengamot sitting in judicial review is once again in session. Bring in the next accused." Next up was the person they expected immediately after Umbridge, Barty Crouch Sr. Bones started with the most important of the charges against him, first, breaking his son out of Azkaban. And, if that wasn't the nail in the coffin that dealt his doom, the next matter was him repeatedly using one of the unforgivables, the Imperious Curse, on that son. Madame Longbottom gave him the opportunity to plead guilty to both charges before they started on the evidence. He did. "As you have pleaded guilty to both breaking your son out of Azkaban," said Madame Longbottom, "and have also pleaded guilty to the multiple use of an unforgivable, I believe there is both no need to delve further and only one course of action open to us. I now call the vote. That vote will be for not guilty of all charges or guilty of either charge. It matters not which, as they both carry the same sentence, life in Azkaban. All those in favor of guilty, vote now." Again more than 3/4 voted. "Though it means little difference," she said, "all those in favor of not guilty, vote now." Only a few wands lit. Surprisingly, they were from the neutrals who believed Crouch's services of playing hardball with the day during his tenure as head of the DMLE should mean something. Having voted, she said, "Mr. Bartemius Crouch Sr., the Wizengamot overwhelmingly finds you guilty. As per sentencing requirements for a crime of this magnitude, you are to be incarcerated in the medium security wing of Azkaban for the rest of your natural life. Aurors, shackle him and take him away." Crouch was then immediately shackled and led from the room. He almost had to be dragged, he was sobbing so much. Next led in through the doors was Rubeus Hagrid. He was not in chains or manacles as he wasn't deemed to be a risk. He was led to the accused chair, which had to be magically enlarged, and sat upon it. The chains almost lazily draped themselves over him. After the charges were read, which included conspiracy to kidnap the heir of a noble and most ancient house and endangering children at Hogwarts with Fluffy, he asked how he pled. "Guilty," he immediately replied in a dejected manner. "Bu, only because, since it were Dumbledore, utal, me ta do it, ought didn't think ought done anything wrong." "Guilty with mitigating circumstances," said Longbottom. "Accepted. Madam Bones, you may commence your case." First, Bones started by submitting to evidence the testimony Hagrid gave the day he was arrested, and stated he gave it under Veritaserum. Then she began by questioning him, again under Veritaserum, as he wasn't a pureblood, he wasn't exempt from being forced to take it. And started with the night Harry's parents were murdered by Voldemort and his role within it, before moving forward to the traps on the 3rd floor in the 1991-92 school year and his part within that too. Surprisingly, she then went back a few years and asked him questions relating to the death of Myrtle Warren, the now ghost of Beeping Myrtle, and his role in that. A court-appointed law wizard, who had offered himself as defense counsel, then asked him about his direct part in the girl's death and why he was believed guilty of it. It turned out he wasn't, but he was unable to properly defend himself against the charges at the time. That was why he'd found his wand snapped and ordered not to be allowed to cast magic from that day forth. Then Bones said, "It is not the prosecution's intent, at this time, to see Mr. Hagrid incarcerated, as we believe he was faithfully acting under what he believed to be the lawful orders of Albus Dumbledore, his boss." The law wizard added, "It is the defense's request, also at this time, for Mr. Hagrid to be returned wand privileges. As this latest evidence has now shown the truth of the matter, we do not feel he was justly found guilty of facts that led to the death of the minor witch, Myrtle Warren, which is what led to him being incarcerated and his wand snapped at the time. The prosecution has no problem with that, returned Bones. However, we do feel strongly that he never be allowed to be in a position of authority over a child, ever again. Madame Longbottom thought of that for a few moments before she declared, if Mr. Hagrid is found innocent of the crimes for which he sits before us today, then we shall vote on the request for his wand privileges to be reinstated. The second part is irrelevant if his guilt is decided in the first part. Secondly, because of the nature of the crimes committed against and relating to Lord Potter, we shall vote first for his innocence and then for his punishment if he is found guilty. Are there any who wish to ask questions, or shall we move on to the votes? When she again received no comment, not even from Nott, she said, very well. Those voting for guilty, do so now. To Harry, it appeared a little less than half voted for guilty. Those who vote for not guilty, do so now. Again, a little less than half voted. Apparently, the rest had abstained. When the tally was given, those who voted not guilty won through, just. Harry could see Hagrid slump forward in relief. Very well, said Madame Longbottom. A minority has voted for your innocence. Therefore, you are free of that matter. We shall now vote on whether or not wand privileges shall be returned to you. Those who vote, yes, for the return of wand privileges, do so now. Again, less than half voted in favor. Those who vote, no, for the return of wand privileges, do so now. This time a clear majority voted against. I am sorry, Mr. Hagrid, said Madame Longbottom. Wand privileges will not be returned to you at this time. This Alry, he quietly said. Now used ta not, avenue in a wand. You are free to go, Mr. Hagrid, she said. And, accordingly, you are free to return to Hogwarts as groundskeeper. However, you are not to ever be in a position where you are in authority over children, ever again. That includes being the one to take the first years across the lake on their first night in the castle. Understood. Yes, he replied. The chains then dropped away and he, quite dejectedly, rose and made his own way out of the chamber. Once Hagrid exited, Longbottom turned to Bones and asked, do we have time for one more? This one, we do, she replied. This person immediately and without equivocation offered a plea of guilty to all charges in advance. They are already quite repentant. Then it should be a quick one, declared Madame Longbottom. Bring in the accused. Harry thought it would be Professor Flitwick, he was right. As with Hagrid, Professor Flitwick was not led in wearing manacles. Instead, he calmly walked in with the 2 oars assigned to him merely following him along without even laying hands on him. He directly headed to the accused's chair, which had been altered to his stature between the time Hagrid left and he arrived, and sat upon it. The chains, just as with Hagrid and Sirius, lazily draped over him. Harry was beginning to suspect the chains were not just magically enchanted to wrap around the accused, but also in such a way as to imply the innocence or guilt of the person sitting on the chair. Once he was sitting, he was told he would be taking Veritaserum. I'm sorry, madam, he quietly replied. But, as a part goblin, I'm somewhat immune to its effects. However, after studying it, I believe 4 drops, rather than the regulated 3, may in fact work on me as I'm only part goblin. If you are willing to take 4 drops, then I cannot see any reason for you not to take such, said Madame Longbottom. Or, said Madame Bones. 4 drops, if you would. Fleming replied, yes, ma'am. 4 drops. He then stepped forward and, as Flitwick willingly tilted his head back and stuck his tongue out, the 4 drops were administered. They waited the recommended time and then asked him the verification questions. Harry was surprised to learn he was actually 104 years old. Madame Bones then read out the charges against him, of which there was only 2. One for child endangerment through placing one of the traps on the 3rd floor in Harry's first year and one for failing to stop the ongoing abuse of a student through ongoing bullying, Luna. For the record, Mr. Flitwick, said Longbottom. How do you plead? To my absolute shame, guilty to both charges, ma'am, he immediately replied. On my return to the castle on the evening following the first task in the Triwizard tournament, I immediately moved to end the bullying of Miss Lovegood. However, it does not forgive me for not stopping the bullying as soon as I became aware of it, other than reporting it to Headmaster Dumbledore. You will have the chance to speak in your defense later, Mr. Flitwick, said Longbottom. For now, your plea of guilty to both charges is noted. Madame Bones, you may begin. After first submitting Flitwick's interrogation transcript, Madam Bones moved on to both Harry's and Flitwick's own memory strands, which, as with all others, was shown in a solicitor's projective pensive to the court. After that, a dictaquil transcribed statement from Luna Lovegood was submitted. "As you can see from Miss Lovegood's statement," said Bones, "she never once reported the bullying to any member of staff. She appears to believe it was the fault of fanciful and invisible creatures that made her fellow housemates behave the way they did. It is the opinion of a DMLE authorized mind healer that Miss Lovegood is still suffering from the effects of the death of her mother, when she was 9 years old. The woman died in her arms and Miss Lovegood appears to suffer some measure of guilt in not being able to help her." "Has she since been offered help in that area?" asked Longbottom. "Yes, but her father is unable to afford it." Harry silently vowed he'd both look out for her and pay for it, as he utterly despised bullies. "Very well," said Madame Longbottom. "You may continue." "The prosecution rests, Chief Adjudicator," replied Bones. With a nod back, Longbottom then turned to Flitwick. "Mr. Flitwick, as you do not seem to be represented by a law wizard, it is now your turn to offer evidence in your own defense." "The only defense I offer, Chief Adjudicator, is included in my testimony," he replied. "However, to repeat what I have written so the other members may know of it, I make you aware of the following." He then went on to describe how he was unable to find work after he'd retired from the dueling circuit and how Albus Dumbledore was the only person to offer him work. Then he described how, in 1991, Dumbledore stated he would fire him if he did not go ahead and assist with setting the traps on the third-floor corridor after he first balked at doing it. However, Dumbledore had also promised him that no student would be able to get into that corridor, let alone through to the trap he had set up, and he had trusted the man. Next he told of how he was aware of some bullying going on in the school and, when he first came across it, issued punishment. However, when he raised the issue of the constant ongoing bullying by the majority of students in his own house against one student with the headmaster, Dumbledore told him he was to leave it alone. "He told me it would build character in the girl, to rise above it," said Flitwick. "And I am ashamed I didn't act against the headmaster's order and deal with it, anyway." At the beginning of this school year he also wanted to offer assistance to Mr. Potter, but the headmaster forbade him doing that. 2. Citing that the Triwizard tournament specifically forbade it and that he would risk his magic if he attempted it. However, once he found out from a reading of the contract that Mr. Potter, due to his name coming out of the goblet, could not then be considered a Hogwarts champion, he knew he could offer Harry assistance. But, by then, it was too late. That was only 2 days before the task. "That concludes the evidence I submit, Chief Adjudicator," he finished. "The defense rests." "Very well," said Longbottom, giving a firm nod back. "Under my direction we shall vote on 3 issues. The first is only for guilt or innocence and we will vote each separately. If found guilty for either or both, we will then vote for punishment of each guilty verdict. Please remember that a vote of guilt in any crime against a child could very well mean that Mr. Flitwick will immediately lose his job as a professor at Hogwarts." She gave that a moment to sink in before she said, "In the first matter, the setting up of a dangerous trap within the school in the 1991-92 school year, those voting for guilty please vote now." About a third voted. "Those voting for not guilty, please vote now." About half voted. Harry could see the professor would be declared not guilty of that charge. In the second matter, failing to act to protect a student under his care from harm within the school in the 1992 to present school years, those voting for guilty, please vote now. Again, about a third voted. "Those voting for not guilty please vote now." Again, about half voted. Harry could see the professor would be declared not guilty of that charge, too. "I move for another vote, Chief Adjudicator," said one of the members, rising in place. "Oh?" asked Longbottom. "And what would that be?" "Given what has been made clear this day, I move for a vote to be taken as to whether Phileas Flitwick be allowed to remain a head of house or banned from such a position forevermore." "Very well," she replied. "I can see the wisdom of that. In this new matter, losing his head of house position due to a loss of trust, those voting the affirmative please vote now." This time, a little over half voted. "Those voting for the status quo, with Mr. Flitwick retaining his head of house position, please vote now." And, this time, less than half voted. The professor would be losing his head of house position. Turning to look at the professor, Harry could see it was what the little charms master expected. Mr. Phileas Flitwick, it is the decision of this court that you are declared not guilty of the charges laid against you. However, this court has also found that your forsworn guilt is sufficient for you to lose your position as head of Ravenclaw House. A position you will never be allowed again. Are we clear? Yes, ma'am, he quietly replied. Thank you. I shall do my best to recover my honor by never again falling under the sway of Albus Dumbledore to divert me from what is right. Very well, she said. Aurors, you may release him. Professor Flitwick, you are free to return to the castle to return to your position of Professor of Charms. As the chains were released and the professor stood, he bowed to the Wizengamot and, without another word, strode from the chamber. He looked in no one specific direction as he left. That's sad, said Sirius. Yes, said an equally sad Hermione. It was well-deserved punishment, Harry firmly retorted. He did as Dumbledore told him to, even when he knew it was wrong. He placed keeping his job over the safety of the students. For that alone, the man does not deserve your commiserations. You would have rather seen him fired? Asked a surprised Hermione. Hell, yes, he firmly replied. The man is a charms master of incredible skill. Plus, he's taught at least 2 full generations of students who have passed through the school. While he stated he believed only Dumbledore offered him a job, that was back over 20 years ago. Things have changed since then. Now, 2 generations of Hogwarts students know exactly who he is and what he's like. There is no way, for the last decade or so at least, he'd have been out of work for long. Hermione sighed and softly said, I guess you're right. Flitwick's trial was the last of the day. And Longbottom said they'd be recommencing the next morning with Pomona Sprouts and Severus Snape's. Depending on how long they both took, they would be followed by Minerva McGonagall and the Dursleys. Before they left for the day, Sirius took Harry aside to explain a few things to him. All right, pup, he began. Here's what you need to know. First, I'll be staying with the Tonkses for a while. I'll very soon be bringing Andy and, through her daughter back into the House of Black as recognized daughters, and Ted as a recognized spouse of a daughter of the House of Black. Harry gave a nod back but refrained from saying anything, knowing Sirius had more to tell him. Secondly, continued the old dog, I'm appointing Ted Tonks as the law wizard firm of record for the House of Black. No idea who it is now, but I consider them useless if they did nothing to ensure my freedom back in November 1981. Third, while you're still going to be a named heir of the House of Black, I'm sliding you down the line a bit. I'm naming Andy as my immediate heir, then her daughter, then you. Got that? Yeah, sounds good, Harry replied. Fourth, Andy's scheduled me for some pretty intense potions to aid me in healing as quick as possible. So, I won't be able to visit you in school, but I'll be available via OWL. Plus, I need to collect a pair of mirrors from my old family home in King's Cross. They're communication mirrors and will allow us to talk one-to-one anytime you feel the need to contact me. Again, Harry nodded. Fifth, during the next few weeks I also have to find time to get into Gringotts to collect the Lord's Ring for the noble and most ancient House of Black and don it. Then I'm going to need to make a start on getting the house finances back up to scratch. Yeah, that's important, agreed Harry. The goblins have informed me how much work I've got to do with them to get the House of Potter finances up to scratch, too. When I can, I'll help you with that, offered Sirius. Thanks, that'd be nice. In the meantime, keep your head down, said Sirius. And I apologize, in advance, I won't be able to come in to witness the trials tomorrow. I don't think I'll be able to move much once those potions begin to kick in. That's all right, Sirius, Harry was quick to say. The quicker you get your health back up to normal the sooner we'll be able to spend more time together. My thoughts, exactly, nodded Sirius. Just as they were about to part, with Andromeda clearly wanting to get Sirius back to her place, an unspeakable turned up and said, Lord Black. A moment of your time, if you would. It's vitally important. After a quick glance at Andromeda, Sirius said, sure. Then he turned back to Harry and said, take care of yourself, pup. And don't get too angry if the trials don't go as well as you hoped. I will. Thank you, Sirius, replied Harry, returning to his Auror escort, who were waiting off with Andromeda and Hermione. On his return to the school, Flitwick headed direct to his office. There, he pulled out a flagon of goblin ale and poured himself a healthy measure. Then he sat back in his office chair and went over all his past actions relating to Dumbledore, the rest of the staff, the students of what was his own house and the student population in general. Once he'd mentally reviewed everything, and pretty much polished off that, plus one other mug of ale, he pulled a long sheet of parchment before himself and began to make a list. This list would be the foundation of how he behaved as a professor, a man and a goblin from that point on. He worked until McGonagall knocked on his door. But he wasn't finished by a long cast. "Come," he barked. When McGonagall opened the door and tentatively walked in, she then quietly closed the door behind her. "How did it go?" she quietly asked. "I was lucky," he replied. "Because I pleaded guilty right from the start, I've managed not to both be sent to Azkaban or be fired. However, I've been stripped of my position as head of House Ravenclaw. That last, I believe, is because I didn't act to protect Miss Lovegood from the in-house bullying that she's been subjected to for the past 2+ years, as I bloody well should have. Dumbledore's orders be damned. You'd have been fired," she said. "Then I should have been fired, or rather, quit first." He snapped back. "I dishonored myself by putting my job before the welfare of the students. No matter what Dumbledore says, if he manages to come back to the castle, that will never happen again." That last bit was said with a quiet snarl. McGonagall was quiet for a few long moments as she stared at her colleague. Then she said, "I've just been informed my trial will likely be tomorrow afternoon. Pomona and Severus are in the morning." "I figured as much," he replied. After a second long pause, she asked, "May I ask what you're writing down?" "I have been mentally reviewing my behavior as a professor over the past couple decades and have decided I have a lot to change in my behavior and actions to have any hope of recovering my honor," he replied. "I'm writing down what will effectively be what I'll be changing of that. It will apply to my interactions with the headmaster, you if you're still here, the heads of houses, the rest of my colleagues and the students. No longer will I allow either the headmaster, or you, if you manage to retain your position as deputy headmistress, to dictate actions on my part that are contrary to my own personal sense of honor. If necessary, I will declare honor duel on whoever tries it. From this point forth I will be placing the safety of students above even my own. If the headmaster even so much as suggests otherwise, he and I will be facing one another on the dueling piste. He will likely win. However, I will definitely hurt him before he takes me down. If he's not already been removed from his position by then, the disgrace of having to kill me in a duel should then be enough to see him removed. At least that way my honor will be restored. If it takes the sacrifice of my life to achieve it, so be it." To say McGonagall was shocked at her colleague's words would be a major understatement. "So, Minerva McGonagall," he asked, "are you going to pull your lips off old Albus's ass and start doing the right thing? Or, are you going to keep doing the easy thing, the wrong thing, and find yourself very soon getting up close and personal with the Dementors of Azkaban?" She began, before she didn't know how to continue. Flitwick gave her a long few seconds to finish answering before he said, "If you can't figure out the answer to that question by the time your trial starts, I guess I should be saying goodbye to you, Minerva. You won't be returning to the castle." Unsure of what else to say, she just quietly left again. Her eyes were again filled with unshed tears. However, if he'd seen them he wouldn't have cared. He knew the fault of her actions lay entirely on her own shoulders. On their own return to the Gryffindor Tower, both Harry and Hermione were almost immediately besieged by students wanting to know the results of the trials. Before their Auror escort even managed to step forward to intercede, Harry had already lost his temper. Off. He shouted and glared at them all. When they, almost as one, immediately shut up and reeled back in shock, he snarled, "You lot have no right to make even a single demand of me or Hermione. With the exception of Hermione, you all turned your backs on me when my name came out of the goblet of fire, or, worse, accused me of being a cheat. What, in Merlin's name, is going through that sludge you lot collectively call your brains that leads you to believe you can not only expect me to tell you what happened at the trials, but have any right to demand of me I tell you? If you want to know what happened during today's trials, you can wait to find out from what's written in tomorrow morning's Daily Prophet. Of course, a lot of that is going to be misleading bullshit, but I really don't care." He suddenly realized this was exactly the right opportunity to accomplish something else he was looking forward to, withdrawing from Quidditch. Unknown to anyone else, he actually hated the sport. Especially since he was never asked if he wanted to play, in the first place. It seems the only way for you lot to get it through your heads you are not to bother me is to punish you for it. Therefore, I, Lord Harrison James Potter, hereby withdraw my services from the Gryffindor House Quidditch team, the Lions. As I say, so I swear, so let it be written. After he gave the muted flash of light signifying an accepted oath, he glared at them all. There were quite a few gasps of shock directed back at him. And said, good luck winning the Quidditch Cup, next year and beyond, without me on the team. Then he spun about and stormed out again. Hermione hurried behind. As they left, one of the Aurors firmly sneered, you really are all Gryffindors, aren't you? Always charging in, without thought of the consequences of your actions. There will be no further warnings to leave them alone, from this point forth. From this point forth, if you bother either of them, you will be immediately arrested and dragged to a holding cell in the DMLE in handcuffs. We don't care how old you are, we don't care if you're a pureblood, half-blood, muggle-born, squib or muggle, and we don't care if you're 11 or 111, next time, it's the handcuffs and a quick trip to the DMLE. Leniency given because of your age is now at an end. The department is sick and tired of its warnings being ignored. Meanwhile, Harry was storming down the grand staircase and along corridors. Hermione and the lone Auror had to hurry to keep up with him. Somewhere along the line, a second Auror joined the lone Auror and Hermione to follow him. What Harry didn't realize, and wouldn't have cared if he did, he was both effusing a little magic through an aura and had an expression on his face that promised a swift and death to anyone who stopped him. He was also carrying his wand in his hand pointing towards the ground that was occasionally spitting out sparks as it waved slightly back and forward as he stormed along. Anyone he came across immediately and rapidly placed themselves with their backs to wall and a look of fear on their faces as he passed, and that included two of the professors. Eventually, he exited the main doors of the castle and headed for the lake's edge. Once near there and about 30 feet from the large boulder right on the water's edge, he stopped. Then, with a roar of frustrated rage, he began casting at that boulder. Amazing Hermione and the now 3 Aurors behind him, his wand arm moved almost in a blur of wand movements. Curse after curse was fired at that poor boulder. Pieces and chips flew off it in all directions. On and on he went. He cast bombarding, piercing, exploding, repulsing and many more. Each curse was barely, if that, a second after the previous. And each and every one of them was cast silently. But he didn't just stand still and cast, either. He was on the move for the entire time, dodging, weaving, sidestepping and spinning about. Always in motion. For those watching it almost appeared as if it was a dance, so fluid were his movements. After more than 2 minutes he finally stopped. Still coiled and ready for action he stood there, feet spread and his weight evenly balanced on the balls of his feet. The only sign of exertion was that he was currently breathing heavy and was covered in a light sheen of sweat. No one who watched what he'd done and or how he currently stood had any doubt that Harry, James Potter, right at that moment, was one very dangerous individual. Even Hermione, who, like the Aurors, stood back and watched, had no doubt that, Harry was dangerous. However, she was comforted in knowing, without a doubt, he would never unleash that sort of force upon her. Nevertheless, she was still unwilling to step forward just yet. The large boulder, after that vicious display of power, had been reduced by over a third of its mass. What Harry did not know, nor would he have cared if he'd known, was that his display of power had been witnessed by quite a few people besides Hermione and the Aurors. Aboard the Durmstrang ship the rails on the side closest to him were lined with students and staff of that school. And, over near the Beauxbatons carriage, those who wore the powder blue were outside of that carriage and had also been watching. As for Hogwarts students and staff, many he had passed had followed at a respectable distance as he made his way from the Gryffindor tower to outside. Plus, there were also Hogwarts students who were outside on the grounds at that time who were also watching. No one of any of the 3 schools made a sound. They were all, to the witch or wizard, completely and utterly stunned silent. After thinking it was over and Harry was beginning to calm down, Hermione was about to carefully step forward when he gave a second roar and recommenced his attack on the boulder. This time the casting was just as quick and just as powerful as the first time. However, this time it only went on for about 30 seconds. And, just as quick as it started, it stopped again. This time he again stood still while heavily panting from the exertion. But, after about 10 seconds, he simply screamed, F. Before he dropped to the ground and sat on his bum, still staring at the boulder. A good 5 seconds after that, Hermione carefully walked forward and sat next to him. However, she made sure a good 2 feet separated them. The 3 Aurors stayed back and well out of hearing range. But one did softly but emphatically mutter, "Sweet Merlin." Neither of the other 2, with the missing one having joined them, responded. Hermione waited another 5 to 10 seconds after she sat down before she quietly asked, "Feel better?" He just gave an annoyed grunt in response, not even looking at her. After another few seconds pause and, trying to make light of the situation, she asked, "What did that poor rock ever do to you?" He gave a snort of annoyance and replied, "It just made a suitable target." "Would you have preferred I made the Gryffindor common room the target, instead?" "Of course not," she more confidently replied. "I thought you would have chosen to vent your anger on the target dummies in the dueling room, instead. With the amount of power I was putting into my casting I would have rendered them irreparable within seconds," he replied. "I think I'm going to need them at some time in the future, and did not want to deny myself their use." She gave a nod he didn't see and said, "Wise." Then she said, "If you think you're done reducing that rock to stone chips, you're going to need to take a shower and change your clothes. You're all sweaty." Turning a wry grin to her he asked, "Not one for the scent of, oh the sweaty teen boy." "I like your normal scent," she replied. "I like the smell of your mint toothpaste and the light scent of your soap when you're fresh out of the shower. I don't think much of the scent of your shampoo, though." He gave a tired chuckle and said, "Then you shall have to help me find one that has a smell you like, won't you?" She smiled back and said, "We can do that when you come to stay at my place." Noticing the boy wizard had finally calmed down, the senior of the 3 Aurors still standing back took a deep breath and walked forward. "Lord Potter." When both teens turned to look at him, he continued, "Now that you've vented your ire, perhaps it is time to return to the castle. You seem to have drawn quite the audience." And gestured about. Turning his attention to where the Auror gestured, and seeing the number of people who were watching, he looked back at the Auror, gave a sheepish smile and said, "Oops." That had all 3 Aurors grinning back. And the first said, "I happen to think it's a good thing. I very much doubt anyone's going to be bothering you from now on. It'll make our job much easier." After another snort of amusement, Harry wryly replied, "Anything to help." A moment later he climbed to his feet and held out his hand to help Hermione back to hers. Once both were again standing he said, "I guess I better go back to the tower, shower and change." Turning back to frown at the boulder he said, "But, perhaps I should first repair the damage I did to this poor rock." "No," the Auror quickly said. "Leave it. It'll stand as testimony as to why it is a very bad idea to bother you. It is, after all, only a rock." Harry thought about it for a few moments before he gave a bit of shrug and said, "Why not?" Then, still holding hands with Hermione after helping her up, something the girl was not going to let him know about as he didn't seem to realize, he led the way back up the grassy slope to the main doors of the school. As he neared the stairs leading within, those who had come outside to watch him in action or were too late and only saw the results of his actions, quietly stepped out of his way. Not one of them said a word. That was something he was grateful for. As they headed back up the stairs, one of the Aurors quietly said to the other 2 out of hearing range of the 2 teens, "Did you see the expressions of those kids who were of dark families? They looked like they were going shit themselves." That had the other 2 smile back. After walking back into the Gryffindor common room, he stopped and glared about, practically challenging everyone to say a word to him. After a long moment he turned and said to Hermione, "Give me about 10 minutes to shower and change." She gave a nod back and replied, "All right Harry. I'll wait. I'm just going to get changed, myself." Once he was gone up the stairs she looked about at all the silent housemates in the room and said, "Gee whiz, are you people stupid?" Harry was right when he said he believed almost all witches and wizards were daft morons. Less than 20 minutes ago you people proved it. Then she went and got changed, herself. She wanted to be out of the finery she was wearing and into more comfortable, muggle, clothes. Just after she ascended the stairs to the girls' dorms, a large gaggle of Gryffindor students entered and began to tell the others there what they had witnessed Harry do to the large boulder on the edge of the lake. That had quite a few rethinking any idea of approaching either of the two teens. It was well known Harry would do so much more to someone who annoyed Hermione than himself. And quite a few of those who were in the common room that had not seen what Harry had done to the boulder quickly made their way out of the tower and down to the grounds to see for themselves. Within the hour everyone, including Filch, had learned of what Harry had done to the lakeside boulder because he was angry with his housemates. No one, any longer, doubted his power. And the same could be said for both the Durmstrang and Beauxbaton's carriage occupants. That evening, Flitwick waited pretty much until all the students of Hogwarts had entered the Great Hall for dinner before he rose to stand on his seat. "Students," he called. That had the hall quiet down pretty quickly. There'd be very few there who did not know what he was likely to want to say. Once the noise died right down, he more quietly, but still with enough volume to reach the other end of the hall, said, "Students. Many of you would be wondering what happened at today's trials. I'm sure you will be given a more in-depth analysis of them in tomorrow morning's Daily Prophet. However, I'm prepared at this time to give you an overview. The first trial of the day was of our minister, Cornelius Fudge. Or, I should say now, our ex-minister. Mr. Fudge was found guilty of the crimes of abuse of authority as an officer of the ministry, exceeding his authority as a minister, and a few others. He was found guilty of all charges bar one. And that one they only gave a finding of no finding, meaning they did not find him either innocent or guilty of the charge. As punishment he was fined 100,000 galleons, stripped of his position as minister, banned from ever holding a position within the ministry ever again, and sentenced to 7 years imprisonment in the light security wing of Azkaban. As such, elections for a new minister will soon be held. The second trial was of Madame Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary of magic to the minister. She was sent to Azkaban for 10 years for her troubles. The third trial was a surprising one. When everyone expected the next trial to be that of Bartemius Crouch Sr., instead it was for Sirius Black, who stepped forward. As the noise in the hall rose with shocked exclamations and quiet chattering among the students, he fired a cannon blast charm in the air. "Please, students, be quiet so I can get through this so the meal can begin. If you want to discuss what you've heard, do it after the meal has been served." Again, the noise backed right off. When he felt it was quiet enough, he continued. Evidence that immediately came to light in Lord Black's trial was that he never received a trial in the first place. He was summarily tossed into Azkaban without one. If they had given the man a trial back then, there is no doubt in the minds of anyone who attended he would never have been tossed into Azkaban in the first place. Instead, just as he was this time, he would have been found innocent of all charges. It was found that the real betrayer of the Potters and the true secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew. Further, it was also proven that Peter Pettigrew is still alive and is, currently, still at large. An arrest warrant has been issued for his arrest, and it is expected he will be stripped of his Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Lord Black was immediately released, given financial compensation of the sum of 100,000 galleons per year pro rata from the time he was incarcerated until today, making it just over 1.3 million galleons he will be paid, was officially recognized as Lord Potter's godfather and the person who should have rightfully been raising him all this time, and is believed to be in the care of a master healer, who is nursing him back to full health. Quite a few students turned to stare at Harry when they heard that. Harry just glared back, daring anyone to say anything. After a 1-hour break for lunch, the next trial was of Bartemius Crouch Sr. He had previously confessed to assisting his son, Bartemius Crouch Jr., in escaping from Azkaban within months of his first being incarcerated there, and the repeated use of the unforgivable Imperious Curse on that son since that time and until as recently as the Quidditch World Cup. For the multiple use of the unforgivable alone, they decided they did not need to hear any further matters raised against him and immediately sentenced the man to life imprisonment in the medium security wing of Azkaban. Following that, our own groundskeeper, Rubeus Hagrid, faced his own trial. Though he did not fight the 2 charges against him, even going so far as to being completely upfront and honest with the Aurors during his questioning, he was not found innocent but faced no punishment due to he having no intent to break the law. Though the orders Hagrid was given by Dumbledore were illegal and he should not have carried them out, he did not know that. As such, the Wizengamot chose not to punish him with a conviction. However, Hagrid has now been banned from ever holding a position of authority ever again. That means Hagrid will never be eligible to act as minder if a student is ordered to serve a detention. Further, that means he has lost his position as Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. And finally, he continued, before he gave a sigh, was my own trial. He paused a few moments before he said, as with Hagrid I did not fight the charges against me, and I also freely and honestly aided the DMLE in their inquiries. Furthermore, I also aided the Wizengamot during the trial by providing added information I knew could harm my defense but felt honor-bound to provide. Nevertheless, I was found not guilty of the charges laid against me. That had the Ravenclaws make quiet exclamations of happiness, before he quickly shut that down. But the Wizengamot also decided that, due to the poor choices I have made in carrying out my duties as both a head of house and as a professor, I was to be stripped of the position as head of house for Ravenclaw. I was thankful, though, that I was not also stripped of my post as a professor, though, personally, I believe I should have been. This will give me opportunity to regain my honor, which I must honestly judge, has been greatly harmed this past few years. There have been times over this past many years during my time as a professor, let alone as head of House Ravenclaw, I have wanted to issue severe punishment to a student or students for incidences I strongly felt warranted such. However, the headmaster, wrongly, I feel, overruled me. If he somehow manages to escape what I believe is his own richly deserved punishment and returns to the castle, he will never be allowed to do that again. As example of that, Miss Cho Chong, Miss Marietta Edgecombe, Miss Amanda Brocklehurst, Mr. Michael Corner and Miss Shirley Fawcett, stand. When the five tentatively rose to their feet, wondering what was going on, Flitwick continued. You five are the five main culprits in the bullying and other harm that has befallen Miss Lovegood. You are also the five main instigators in the theft and damage of Miss Lovegood's property. On the evening of the first task of the Triwizard tournament I informed you all, the whole house, that all of Miss Lovegood's missing property was to be returned to her by 8 a.m. the next morning. You've had 4 days, rather than just the overnight I gave you, to comply and you have failed. Turning to one of the Aurors along the side walls, one he knew to be a senior Auror, he said, Senior Auror, the 5 Ravenclaw students currently on their feet are thieves and have caused physical harm to another student. I hereby make formal complaint to you of their actions and, as much as I can in my diminished capacity as a recognized professor of this school, demand they be removed from this castle. What you do with them after that I couldn't care any less about than I do now. As the 5 stood there in shock before 3 of them burst into tears and another, Mandy Brocklehurst, fainted, 5 Aurors moved forward to take them into custody. As the 5 were led out in manacles, with 2 needing to be practically carried out, Flitwick remained standing there with a firm countenance and stance, even if it was while standing on the seat of a chair. Once they were gone he continued. The pain for Ravenclaw House was not over yet. It is the responsibility of the house prefects to monitor the students in their house and in the common areas for actions contrary to being a student of good standing. In that responsibility is also included the requirement they be above reproach in their own actions. That a student in their house has suffered repeated and ongoing bullying almost since her first day in this school over 2 years ago is utterly intolerable. That not one of Ravenclaw's prefects spotted it and either dealt with it directly or reported it to me or one of the other members of staff is completely unacceptable. All Ravenclaw prefects are to stand up right now. All 6 did. And all looked rather ashamed. As my last official duty as head of House Ravenclaw, you're all fired. The professor firmly stated. Miss Quirk, he called to one of the little first-year claws. She stood and looked at him. Miss Quirk, please go to each of our now ex-house prefects and take their prefect badges from them. Then bring them up here to me. With a short bobbed curtsy she quickly went around the table, collecting them as she went, before hurrying up to silently hand them over to the professor. As she held them out to him from the other side of the head table he said, Just place them on the table please, Miss Quirk. And return to your seat. She promptly did both. As the small girl hurried back, he said, I shall be informing my replacement as head of House Ravenclaw why I've taken that action, if they don't already know, and be recommending none of you ever be offered the position again. You clearly do not deserve it. Now, sit your butts back down. All 6, looking very dejected to the point 3, 2 girls and a boy, were silently crying, sat without a word. I will not be elevating any student to be their replacements. Instead, I will leave that up to my own replacement. However, even if I did choose to elevate 6 replacements, I doubt very much I could find a Ravenclaw at the moment who would not have also deserved to lose their badge if they'd already held one. They, too, could not have missed the very public bullying of Miss Lovegood as it was going on. As such, I determined them to be accessories to the crime. He stood there for another long few moments before he more quietly said in a dejected manner, I was once proud to be considered a Ravenclaw. You lot have taken that from me. Because of your collective actions I now find myself ashamed to be considered a Ravenclaw alumnus. Shame on you. He then dropped back into his seat and double-clapped his hands. The tables immediately filled with food. While their table filled with just as many delicious foods as the rest of the house tables, the Ravenclaws appeared to barely even touch any of it. The only ones who did were quite a few of the youngest 2 years and Luna Lovegood. Quite a few only sat there for a few minutes, not touching anything, before then quietly standing and walking out of the hall. Over a quarter of the table did that within the first 5 minutes. Some more did it within 10. As the first group left, Hermione quietly said, "That's so sad." "That's so deserved," Harry argued back. Again, it would not have been necessary, and, yes, I think it was necessary, if the damned professors had been doing their jobs in the first place. The treatment young Miss Lovegood has received from her housemates should have been dealt with within the first couple of months of her first year. It should never have been allowed to drag on as long as it has. What had happened had no effect on Harry's own hunger or diet. After giving it a couple hours for his meal to settle, Harry was in bed and asleep well before curfew. It had been a stressful day that also included him expending a significant amount of magical energy out at the lakeside. Therefore, it came as no surprise to Hermione and Neville when he declared he was heading for bed so early. The next morning Harry was up and again dressed in fine clothing. He knew the Aurors would be returning soon after breakfast to take him and Hermione to the Wizengamot chambers, as he was warned they would do so the previous day. Earlier to rise than normal, he rushed to the Ollery to send a letter to his account manager at Gringotts, then had to wait about half an hour before Neville and Hermione both came down at the almost the same time, Neville first. His letter to Gringotts, he did not want Hermione to know about until they'd accomplished what task he set for them and he had a chance to tell her. They both wished him a good morning, as he did for them, before he asked, "Ready for breakfast?" "Oh, yes," Hermione brightly replied. "I expect we'll receive a response from my parents today." Neville just smiled. As they exited through the portrait and walked down, Harry could see Neville was now carrying himself with a much more upright carriage. For the moment, gone was the once shy boy. Now, he carried himself with a confidence that was severely lacking before. Once again they were tailed by 2 Aurors, who had been waiting in the common room for them. Harry was quite happy to see the changes in Neville. And, to think, he thought, all it took was for the boy to have his own properly matched wand and, just once, stand up to his grandmother. That woman has a lot to answer for. As they walked into the great hall there was only a bare moment where eyes turned to them before those already within returned to their breakfasts or chatting with friends. It appeared things were calming down again, the still-to-happen court cases, aside. He thought and was hopeful he was right. His big reveal during the first task was finally starting to get that yesterday's news feel to it. What he'd been ignoring for the past few days was Ron Weasley. Since the time the boy had flat out accused him of having the headmaster and Minerva McGonagall arrested, he was expecting the boy to just be biding his time, before keeping his mouth shut got just all too much for him and he decided to let fly with his anger again. Ron was never an early riser, no matter how much of a glutton he was. Over the past 3 years, if it wasn't for Harry waking him up, Harry doubted the boy would ever have woken up in time for breakfast. However, since the night Harry's name had come out of the goblet, it seemed someone else was waking him up. So, he asked Neville about it. "Seamus," replied Neville. "However, I think Dean's woken him up on a couple of occasions, too." "You've not?" asked Harry. "Nope," Neville emphatically replied. "As far as I'm concerned, him getting up in time to have breakfast before heading off to classes is his own responsibility, not mine." He turned and smirked at Harry and quietly said, "I think Seamus and Dean have just about had enough of him, though." "Oh?" asked Harry. Yeah, according to them he's becoming harder and harder to wake up, replied the sandy-haired boy. According to Seamus, he tried to wake him 3 times and Dean tried twice. Weasley just mutters something like, "Just 5 more minutes, Muum," Harry cut in, perfectly mimicking the redhead. Neville snorted in amusement and said, "That, plus he's told Dean to piss off twice. I think that's it for the both of them. They've tried to help him out and him treating them like that. I don't think it'll be much longer before no one goes to wake him." "As you said, it's his own responsibility to rise on time," said Harry. "I've already washed my hands of him." "Me too," said Neville. When the owl streamed in, Hermione was as quick and eager to spot Hedwig as she was 2 days previously. However, the bird was practically already on the table before she spotted her. "Hedwig!" she exclaimed. As she reached for the bird, Hedwig gave a little hop to the side but still remained within reach, and turned her head away. At least she still held her leg out, though. Harry just snorted in amusement. This time, though, Hermione was immediately ready with 3 strips of bacon for the owl and was handing them over as soon as she had the letter untied from Hedwig's leg. She also made sure she was also holding all 3 pieces together, so the owl could take all 3 at once. With a quiet "Prek," Hedwig carefully took all 3 before flying off again. As Hermione was opening the envelope, Harry said, "I think she's forgiven you now. Either that or your bribe was enough to buy you her forgiveness." "Uh-huh," she distractedly muttered in response. Harry was pretty sure she hadn't even heard him as she was avidly reading her letter already. And he watched as her expression went from slightly worried to blooming into a wide grin. Looking to him and almost bouncing in her seat in excitement, she squealed, "Mum and Daddy are happy to have the Aurors stay. And they agree that the servants' quarters would be perfect for them. The only time that gets used is when we have a large family gathering at home, anyway. And that only happens about once every few years, if that. And there's nothing like that planned for the foreseeable future." While Hermione had practically said all that rapidly and in one breath, Harry had long since gotten used to her talking that way. So, he understood every word she'd said. "Sounds good," he nodded. "They still only know we're going to be turning up there soon, though, right?" "Yeah," she replied. "They understand why, though. But it would be nice to give them some sort of idea of when that is likely to be." "Well," he began, "both Professor Flitwick and Hagrid were allowed to return, but Professor Flitwick did say, and we saw, that he fully cooperated with the Aurors both in their interviews with him and during their court cases. On the other hand, though, we have no idea about whether or not Professor Sprout or McGonagall cooperated any, or will during their trials. And we know Professor Snape won't, nor, probably, will Dumbledore. But, we also have to consider that Professor McGonagall, as Deputy Headmistress, is far more responsible for what's been going on for the past few years than the other professors. And Dumbledore even more than that. As for Severus Snape, well, he's just an out-and-out, sorry, prick. And, no, I won't apologize for referring to him like that. So, I cannot see him returning. In a nutshell, I think Professor Sprout will return, I think Professor McGonagall will return, but, like Professor Flitwick, she'll lose her position as head of Gryffindor House and, added to that, I think she'll also lose the Deputy Headmistress position. I think Dumbledore's going to manage to escape a sentence in Azkaban, which I think he richly deserves, simply out of respect for his previous accomplishments. But I cannot see how he could possibly manage to hold on to any of his other positions." Neville asked, "What about Madame Pomfrey?" "I don't think she'll be returning," Hermione sadly and immediately replied. She was a bit hesitant to add more but eventually did while also blushing a little. "I had to go to the infirmary to get some, potions I needed. And there was a new healer there, who had packed away all Madame Pomfrey's personal things and was setting up his own." Harry frowned and asked, "Why did you need to go to the infirmary? Nobody attacked you, did they?" Blushing even more she quickly replied, "No. Harry. It, had to do with women's issues." "Oh," he softly said, also starting to blush a little. "Sorry I asked." "No, you were worried about me," she said. "I understand that and am grateful you care enough to ask." "Women's issues?" asked a confused Neville, before his eyes suddenly widened and he quickly looked away while blushing. He quickly muttered, "Sorry." "Anyways," said Hermione, quickly trying to change the subject. You were describing when you thought we could go visit my parents. Oh, yeah, said Harry, breathing a quick sigh of relief. Without a head of house for at least 3 of the houses, possibly 4, added with no deputy headmistress or headmaster and also missing a Dada professor, potions professor and COMC professor, I don't think classes are going to be starting back up as soon as the trials are finished. Therefore, I think that once the trials are done with, we should ask to be allowed to go to your folks' place, then. If we anticipate Professor Sprout's trial will take about as long as Professor Flitwick's and Severus Snape's trial is going to run about half as long again, I think those 2 will be cleared up before lunch tomorrow. Then the afternoon will be Professor McGonagall and the Dursleys. Hers will be shorter than Snape's but longer than Sprout's, because they'll be including what happened on the night my parents died and me being dumped at the Dursleys. She was there when that happened. They'll then either start Dumbledore's immediately after that or wait until the next morning, tomorrow morning. I have no idea how long that one will take, but it should last at least the whole day. However, it might run well into the next day, too. I don't think there's any other trials we need to worry about. So, I think we can plan to leave in 2 days, or maybe 3. How does that work for you? Yeah, she replied. That'll put us towards the end of the working week. Mum and Daddy will be at work, but I think we're old enough to take care of ourselves until they get home, don't you? Yeah, I think we can find something to do, he replied. Maybe we can go shopping, so I can buy some decent Muggle clothes. Oh, if we're going to do that then we're going to have to wait until Mum gets home, possibly even the weekend, she grinned. That's something Mum would love to do with us. If you want, he shrugged. Then maybe you can show me around the neighborhood. Right on time the same 4 Aurors as the previous day turned up to escort the 2 of them to the Wizengamot chamber. However, this time, they were joined by Neville, who asked to tag along. Robards just shrugged his shoulders and said, no skin off my nose. 3 is no different than escorting 2. Looking at him directly he said, but, like these 2, if one of us tell you to do something, including something like diving into mud, you will do it. Am I clear? Then stared at the boy until he responded. Yes Auror, Neville replied with a little head bob. Understood. Robards simply gave a nod back before he turned away again. Time to leave, he quietly said. As with the previous day the now 3 were sat on seats on the main floor of the chamber next to the door leading out of the room to where Harry now knew led to the members' private area. From the door sat Harry, then Hermione, then Neville. Today, the 2 Aurors standing guard over them were Robards and Hammer, for this session, at least. When the members filed in Longbottom turned to look in Harry's direction as she sat down. And this time she saw Neville sitting there. She immediately beckoned one of the Aurors over and quietly leaned over her desk to ask him something, gesturing towards Neville. That Auror then asked Robards a question and then returned to Longbottom, before saying something to her. Longbottom didn't look happy, but she didn't say anything after that. Instead, she banged her gavel once and called, bring in the accused. Pomona Sprout was led in and, again not wearing manacles or chains, was led directly to the defendant's chair. Again the chains draped lazily over her. Her case went in a very similar direction as Flitwick's. However, she made no comment about Veritaserum other than to give her assent to the use of such. Her case ended up even shorter than Flitwick's as it did not also include the issue of bullying of a single student supposedly under her care. When the vote was called she was found not guilty of all charges but, different to Flitwick's, she was not stripped of her head of house position. Instead, she was warned that she was very lucky to have escaped punishment and further warned that, if there were any further incidences on her part in risks to the student body, she would be both summarily sacked and could expect a stay in Azkaban. A very relieved Pomona Sprout was able to walk out of the Court of Free Witch, okay to return to her duties at Hogwarts including as head of house for Hufflepuff. At that moment it meant she was now the senior-most staff member of the school. Next led in was Severus Snape. However, he was led in wearing full chains on both his wrists and linked to similar chains on his ankles. The ones on his ankles clearly allowed him only very short steps, so he entered with more of a shuffle than a walk. He was almost forced into the chair of the accused and this time the golden chains also tightly bound him in place. His trial, as with the previous, immediately started with Madame Bones handing over a dicta-quill-taken statement made while Snape was under the effects of Veritaserum. However, Madame Bones also said Snape had to be forced to take it, with the use of Auror-grade charms to hold his mouth open and stick out his tongue. She further claimed the interrogation was made under duress of the defendant and he fought them the entire way. Further, Chief Adjudicator, she went on to say, due to his status as a master occlumens and his determination not to cooperate with us in our questions and deliberations, I recommend 4 drops of Veritaserum if you wish to question him any further today. Longbottom only appeared to be listening with half an ear as she scanned through the interrogation transcript. Then, let it be 4 drops, so ordered. But, not yet. After she scanned through the transcript herself, Longbottom made cause for copies of it to distribute to all members, just as she did the previous day. "I've got to learn that spell," muttered Hermione. Neville, who'd heard, whispered back, "It's a feature built into the chief's desk. I also think there's an echo of it built into the scribe's desk, so the scribe can do the same thing. Gran told me about it." Once the copies had been distributed, Longbottom looked back at Snape for a moment before she said, "Madam Bones, the charges, if you would." Once they were read out, she then turned to Snape and asked, "Severus Tobias Snape, having heard the charges laid against you this day, how do you plead?" "Not guilty," he snarled back. Thus began quite the long trial. Snape was charged with various crimes, less than half of which were related to his position and behavior as both professor and potions master at Hogwarts. But the nail in Snape's coffin, as far as Harry was concerned, was when it became public he was the one that directed Riddle towards the Potters. For Neville, it was finding out he had also directed Riddle at the Longbottoms and would have gone after the Longbottoms next if he hadn't been stopped by what happened at Potter Cottage. At that point, Augusta Longbottom called an immediate halt to the trial. She'd banged her gavel so hard Harry felt she was surely about to snap the handle of it. While everyone could see her sit there in complete fury for a long few moments, she finally snapped out, "My apologies. However, I feel that, given Mr. Snape's recent testimony of how he directed that sociopath at, not just the Potters, but also at my son, his wife and my grandson, I believe I have to recuse myself from being chief adjudicator for this trial from this point forward. I have too much of a vested interest." As she rose from her seat, still staring in heightened anger at Snape, Lord Miles Ogden stood and said, "I'll do it. So far, it seems, I have no such vested interest." Longbottom spun on her foot and stalked over to the Longbottom's seat, before she sat with a thump. And Ogden moved down to sit at the chief adjudicator's seat. That ended up being the only change, and he ordered Bones to continue with the interrogation. When it was learned, by his own words, Snape had used the 3 unforgivables on numerous and various occasions while serving as a Death Eater, there was really only one sentence he could be given. With an overwhelming majority vote, Severus Snape was sent to Azkaban for life in the maximum security wing. He'd be joining the likes of the Lestranges, Rookwood, Avery and the recently returned Crouch Jr. When he was led out of the chamber, still in restricting manacles and chains, he walked out without a word and with his head held high. While almost everyone who'd witnessed that had no real appetite for lunch, a break of 1 hour for the midday meal was still called. The trial had taken that long. Rather than join them in the DMLE cafeteria, Neville went and had lunch with his grandmother in the members' private dining room. However, he rejoined them just before the hour was up and the members all returned. He was waiting for them as the 2 teens were brought back to the chamber. As soon as they sat, Neville leaned across and, in a voice barely above a whisper, said, "Gran told me Professor McGonagall's up next. She's really not looking forward to this one." Using the same volume, Harry firmly said back, "Whatever befalls her as a result of this trial, Neville, is entirely her own damned fault." "But," tried Neville, "it's Professor McGonagall." "Yes," he agreed. "However, she's also Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. And, in her role as Deputy Headmistress, she is partly responsible for ensuring the proper behavior of, not just the students, but also the staff, including herself, and, sure as hell, that includes Severus Snape. The piss-poor behavior over the last 3 years, plus the start of this one, that I caused to be brought to light of the staff of Hogwarts is partly her responsibility. It was partly her job to stop it, actually, it was partly her job to see to it not happening in the first place. In that, she clearly failed. She refused to do her job. Today, she has to answer for that." When Neville paused for a few moments deep in thought and then gave an almost negligent little but firm nod and sat back, Harry knew the other boy understood. When Minerva McGonagall was called in to sit as defendant, like Phileas Flitwick and Pomona Sprout before her, she was not led in wearing chains. However, she appeared to be the most dejected of them all. Without a word to anyone, not even looking about at anything but the floor before her, she was guided to the accused's chair. One of the escorting Aurors even had to gently guide her into sitting upon it. When the chains draped over her and pulled a little tight, she barely flinched. For McGonagall's trial, Ogden remained in the chair as chief adjudicator. A look at Madame Longbottom's face showed why. Longbottom was looking at McGonagall with sadness. As Harry had expected, McGonagall's trial went a fair bit longer than the trials of the other professors except Snape's. It even went almost as long as Snape's. Partly, that was because they included what happened on the night of the 1st of November, 1981, when she was part of the party of 3 that dumped him, Harry, on the doorstep of the Dursleys. A memory was then played. Harry knew the memory wasn't his and it was explained it was her memory. He was just surprised she had given it for viewing in the court pensive, as it clearly painted her in a poor light. However, he was not surprised by what it showed. Once it played through and the memory faded away, Ogden then said out loud to everyone in the chamber, "If there is anyone who still believes, after witnessing that Harry Potter was ever sent by Dumbledore to live in a big castle with plenty of servants and lived a high life, then they're clearly an idiot." Looking at McGonagall directly, he asked, "Knowing the Potters as well as you did, and that you clearly had witnessed the poor behavior of those Muggle Dursleys, why, in Merlin's name, did you allow the boy to be left there?" Albus said it was the safest place for him and that he would be able to grow up without the fame that would surround him, she replied. "Yes, we saw that part of that conversation in the memory," he said. "However, that does not explain, after you witnessed the behavior of those Muggles, why you seemed to agree with him and left the boy there, anyway." "Because," Albus said. She tried again before Ogden firmly cut her off. "Albus Dumbledore is not a god," he snapped back. "So, what you're telling me is that you left the boy, an infant, in what was clearly shaping up to be an abusive home, because Albus said so with empty platitudes and some nonsense about a scar behind his left knee. The only thing you are telling us with that remark of yours is that you are quite willing to allow hell to rain down upon a baby all because Albus said you were to do so." McGonagall didn't even raise her head to respond. After a long few moments, Ogden said, "Well, Madam McGonagall, it is the belief of this court that you should witness a little taste of just what hell that boy went through at the hands of those Muggles." Harry immediately stood and grabbed Ogden's attention. "Excuse me, Chief Adjudicator. Mr. Potter?" he asked. "Lord Potter." Harry immediately shot back, holding up the back of his right hand to flash his ring. Ogden had the honor to immediately blush in embarrassment. "My apologies, Lord Potter. You wished to say something?" "No, sir," Harry replied. "I asked permission to be allowed to leave for this and wait outside until you are done showing those memories. And, I further ask that anyone not of age or of stout constitution also be allowed to leave for the duration." Ogden gave a couple of quick blinks back before he said, "I think that would be wise. But, I'm going to go further." Turning to look at the wider chamber, he said, "What is included in these memories is not for the faint of heart or the young and are deeply personal for Ms. Lord Potter. All but those who do not have current and actual business in this chamber are to leave for the duration." After the chamber cleared a fair bit, with many of those wishing to stay who wanted to see and weren't allowed grumbling about it the entire way, Ogden started the memories. Harry was just thankful he was able to remove himself, Neville and Hermione from the room. "You didn't need to do that, Harry," said Hermione. "I think we all could have stomached watching it." "That had nothing to do with it, Hermione," he replied. "I just don't want to be looked at with pity from my schoolmates. And, as few people as see any of that the better, as far as I'm concerned." "Oh," she quietly replied. "I didn't think of that. Sorry." It was more than 15 minutes later the visitors, plus the 3 teens, were allowed to re-enter. McGonagall was now openly sobbing in her seat. When the trial finally finished, Ogden called for the vote. She was found guilty of all charges. However, the vote to incarcerate her lost. There was no other vote, and Harry wondered why until Ogden returned his determination. "Madam Minerva McGonagall," he began. "After the discovery you had been potioned with a mild obedience potion, it is the determination of this court that you not be incarcerated for your actions against Lord Potter and the students of the school. However, your stated wish you be allowed to quietly retire and return to your ancestral home is also not accepted. Instead, you are hereby and immediately fired from all your positions at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And that you be banned forevermore from holding a similar teaching position, or any other position that places you in a position of authority over children. You are free to leave. However, you may not even return to the school to visit or recover your personal effects. A house elf will be organized to return to you your personal effects from the school, once you have found a place to settle. Should you ever return to the grounds of the school, for any reason, you will be arrested for trespass, and we shall not be so lenient. As Ogden banged his gavel to signal the end of the case, 2 Aurors stepped forward and removed the chains that bound her. Then they had to pretty much drag her from the chamber. She was still quietly crying. As she was led out, Harry could hear Hermione also quietly sobbing. She wasn't the only one in the chamber so moved. After her decades of service to the school, McGonagall had become almost an integral part of the institution. For her to be dismissed so, was somewhat heartbreaking for many. Harry, though, was not so much. Well, sighed Harry. That means the school is now down a deputy head, heads of house for 3 of the 4 houses and professors for transfiguration, potions, defense against the dark arts and care of magical creatures. If all goes as I do not expect tomorrow, then we'll also be down a headmaster. I cannot see those positions being filled enough in the near future for us not to be allowed to leave the school for a time. The next trial was of the Dursleys. Harry was surprised to see Marjorie Dursley also led in. When they were brought forward to the now 3 defendants' chairs with their golden chains, Vernon was clearly trying to yell and bluster, as was Marjorie, his sister. However, there was no sound. The Dursleys were under a silencing charm. Vernon and Petunia were charged with 10 counts of child abuse physical, 10 counts of child abuse psychological, 10 counts of child neglect, 10 counts of abuse of a child of a noble and most ancient house and 10 counts of neglect of a child of a noble and most ancient house. Marjorie Dursley was charged with 5 counts of child abuse physical, 2 counts of child abuse psychological, 3 counts of failing to control an animal under her care, 2 counts of unlawfully directing an animal to attack and 5 counts of abuse of a child of a noble and most ancient house. After the charges were read out, Harry gestured for Auror Hammer to lean in close and asked, "Why 10? Because 10 is the number determined to mean that there is more than that, but they simply choose to stop at 10 as proving any more is, by that time, pointless, the sentence is the same," she replied. "Ah." He nodded. "Thank you." She gently smiled at him, gave a nod and moved back to her position. When it came to the point Ogden was calling for memories to be displayed in the pensieve, Harry again stood and asked for that part of the trial be a closed session. Ogden was quick to agree. Turning to the Aurors, Ogden said, "Aurors, clear the chamber of non-essential personnel. As per Lord Potter's desire, this part of the trial will be a closed session." Again, there was much grumbling and kvetching from the visitors. However, they left just as quickly this time as the last. This time they were out of the chamber for a little over half an hour. When they returned, Ogden, who was looking quite pale and a little shaky, he wasn't the only one who appeared so, of those who'd remained, said, "I apologize to our witnesses and visitors. I did not expect the time you would be locked out would be as long as it was. However, we who sit in judgment had to take a 5-minute recess to recollect ourselves so we could continue. We have only just returned." Hermione gave a direct look to Harry that simply displayed one big unasked question. However, Harry just gave a small shake of his head and refused to say anything. Ogden then looked with a stony countenance on the Dursleys and said, "I am about to have our Aurors lift the silencing charms placed on you, so you may speak to me. This is to give you opportunity to refute, rebut or clarify any of the evidence that has been presented this day. However, if you attempt to use the opportunity to hurl abuse at anyone, then you will be immediately re-silenced and it will be determined that by your actions you have chosen not to refute, rebut or clarify." Staring at all 3, he gave that a moment to be understood by all 3 before he indicated one of the now stony-faced Aurors that stood behind the accused's chairs. "We will start with Marjorie Dursley. Remove her silencing charm, but be ready to reapply it should she be abusive." When the Auror gave a nod, swished his wand at Marge the Barges, back, Ogden said, "Marjorie Dursley, you may begin." "Who the hell do you freaks think you are?" she barked. As soon as that was as far as she got before the Auror, almost at the same time Ogden gestured to him, reapplied the silencing charm. Marge continued to try and yell and bluster, but did it in silence. "Miss Marjorie Dursley," said Ogden. "By your language and tone you have been determined to have neither refuted, rebutted or clarified any of the evidence presented against you. Your case rests." He then turned to Vernon and said, "As you witnessed what happened with your sister, we said how we would act and did precisely that. She attempted to abuse the opportunity presented her, to her loss. As with her, as with you. Remove his silencing charm, but be ready to reapply it if he becomes abusive." Harry had expected him to become just as abusive as his sister as soon as the charm was removed. However, it appeared Vernon was not as stupid as Harry thought him to be. The few moments he had between Marge's attempt and his own had affected him. When the silencing charm was removed he sat for a few moments before he said, though still angrily, "My wife, my sister nor I are father, or wizards or witches. As such, we are not of your world. As such, how do you dare to presume to try us for our actions? You had within your home an underaged wizard," replied Ogden. "As such, your home, while Muggle, was also considered a wizarding home. That means you come, or came, now, under our laws. The boy was forced on us," snapped Vernon right back. "We were not willingly housing him. That mongrel, Fumbledurk, or whatever the hell his name is, forced us to take him. Time and time again we tried to get him out of our house. We demanded the old man remove him and he refused us. We even tried to dump the brat at a home for wayward children, but he was back that same afternoon. That's one of the times Fumbledurk threatened us. We told him, over and over again, we did not want the boy in our home, but he ignored us every time. He even carried on as if it was our fault the boy had to stay with us. Time and time again we even tried to get through to that pub that's supposed to be the gateway through to your shopping area, but couldn't. We tried to get in so that we could tell at least one of you what Fumbledurk was doing, so that something could be done. We had no way to contact you to let you know. I think Fumbledurk even made sure of that because, when Petunia's sister was a student at your school, she could see the pub and get in. And we were provided no other way to contact you. He just kept saying things like, 'You disappoint me, Dursley. The boy is your family. You need to learn to forgive.' Forgive what? My wife and I had plans to be a nice, respectable middle-class family. It would be her and I and our 2 children. But he stole even that from us. Because he forced the boy on us he denied us the chance to have another child of our own. Your own police folk, auras, told us it was because of those blood thingies on our house that rendered my wife sterile. You and your magic made it so my wife could no longer have any children. Your freaky powers stole that from us. As for those memories you played in that projector thingy, do you not know what we were doing? The only way for us to get Fumbledurk to come and speak with us to try and get him to take the boy away, was for us to hurt the boy enough that he had to show up. And, yes, we knew he was taking our memories. We knew because, while he could take our memories, he had no idea we had recording equipment of our own in place that recorded everything. It's called a video camera. Just like that projector thing of yours could play, it records live image and sound. We recorded everything. Then, when the old man left again and one of us saw a little red light that showed us the video camera was recording, we knew we had been recording something and didn't remember it. Then, we'd simply connect the camera to our telly and watch it all. So much for your memory stealing magic you use on us. It no longer works. Oh, and just so you know and can panic about it, our government is in the process of installing that same video recording technology right across the country in all public areas. That means, if even one of you think you can hide what you've done by stealing our memories, it's not going to work because it will have been recorded on equipment your magic does not work against. And they've been installing those cameras in public areas for years. So, there is no possible way our government doesn't have recordings of what you people have been doing to us folk. He lies, screeched one of the witches Harry thought to be from a dark family that had even more people up in arms. Harry could see that Ogden appeared both confused and even a little frightened. So he stood and fired his own cannon blast charm. That had people suddenly shut up and gawk at him. And in the silence he called, "Chief Adjudicator Ogden." That snapped the old wizard enough out of his shock he banged his gavel a couple of times getting complete silence. Still looking to Harry he asked, "Lord Potter, Harry held his wand in his hand across his and said, "I, Lord Harrison James Potter, swear on my magic and my very life that what my uncle, Vernon Dursley, has told you about the government program of installing video recording equipment in Muggle public areas throughout the country, is completely true. But, what he has not informed you is that similar video recording equipment has been installed in many private businesses and homes also throughout the country. As a matter of fact, this is also occurring throughout the world. The United Kingdom is only in the process of catching up with government and businesses in other parts of the world. Further, it is my understanding that within the next 20 years there will not be a public area within any built-up area of the United Kingdom that will not have these cameras installed. As I say, so I swear, so let me be judged." After he gave the recognizable flash of magic, he held his wand out to the side and pointing up before he cast Lumos. His wand tip lit. Knocks. And the light was extinguished. Ask any young Muggle born or raised in this room and they will tell you the same thing. So that the government cannot be accused of spying on its citizenry, it has been readily admitted by them, and they even regularly update the citizenry of their progress. Gone are the days you can send the Obliviation squads out into the Muggle world to remove memory evidence of Muggles witnessing magic. While that may work in some areas, because those areas do not yet have those cameras and other equipment installed, that is no longer the case in many other areas, if not most areas. And I know, for a fact, one of those areas where the cameras are installed is across Muggle London. Harry didn't notice her stand, but Hermione stepped forward. "He's right, sir," she said to Ogden. "I am Hermione Jean Granger and I am a Muggle born and raised. My parents never denied me information when I was growing up in a Muggle home. And I was even allowed to read the Muggle world's newspapers. Plus, in the Muggle school I attended from aged 6 through almost to my 12th birthday, I had access to all the books in the school and local public library. And I was a very regular visitor to both. And, I can tell you and will swear my own oath to its truth if necessary, those cameras are going up everywhere. They're attached to the sides of buildings and aimed down whole streets, they're integrated into traffic lights, they're mounted on walls or on the ceiling within buildings, they're aimed down at intersections, they're even and often hidden in plain sight by making them look like part of what they've been attached to. So, if you spend the time to look about to see if you can spot one aimed towards you, you'll often miss seeing them. But, it won't matter if you find them and destroy them, anyway. First, as soon as one is destroyed, the government will know of it immediately and have someone out there to repair or replace it within the day. Secondly, the video image the camera takes is not even in the camera. The recording can be anywhere up to 10, 15, or further miles away from the camera. And it moves there at near the speed of light. If you're sending out witches and wizards into the Muggle world to obliviate people, all you're doing is often making matters worse for yourselves. I strongly urge you to stop doing it. Thank you, Miss Granger, Lord Potter, said Ogden. Please return to your seats. Hermione gave a nod, turned around and walked back to her seat. Harry, however, stayed for the moment and said, "As the person harmed by the Dursleys, which is the sole reason they are here today, I request the right to speak in evidence before their sentencing." Ogden gave a nod and said, "Then I shall call upon you, once more, before we pass judgment." "Thank you, sir," he replied with a short bow before he returned to his own seat. Ogden gave a big sigh before he turned back to Vernon. "My apologies for the interruption, Mr. Dursley," he said. "Do you have anything further to add?" Vernon, who appeared a little confused that Harry had come to his defense, was a few moments before he continued. "All we want from you now is for you to leave us alone. Stay away from us. And just make sure the boy, nor anyone else, can be forced on us again. Especially by that old Fumbledurk fellow. We don't want anything to do with you." He then gave a defeated sigh and said, "You're little more than bullies, you know that. We have no way to defend ourselves from you. And you just run roughshod over us. That Fumbledurk fellow, when we demanded he take the boy away, just stood there and practically laughed at us. He was smirking, damn it. Our opinion, our wants, our needs, meant nothing to him. It was if we meant nothing to him. Please, just leave us alone." After Vernon was silent for a few moments and only sat there with his head hung down, Ogden asked, "Mr. Vernon Dursley, does that conclude your statement?" "Yes. Very well. Since you maintained a decent civil behavior without the silencing charm in place, I will not have cause for it to be replaced, said Ogden. However, that is conditional on you remaining civil. Vernon just nodded without even looking up. When Ogden turned to face Petunia, Harry also looked more directly at her and could see that she'd been crying. The same offer and warning applies to you, Mrs. Petunia Dursley, said Ogden. Remove her silencing charm but be ready to reapply it if she becomes abusive. Based on her husband's behavior and words, Harry didn't expect her to be abusive and she wasn't. Instead, she quietly agreed with everything her Vernon had said and even said Harry, not the boy or the freak, but Harry, had told the truth about the cameras and the camera they had in their home that proved they knew Dumbledore had been removing their memories. However, she added that she only remembered less than a quarter of the memories that had played in the projector pensieve. And those ones were the latest ones. Then she added her own statement that all she ever wanted was to be left alone and how she absolutely despised Dumbledore for putting up the blood wards that robbed her of her ability to have another child after Dudley. It had come very close to causing her marriage to fail. During her own testimony she also added how many times she remembered trying to get into Diagon Alley, she remembered the name, and couldn't. And had taken Harry there to see if Harry could get her through whatever it was that blocked her. That led Harry to remembering one of those times. She also spoke of how the only idea she had that her sister had been killed was by a letter, signed by Dumbledore that had been left in Harry's baby basket on her doorstep. The old man didn't even have the common decency to tell us to our faces, she angrily snapped. He just told us as in writing with a, by the way, your sister is dead, in his letter. We didn't even know how she died until Harry told us once he returned from his first year at Hogwarts, almost 11 years later. And we had no way of finding out. Besides the video camera, that was also something Harry didn't know. By the end of Vernon and Petunia's statements Harry could tell the whole demeanor of the members, including Ogden, had changed. It had gone from a sense of them wanting to toss the three of them straight through the veil as soon as the trial finished, to actually stopping and thinking about what to do with them. After asking Petunia if her statement was completed, and her nodding back, Ogden turned to Harry and said, as promised, Lord Potter, the final remarks before sentencing come from you. Harry, who had been thinking hard about what to say, quietly stood and moved closer to the middle of the floor. However, he stayed well out of arm's reach of the Dursleys, all three of them. Old habits died hard. Thank you, Chief Adjudicator Ogden, he began. I remind you all of the following facts. Firstly, to the best of my knowledge the only person my aunt and uncle, Vernon and Petunia, have physically harmed with everything they have done is me. However, I cannot say the same for Marjorie Dursley. I do not consider the woman a bigot because she simply hates, berates, verbally attacks and even sics that foul little beast of a dog of hers onto everyone, irrespective of their background unless they're named Dursley. So, please do not judge my aunt and uncle on the behavior of Marjorie Dursley and vice versa. Secondly, what my uncle said about how the only way they could contact the magical world was by knowing Dumbledore, and I happen to like the name Fumbledurk, by the way, would turn up if I was beaten to see me healed. That, too, makes a lot of sense. I mean, think about it. As they have testified, they could not go to Diagon Alley. I doubt, very much, they know how to find St. Mungo's or the Ministry of Magic, as they've never had cause to be shown either. They cannot get to Hogsmeade or Hogwarts. They do not have access to a flow. They do not have access to portkeys. They cannot apparate and, even if they could, they do not know where to apparate to. They do not have an owl, nor can they purchase one because they couldn't get into the alley. They do not own house elves, nor could they purchase one for the same reason. And they do not know where any other magical lives. So, they had no way to contact anyone in the magical world. All, that is, except Dumbledore, and, even then, only by triggering Dumbledore's little blood monitoring trinkets that were illegally attached to my health and well-being. Holding his arms out to his side in a major shrug gesture he turned on the spot. How else would they have contacted him or any other magical? Turning back to the members he asked, and, how was this possible? How was Dumbledore able to do this? It's quite simple. Jabbing his index finger at various members he said, because you let him. And you, and all of you who sat on those seats back in November of 1981. The law was on your books as to what was and is supposed to happen regarding the dispensation and handling of an orphaned wizarding child. It's even more specific when that child is the heir of a noble house, let alone a noble and most ancient house. And, yet, you all decided, just because Dumbledore said so. You know those laws we're supposed to obey. F them. Let Dumbledore deal with the little brat, because it means we won't have to. So, that all means that, while you're in the process of deciding the fate of my aunt and uncle, I really couldn't care any less than I do right now what you do with Marge the Barge. Remember this. You, too, should be sitting down there being sat on in judgment of your own actions regarding my being sent to the Dursleys. As the victim here, I'm telling you I do not want to see them jailed. I do, however, want to see whatever these blood wards that are on their property, plus any others, be immediately removed if they haven't already. And I want them to be granted their wish that they not be bothered with any witch or wizard in the future. To that end, I want a wizard notice me not placed on their property and for it to be monitored by the DMLE and any witch or wizard who manages to get past that notice me not ward, find themselves immediately transported into a DMLE cell so the Aurors can deal with them, and that includes me. Thank you, Chief Adjudicator, for the opportunity to speak. Then he spun on his foot and stalked back to his chair and quietly sat down again. No, Harry did not want the Wizengamot to decide the fate of his relatives. Harry wanted to decide their fate, himself, but not until he'd taken plenty of time to look back on his incarceration at Privet Drive without being swayed by his temper and anger. He'd deal with them, in his own way, once he'd completed his schooling. It took about 5 to 10 seconds before Ogden seemed to shake himself out of his shock and say, Thank you, I mean Lord Potter. The end result was Vernon and Petunia, plus Dudley as he still lived there, got exactly what Harry wanted. But Marge the Barge was taken back home, had her memories of the magical world obliterated, but also had all her bulldogs euthanized, so she could never again sick them on anyone, and that included her prize hound, Ripper. Aside from the chamber, Madame Bones also later informed him that Marge's attitude was readjusted so that she would never again have any desire to raise or breed any animals. While Harry was somewhat ambivalent about the Dursleys not being fully punished for still beating him, even though he now understood why, he never mentioned the psychological abuse they heaped on him. He just wanted them out of his life and he out of theirs. No, the reason he spoke up for them and not so subtly laid the blame for their treatment of him on Dumbledore, was because he knew Dumbledore to be the greater threat. The more he could get it into the minds of the Wizengamot, it's Dumbledore's fault, the better, as far as he was concerned. As expected, the combined Dursleys' trial was long enough that it was then too late in the day to move on to another. Therefore, the closing of the Dursley trial meant the three teens, after first being escorted to see Madame Bones for an informal chat, had the three walking up the path from the Hogwarts gate to the castle as dinner approached. From the time he had spoken seemingly in defense of his relatives, he could see that Hermione wanted to talk to him about it. She finally could hold on no longer and asked just after they walked in through the gates. Harry, she tentatively began. Why what? He asked back. Why did you say you did not want the Dursleys punished, she pressed. After what they did to you, and you even made it known during the first task, why? Because, as both Vernon and Petunia said, most of their behavior towards me was as a direct result of Dumbledore forcing me on them. Yes, they didn't have to treat me that way. But, I also recognize they would not have had any chance to treat me that way if it wasn't for Dumbledore forcing me on them. I've now read my parents' wills. In it is included a list of those to whom I should have been handed to for them to raise me, and the Dursleys were not on that list. And the only reason I wasn't handed off to one of them is because Dumbledore directly and deliberately interfered, by blocking their wills from being, probated, I think is the term. It is, she nodded. Right. So it was because Dumbledore interfered I went to the Dursleys, even against their own wishes, and was then, not treated all that well. From the looks on the Wizengamot members' faces when we re-entered the courtroom, I think you're downplaying a lot of that by saying you weren't treated all that well, Harry, she said. And that's my choice, he returned. While walking she gave him another of those direct looks, but didn't push it. Neville finally spoke up and asked, so, your strategy then was to have most of what the Dursleys did to you blamed on Dumbledore. Not just Dumbledore, but, yes, he nodded. Don't forget, I also blamed the Wizengamot members for letting Dumbledore do it in the first place. They ignored the law that was in place, for a reason, and just decided to let Dumbledore deal with me. If they had refused Dumbledore simply by citing the law, then Dumbledore would have had no choice but to hand me over to the people who should have rightfully raised me. I just never mentioned that might not have been the right idea, either. Who was first on the list, Harry? Asked Hermione. That is, if you're willing to share. She'd learned from him cutting her down about asking questions she shouldn't a few days earlier. Harry thought about it for a few moments before he softly replied, Neville's parents. That had Neville almost trip over his own feet, so great was his surprise. Really? He squeaked. Yeah, Nev, really, he quietly replied. Don't forget, your parents and you weren't attacked until 5 days after what happened to my parents. I should have been with you, by then. The boy stuttered. Wow. Hermione had gone quiet and, when Harry looked at her, he could see she was furious but keeping it to herself. He knew she was processing what she'd learned. Neville didn't appear as angry, but Harry could see the boy was still quite perturbed by what he'd heard. You and I should have grown up as brothers, he eventually said. Yes. Dumbledore's a bastard, the boy finally said. Yes. Hermione never said a word to tell him off for his language. That evening's meal had Professor Flitwick again stand and given an announcement at what the determinations had been as a result of the trials. That means the following, he said. Professor Pomona Sprout will be returning to teach classes and also manage to retain her position as head of House Hufflepuff. Both Severus Snape and Minerva McGonagall will not be returning. Severus Snape has been sentenced to life in Azkaban, while Minerva McGonagall was sacked and allowed to immediately retire to her home in the Scottish Highlands. She has been forbidden from ever holding a teaching position, again. That means we are down the following. We do not have a deputy headmistress, or head of 3 houses. We are also down professors to teach transfiguration, potions, care of magical creatures and, of course, defense against the dark arts. Professor Sprout, the only current head of a Hogwarts house, and, therefore, the current most senior member of staff, is, at this moment, in talks with the school board as to how we proceed from here. Both her and I believe we do not have the capacity to recommence classes in the near future. And that is what she will be telling them. After speaking with Madame Bones and Madame Marchbanks of the Wizarding Examinations Authority about the situation as it stands, those who wish to take up the school board's offer to be allowed to go back home in the interim, we recommend you give your names to any of the current teaching staff. That staff will then hand those names in to Professor Sprout, who will liaise with the school board to organize 2 directional single-use portkeys between the school and your home. For those who do not know, Albus Dumbledore's trial will be tomorrow. His will be the last of the staff who have faced trial. If, by some chance, he manages to hold on to his position as headmaster, which many of us seriously doubt, based on the information that has come to light, that will be yet another position that will require being filled before we can consider ourselves, once again, a school. The school board and the Wizarding Examinations Authority will be working on the problem of finding enough qualified staff to fill the vacant positions, but it is going to take them time. A senior Hufflepuff raised their hand. Mr. RRRR. Blenkinsop? Asked Flitwick, seeing the hand. Yes, sir, said the student. For those of us with plans to head home, I think many of us need to tell our families when we are likely to start arriving. Can you give us some idea? A fair question, replied Flitwick. At this time, it is likely we will begin sending folks home as tomorrow or the next day. When each of you will be able to head home is unknown at this time. The main reason for that is we need to know how many of you will be wanting to head home, as it will determine how many portkeys will need to be made. Wouldn't the number be reduced if some of us can organize with our parents to come and pick us up from here? The student added. I mean, that will then reduce the number of portkeys, would it not? Harry gave a snort of amusement at both the question and the expression of shocked embarrassment on Flitwick's face. Flitwick looked at the student in surprise for a long moment before he said, if I was able to award points, Mr. Blenkinsop, I'd be awarding you 20 right now. I'll pass that suggestion on to those who are currently making the decisions. For those wishing to head home and will be submitting their names, please also include if you'll be needing a portkey or not. From where he was sitting on the end of the Gryffindor table with Hermione and Neville, Harry gave a sigh of disappointment and turned to his best friend. They're really that daft, aren't they? He asked. Hun, she asked. Why do you think they are now? When we get back to the common room I'll pull out parchment, ink and quill and write down a list, he replied. Then, you'll see what I mean. After dinner and they returned to the common room, Harry did precisely that. While he was writing down his list, Hermione was drafting yet another letter to her parents. Once he was done he handed it to her. How to get students home. As portkeys can only be made to go through the wards of Hogwarts by the headmaster or headmistress of the day, all portkeys made will need to be made to operate from outside the Hogwarts wards. That means they cannot be activated until the student is outside the Hogwarts gates. Therefore, other means should be employed. 1. Students whose homes have an active flow connection can flow straight home from a professor's office. 2. Students whose families have a house elf can be picked up by their family's house elf. 3. Students who live nearby each other can share a portkey. The Weasleys, Luna Lovegood and Cedric Diggory are examples of that for Ottery Street Catchpole. However, all three homes would also have an active flow connection. 4. Students can also take the night bus if they're prepared to pay for the trip and suffer the hair-raising ride. This includes Muggleborns and the Muggle-raised. 5. Almost all students over the age of 17 have their apparition licenses and can apparate home from outside the wards. 6. Have the students all flow to a central location outside of Hogwarts and flow, apparate, be portkeyed or beside along apparated direct from there. Leaky Cauldron or the Ministry Atrium, perhaps. Hermione read through the list, groaned and appeared as if she wanted to bang her head on the desk before her. She quietly handed the list to Neville, who had joined them at the table. When he read through it he gave a snort of amusement and handed it back to Harry. If I didn't already have plenty of examples from you before, that list demonstrates, quite clearly, why you think witches and wizards are daft. What are you going to do with it, Harry? Asked Hermione. As he said Professor Sprout was busy. I'm going to give it to Professor Flitwick, he replied, starting to rise from his seat. Can you give me a few minutes to finish writing to my parents so I can join you? She asked. You're intending to let them know we'll be there likely within about 2 to 4 or so days, right? He asked. Reet, she carefully replied. Well, that time scale might be radically shortened if Professor Flitwick passes on my recommendations to the school board at all, he replied. Therefore, don't you think you should wait to finish it until after we've talked to him? Hermione slumped her shoulders, sighed and began packing away her materials again. You're right, she quietly admitted. After the three teens packed up, Neville had also been writing a letter to his grandmother, with information he wasn't able to speak to her directly about. They headed back out the portrait hole and made their way down to Professor Flitwick's office. As soon as Harry knocked on the door they heard a barked, "Come in," from within. And Harry opened the door to lead the other two, plus Harry's 2 Auror shadows, inside. Flitwick looked up from his desk, frowned and asked, Mr. Potter, should you be here? Your trial is done and dusted, Professor, he replied, walking forward. As such, the need for you to remain apart from me has ended. The professor immediately glanced to the 2 Aurors behind the 3, who must have indicated Harry was right because he simply nodded his head before turning back to Harry. In that case, what can I do for you 3? He asked. Harry took the step forward to the edge of the professor's desk and, across it, handed him the sheet of parchment. As soon as it was apparent he'd read it through he dropped it onto the desk before him, sat back, raised his offhand and massaged the bridge of his nose with his fingertips and with his eyes closed as if in pain. A few moments later he removed his hand, opened his eyes and sat forward again. Mr. Potter, he began. Why were you never sorted into Ravenclaw? I take it you weren't at the first task. Harry asked right back. No, he replied. I was teaching a class, at the time. Well, during the task I explained that the hat was almost adamant I be sorted into Slytherin. However, I successfully argued that a true Slytherin would never allow themselves to be sorted into that house. After all, where's the guile? Further, I successfully argued for it to sort me into Gryffindor because that was the house everyone expected me to be sorted into and, therefore, no one would question it. A move worthy of a true Slytherin, yes. But, what I didn't explain was that the hat saw me as having the qualities of all 4 houses and would have been a credit to whichever house I was sorted into, including Ravenclaw. I did not choose Ravenclaw because I did not want Dumbledore via Severus Snape trying to rifle through my mind trying to discover why I didn't end up in Gryffindor. Because I went into Gryffindor he did not question it, and, therefore, did not have Snape try to rifle through my mind trying to figure out why. With a direct frown at Harry he asked, even on the night of your sorting you knew you could not trust the headmaster. Correct, he nodded. The memories I showed during the task of Dumbledore coming to where I lived at the Dursleys and obliviating everyone made me very wary of the old man years before I even set foot in the castle for the first time. That was something else I said and showed during the first task. I see, he replied. I was not informed of that. You had other things to worry about, said Harry. Indeed, replied the professor a long moment later. Then, gesturing down to the parchment Harry wrote his list upon, he said, I'll see that this gets to the school board with all haste, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Professor, he replied. At this time, though, I would like permission for Hermione to be able to leave Hogwarts tomorrow evening for her home at the conclusion of Dumbledore's trial. I am also informing you I will be going with her as her parents have been nice enough to invite me to stay with them for the duration of the break. You need your guardian's approval to leave the school, Mr. Potter, said Flitwick. No, Professor, I do not, he disagreed. As I have been forced to participate in the Triwizard tournament I have been declared an of-age wizard. That means I am an adult under Wizarding Britain's laws, not even an emancipated minor. My godfather's law wizard agrees, as do the goblins of Gringotts. Holding up his right hand and baring the back of his fingers he said, they would not have given me my head of house ring, if they did not. With a look of surprise, Flitwick said, that means, you're now Lord Potter. Yes, sir. Then, my apologies for not addressing you as such, he stated. No need, sir, but, accepted, replied Harry. Nevertheless, Miss Granger is going to need the approval of her guardians to leave, he said. I already have it, Professor, she replied. Very well, he said. Then, I take it you'll be leaving directly from the Wizengamot chambers. Yes, Professor, replied Hermione. Then I shall see you when school recommences, Lord Potter, Miss Granger, he said with a little nod. What about you, Mr. Longbottom? I haven't discussed it with my gran yet, sir, replied Neville. However, I know she's been busy with the trials, so haven't bothered her about it. Then let me know, one way or the other, once you do discuss it with her, Mr. Longbottom. I will, sir, he replied with a small nod. As soon as they walked out with one of the Aurors closing the office door behind them, Hermione started into Harry. I didn't plan for us to go home tomorrow evening. I haven't even sent them a letter telling them we'll be there within the next few days. I mean, even if I send Hedwig. Oh, I need to borrow Hedwig again. Hermione. Stop, he interrupted. If we head to the Ollery right now and you finish your letter there, letting your parents know we're coming, Hedwig will arrive in plenty of time before we do. Excuse me, Lord Potter? Asked one of the two Aurors. Turning, Harry asked, yes. It would have been appreciated if we had more notice than approximately 24 hours, replied the Auror. Sorry, but I think it's necessary, said Harry. I really have little faith in the Wizengamot actually sending Dumbledore to Azkaban, as I firmly believe he bloody well should be. Therefore, he will have to be immediately released as of the close of his trial. As he will be, that means he's going to head directly here, to Hogwarts. And, I can guarantee you, he's immediately going to be seeking me out. I believe I can also guarantee you one of the first things he's going to do, if it isn't immediately seeking me out, is tossing you lot out of his castle. Actually, that second one will be the first thing he does so that he can then get me somewhere alone so he can both berate me and say things like, Harry my boy, I'm so disappointed in you. Or, Harry my boy, that was a truly unwise thing to do, showing everyone those memories. Or, Harry my boy, you must give up this nonsense and hand back your lordship. You're simply not ready for the strain and you should immediately make me your master. I mean, Regent, again. He gave a snort and explained, that's why I need to be gone before he's even released by the Wizengamot. I need to be rushed out of the chamber and away before he has any chance of getting anywhere near me. And that's why it is my intent to head directly to Hermione's place direct from the chamber. That way, he won't have a chance to waylay me. All right, I can see that, said the Auror. However, that's all he can do. He cannot stop you from heading to your friend's place. Really? He snorted back. As headmaster, he controls the castle. And I mean everything about the castle. How hard do you think it would be for him to have you lot all immediately bounced out and new wards erected that will block you from returning and me from being able to leave?" The two Aurors glanced at one another before they turned back to Harry. The one who had been speaking said, "I'll alert Madam Bones you'll be leaving for Miss Granger's home directly from the chamber on the conclusion of Dumbledore's trial." "Thank you," he simply said. Turning back to Hermione he said, "Now, I believe we were heading for the Ollery." The next morning's Daily Prophet contained all the information Professor Flitwick made known to the students the previous evening, but also included what happened to the Dursleys. Further, it also included a great deal of what Harry had said about his relatives and how it had probably saved them from a likely lifetime stay in Azkaban, which, as Muggles, meant it wouldn't be long at all. One Prophet reporter stated it showed Harry to be weak, while another stated he had great courage and showed compassion to those who had abused him so. None of them understood it was because he couldn't care less for his relatives and only used the opportunity to show Dumbledore in a bad light on the eve of his own trial. However, both reporters and the other couple, who were there to write similar or aligned pieces, did take Harry's bait and wrote about how Dumbledore had practically set them up to fail. Then took it further and wrote about how a great deal of the evidence that had been presented across almost all the cases, including Cornelius Fudge's, had reeked of Dumbledore's influence, and not in a good way. But there was also a long article on the second page of the paper, referenced on the front page, about Dumbledore and his achievements. It was also joined by the editorial, which paid lip service to his achievements before it laid out all the things Dumbledore had done that had already come to light in the trials leading up to his own, before concluding with the editor's opinion. Based on the information laid out above, and we have very little doubt this is not the totality of the wrongdoings for which Dumbledore is guilty, we cannot see how the old man can escape a substantial prison sentence. A review of previous sentencing for such crimes, if added together, already exceed what would be considered a best guess of Dumbledore's remaining years of life. However, the Wizengamot often jam such determinations all together to be served concurrently. This means if the most Dumbledore is sentenced to serve time in Azkaban for one of the crimes for which he has been accused is, for example, 7 years, then that will be the totality of the time for which he will be incarcerated. Once a determination is reached regarding guilt, the Wizengamot all too often take into consideration both extenuating circumstances, such as the person committing the crime was under some form of duress at the time, and other contributions the wizard or witch has made to the wider wizarding world. In Albus Dumbledore's case he is, to start with, attributed as having rid wizarding Europe of one of the darkest Dark Lords in recent history, Gellert Grindelwald. Against that is that Albus Dumbledore's alleged crimes are mainly purported to have been against young Lord Harry Potter, the boy who lived, who is attributed to having rid wizarding Britain of the latest Dark Lord, he who must not be named. It is our opinion those two cancel each other out. We hope the Wizengamot agrees. After reading the editorial, Harry handed the newspaper off to Hermione and pointed to both the article and the editorial. While she began to read those he checked the package he also received from Sirius via an owl he didn't recognize. And then just assumed it belonged to the Tonkses. It carried to him a package that held a small hand mirror with a note explaining both how it worked and how to activate and deactivate it. He'd try it out once they were away from watching eyes. As he was finishing up reading, a little fretfully Hermione asked, "Harry, how are we going to take our trunks with us today?" "I mean, we should be taking them home with us." "It's already organized, Hermione," he gently replied. "Dobby will collect them and deliver them to your home almost as soon as we leave here." What he didn't mention to her was that the little elf was also going to stop off with them somewhere along the way and go through both to ensure there were no tracking or similar charms on them of any of their contents. The little elf had been making sure Harry's trunk and possessions were kept clear, but not Hermione's. He'd be doing that before he delivered her trunk to her home. He also had not told her that, using a school owl, he'd already been in contact with the goblins about security wards on a Muggle home. As soon as he had Hermione's address from her, and was surprised to realize he didn't know it before, he alerted his account manager of it, and the goblins had secretly been by the home to put up all sorts of wards and permanently affixed charms. Those included intent-based wards and charms, an anti-Dark Mark ward, an anti-Dumbledore ward based off the old man's magical signature which the goblins would never admit to having, an outside fire suppression charm, a charm that hid whether or not magicals lived within the home, which meant they could cast magic within the home and not fall afoul of the decree against underage sorcery, and a few others. All Harry knew was it was very close to being, if not was, the most protective charms and wards that could be placed on a Muggle home without breaking wizarding law. Then, once Dobby took both trunks to her home, he was going to go through the home and make sure there were no wards or charms on the place that shouldn't be there. Dobby had already been to the home and was aware of what wards and charms were already on the property and would know if there were any alterations or additions. He was the magical being who led the goblins to the property by way of carrying a portkey beacon into the home with him that Harry's account manager had fashioned for him. She began. I'm sorry, Harry, but I'm still not comfortable with the idea of house elves being bonded in what I see as a beepre bond with witches and wizards. That's fine, Hermione, he replied. It shows you to be a good person. So long as you now realize trying to get me to release Dobby is not going to work, and that Dobby is the happiest he's ever been in his life serving me, we won't have a problem. Again, Dobby is one of the most well-treated house elves, ever. He assured me of that. She gave a nod back showing she understood and agreed. Turning to Neville, he asked, So, Nev, heard from your grandmother, yet, on whether or not you're heading home for the duration? Not yet, he replied. I intend to hold back after the trial and talk to her about it. Good, he said. And, while you're at it, please inform her my patience with her is running out concerning her still sitting on the Wizengamot. I know and understand it was wise for her to still sit the seat of Longbottom for the trials, but I expect someone else to be sitting that seat come the next general meeting of the Wizengamot. I will, nodded the other boy. But, thank you for not pushing her to give it up before the trials. That's all right, he replied. As I said, I understand. And, Weary, do you think you're going, Sirius Black? Asked Andy Tonks. She was standing in the doorway of Sirius's room at the Tonks' house, leaning on the frame. Sirius was dressed in work robes and was sitting on the bed just slipping on his shoes when she asked. Looking up, he said, I have an errand to run. It's something to do with why the Unspeakables needed to talk to me a few days ago. You are not yet fit enough, let alone well enough, to go gallivanting about the place on errands, she growled. This is only a short one, I promise, he said. Actually, they only need me to do a little job for them, with no risk or exertion to myself, and then I'll be right back. I promise. What have they got you doing? She demanded. I can't tell you, he replied. I'm bound by an oath. You're the lord of a noble and most ancient house, she snapped. You're not supposed to be making such oaths. Normally, I'd agree with you, he sighed. But, I assure you, this one was important to give. Andy glared at him for almost a minute more until Sirius stood up. How long will you be gone, this time? No more than half an hour, tops, he replied. She gave a grunt and said, You told me yesterday you'd only be at Gringotts for a couple hours. You were gone almost the entire day. Then, when you got home, I had to practically carry you up here, where you immediately collapsed in exhaustion and dropped off to sleep so deeply you were practically unconscious. Andy, he sighed, walking to and checking his dress in the mirror provided. That was not my fault. The Black family accounts were in an appalling state. As you're well aware, I had to bring a lot of the work yet to do on them back here, which is what I promised I'd do. But there was also the parchment work required to bring you back into the family, recognize Ted as a family member spouse and recognize Nymphadora as a daughter by blood. Oh, he said, suddenly remembering something and turning to her. If I didn't mention it before, I've also officially named you at Gringotts as heiress. Presumptive Black. Congratulations. You what? She barked. Named you as heiress presumptive Black, he repeated. Dora is next after you if you predecease me. Sirius, she growled. It's done, Andy, he firmly stated. Don't argue with me on this. As head of house it was my decision to make. When it was clear she wouldn't argue with him on it, at least, not right then, he continued. Then I also completed and submitted the documentation to dissolve Bellatrix's marriage due to her not producing 2 heirs as required, reclaiming the dowry, reclaiming her familial stipend paid to her since her incarceration, terminating the stipend and then disowning her. Then there was the work related to Narcissa. By the conditions of the marriage contract she was supposed to produce at least 2 children within the first 10 years of her marriage. As far as I'm aware, there's only one, Draconis. However, the contract could not be terminated due to breach of contract because, according to the goblins, she has produced 2 children. If that's the case, where's the other? I have the goblins looking into that. Then, once the goblins have worked their end, I'll hand the matter over to Ted. If he or she's dead, I want the matter brought before the Wizengamot as a case of infanticide. If he or she's alive, I want him or her tracked down. If he or she's not with family, somewhere, and/or they're anywhere near unhappy, I'll be collecting them and raising them myself. And if they're a squib? Andy asked. Sirius immediately shot her a dark look and snapped, that will not worry me. Actually, it's what I'm already suspecting to have occurred. Andy gave a nod and said, if they had a second child and it's disappeared with no mention of it in the Daily Prophet. That's my belief, too. She more quietly added. And, I'm sorry I asked. Sirius paused and thought about that for a moment before he gave a grunt and returned to what he was doing, checking himself over in the mirror, attaching his wand holster to his forearm and pocketing those things he would be carrying with him. You need to think better of me, Andy. I may have been born a black but, like you, I'm not like the blacks of old. I know, she said. However, you know as well as I how he or she will be treated in the magical world. If he or she's in the Muggle world, it might be kinder if they remained there. Something to decide if we're right in Narcissa birthed a squib and sent them to the Muggle world, he said. If she gave birth to a squib I cannot see Sissy allowing Lucius to kill the child, she said. I just can't see it. I will be finding out, one way or another, he declared. Sirius left not long afterwards. He was meeting with the Unspeakables in an off-site location near the Black Townhouse. The off-site location was chosen so no one in the magical world would see Sirius with the Unspeakables and wonder why. Again, all 3 teens were picked up by the Aurors and escorted to the Wizengamot chambers. But, unlike the previous day, today the chambers were packed to capacity. Right on 9 a.m. Ogden, who was back in the chair as chief adjudicator for the trial, banged his gavel. When he thought about it, Harry figured Longbottom didn't take the chair because she probably thought as he did, that Snape didn't lie when he said he gave Dumbledore the details of the pre-planned attacks on both the Potters and Longbottoms in October, 1981. Bring in the accused, called Ogden. Harry was hoping to speak with Sirius before the start, but the man hadn't turned up before the prearranged start of the trial. He was a little worried but, now that his godfather had been cleared, he knew it had to be an important matter that kept him away. Dumbledore was escorted, in wearing full magic inhibiting chains just as Snape, Crouch and Umbridge before him wore. However, unlike those 3 he was not wearing DMLE prison robes. He was also without his floppy hat that Hermione once compared to a doctorate cap, his glasses and the little gold rings that normally held his beard as if in a ponytail. It was the same outfit he wore to the first task. When he was firmly shuffled to the witness chair he stopped and fought back when the Aurors tried to force him to sit in it. Is this truly necessary, Miles? He asked, as if he was disappointed in the man. Yes, replied Ogden. He didn't expound on that simple one-word answer. Finally, the Aurors were able to manhandle Dumbledore into the chair and the chains firmly bound him. Unlike those before him, the Aurors did not remove his manacles or chains. Miles, this is intolerable. Dumbledore grouched. Firstly, Mr. Dumbledore, you will properly address me as Lord Chief Adjudicator Ogden or just Chief Adjudicator Ogden, Ogden shot back. Under no circumstances are you permitted to address me by my first name. Under no circumstances did I ever give you leave to address me by my first name. You, Mr. Dumbledore, are currently Albus Dumbledore, the accused. I am showing at least a modicum of respect for you by addressing you as Mr. Dumbledore. If you don't immediately change your tired old tune and start paying the proper respect for the members of the Wizengamot, let alone everyone else, your disrespect and lack of cooperation of these proceedings will be noted and I will simply address you as, the prisoner. Am I clear, Mr. Dumbledore? Quite, Dumbledore quietly replied. Good, Ogden firmly returned. Now, where is your law wizard? A man then stepped forward from the back of the chamber and said, Chief Adjudicator. Mr. Tofty, why aren't you up with Mr. Dumbledore? He attempted to fire me and, when he discovered he couldn't, refused any and all assistance I could provide him, replied Tofty. If he does not wish to avail himself of my services, or, apparently, the services of another, there is very little I can do." "I see," said Ogden. Turning to look down at Dumbledore he asked, "Is it your intention to sit trial without representation?" "I have no need of one," replied Dumbledore. "As Chief Warlock I have, of course, sat as Chief Adjudicator myself, from time to time. I believe I have the skill set necessary to successfully defend myself against any ludicrous charge filed against me." Harry heard Hermione quiet say, "What an arrogant idiot." He didn't think there was any doubt others would be of the same sentiment. He was of the same mindset, after all. Ogden gave a snort of amused disbelief and said, "That is your prerogative." Then turned to Bones and said, "Madam Bones, we will hear the charges." Bones then caused quite a few sheets of parchment to be distributed among the members sitting the Wizengamot that day. And there were quite a few copies flying about as very few seats were vacant, due to it being Dumbledore who was on trial. Dumbledore piped up and said, "I believe I will also need a copy of that, Miles. I mean, Chief Adjudicator. And how will you be able to read them or even hold them, Mr. Dumbledore?" asked an amused Ogden. "Well, I'll have to have my spectacles and hands released, of course." Ogden turned to Bones and asked, "Why doesn't Mr. Dumbledore have his glasses, Madam Bones?" They were found to have been enchanted, with one of those enchantments being a portkey that was created while Mr. Dumbledore was in some control of the wards over the Ministry, Chief Adjudicator, replied Bones. "As such, he is not permitted them. And his hands will not be unbound as he is known to be quite capable in the use of wandless cast magic." "Ah," said Ogden before he turned back to Dumbledore. "As explained, your glasses will not be returned due to the portkey on them and your hands will not be unbound due to your skill in wandless casting. Therefore, handing you a copy of the charges laid against you seems quite pointless. However, if you wish to rethink your cooperating with your appointed law wizard, then Mr. Tofty will be able to both hold and read the list of charges." Dumbledore grumbled a bit about that but replied, "In that case, as you are being unreasonable, Ezekiel may step forward and hold the charge list for me." Ogden looked at Tofty and gave him a nod, and the man came forward to collect a copy of the charges. Harry guessed the man already knew what they contained as he only glanced through them. Again looking to Bones, Ogden said, "Madam Bones, you may read the charges and commence your case." As the charges were slowly read, Harry was stunned at just how many there were. They included charges that Harry had not even thought about. However, they also included charges that had obviously arisen as a result of the previous trials, as Harry suspected would occur. It took the stern director of the DMLE almost 5 minutes to read them all out. When she was finished, no one said a word. The entire chamber was silent. It remained so for a good few seconds before one of the members, Harry didn't know who it was, laughed and said, "Merlin. That must be a new record for the number of charges one person has ever faced." That had a few chortles and snickers of nervous laughter before Ogden banged his gavel once and said, "Irrespective of the number of charges Mr. Dumbledore faces, I believe Madam Bones will be addressing each and every one of them." He turned a smirk to Bones. "I am well prepared to do precisely that, Chief Adjudicator Ogden," she firmly replied. "We're going to be at this for a while." Her face did not show one flicker of amusement. That shut all the sounds of amusement up. Harry thought Bones would start her case by starting with the events of the night of the 31st of October, 1981, in a chronological order. However, she started well before that date, and things weren't as chronological as they were with other cases. Instead, she addressed each case point with a collection of evidence for each, before moving on to the next. Harry would not presume to think himself an expert of wizarding case law, even after having sat through over half a dozen cases over the past few days and carefully watching each and every one. But, he quickly recognized what she was up to. Madam Bones was making sure everyone knew what laws Dumbledore broke and provided the evidence to demonstrate it. Then she'd move on to the next one. However, after a while he could see she was grouping them into logical allotments. Each time she proved where Dumbledore had broken a law, she finished her evidence by stating, "I believe I have now successfully proven Mr. Albus Dumbledore breached the law of section, whatever, part, whichever, of Wizarding British Statute, whatever, of, whenever, which states, blah." Then she would move on to the next one by stating, "I now move to the charge of, whatever." Tofty was trying his best to defend his client. He tried to argue that some matters offered into evidence could not be accepted as they amounted to little more than hearsay. That is, statements given by others who weren't given veritaserum or gave oaths as to the veracity of their statements, were not present for the entirety of an event and therefore had a skewed perception of it. It might not have been Dumbledore involved but instead was someone under a glamour or polyjuice potion, or similar. He tried to argue that other evidence could not be accepted as it was given by minors, Hermione and Harry, or by people who were not considered proper witches or wizards, Hagrid and Flitwick, and was resoundingly berated for his attitude regarding that second one. When the issue of Harry being collected by Hagrid and denied Sirius's guardianship of him, Dumbledore argued that Hagrid clearly misunderstood the instructions he was given, which is understandable as Hagrid is a half-giant. And added that Hagrid had never informed him that Sirius arrived at the Potter cottage after he did and he was, therefore, unaware of it. That was clearly an attempt to escape being found guilty of kidnapping the heir apparent of a noble and most ancient house, which would have meant the veil for the old man, right there. In his mind, Harry went through all the times it was Hagrid that interacted with him and could see what Dumbledore had done. It was clear to Harry that, over the last decade and a half at least, the old man had set Hagrid up to take the fall should his machinations ever come to light, which they had. "Son of a bitch," he quietly exclaimed. Turning to Hermione he asked, "Hermione, are you currently carrying on you parchment, ink and a quill? Please say yes." Without even replying she simply reached into her robes and pulled out just that before handing it over to him. Harry wasn't even surprised she had them. He quickly cast a copying charm on the parchment to multiply the number of sheets she'd given him and set to writing. Half listening into the trial he was quickly jotting down notes. He was determined Hagrid wasn't going to get screwed over by Dumbledore, as the old man seemed determined to do to save his own skin. He hated the wizarding public media. And, though he'd not listened to much of it, he wasn't too fond of the wizarding wireless either. Both seemed to think news was the journalist picking and choosing what facts they wanted to report and then giving their own spin on what really happened, even if that spin meant the reader or listener was led to a false conclusion. However, while he also thought Hagrid was even more dense and daft than the average witch or wizard, it did not mean he was going to let the gentle half-giant get roasted in either media as a result of Dumbledore's claims at his trial. No, Harry was, for the first time ever, going to give a statement to the press. But, to ensure no journalist could claim they misheard him when, not if, they misquoted him or misattributed something said to him, he would be giving them that statement in writing. Then, he would warn them if they tried such a stunt he would be quite willing to sue the asses off them. He hoped it would be enough to stop it in its tracks. If Rita Bloody Skeeter was there, he'd be telling her she could soon expect a visit from his legal team. As the trial progressed it more and more appeared Dumbledore would not be found guilty of the major ones, except for the multiple obliviation attempts on Harry. Even the charms and curses placed on staff and students found were of magical signatures that did not quite match Dumbledore's. When an expert on magical signatures was sworn in and asked if it could still be Dumbledore who performed them, he replied, "It could be. But it would mean Mr. Dumbledore would have to have cast them with a different wand than the one he carried." Bones asked, "Is there any other way to tell?" "Sorry, no. And, if we find that wand?" she pressed. "Then, yes," replied the expert. "Definitely." However, Harry knew damned well no one would be finding that wand. It wouldn't even take a Fidelius charm to hide it, even though a Fidelius charm was well within Dumbledore's capabilities, as demonstrated by him placing the charm on the Potter cottage in 1981. He merely had to put it somewhere in a hidden cubbyhole. No magic needed. His occlumency skills would block anyone trying to get the knowledge of its location from his mind. One thing Harry did know, though, was that the wand had to be in Hogwarts, somewhere. And he further suspected it had to be somewhere near the headmaster's office, if not within it. If he had the opportunity he was going to track the damn thing down. "What about Dumbledore's magical signature with magic cast wandlessly?" she asked. "The magical signature of the charms is not a match with that, either." Then Harry had the thought that the wand that modified Dumbledore's signature might not be a wand at all. At least, not in the traditional sense. His study of wand lore, trying to make sense of why he had a wand that matched riddles when they were two completely different people, allowed him to think of the problem in a lateral manner. The wand or, rather, the magical foci used to focus one's magic and direct it, could actually be anything and any size. All that was needed was for the core to be some part of a magical creature capable of channeling the expressed magic, and the container, that which surrounded the core, to be of a non-magical organic material. He knew other materials capable of being made into wands included bone, shell, teeth or fangs, horn, tusk, hardened carapace or even stiffened animal hide as such examples. Plus, the organic container could only be lacquered and polished using organic non-magical material. The connection between hand and magical core had to be completely organic. Any non-organic material would interrupt the flow of magic. As such, the magical foci could truly be of any size with only two true limitations. First, too large in the which wizard could not wield it, and second, too small in the which wizard would burn the core out in very short order. It was for the second reason, Harry had learned, that some witch wizards carried a one-shot disposable wand on their person that was truly quite small. He'd read of the examples of a witch who had two. They were wooden pins used in her hair, and a wizard who had one inside a fake finger on his offhand. He'd thought of Dumbledore using one-shot wands, but realized that could not be true in this case as the curses and charms that Bones was trying to pin on Dumbledore all bore the same magical signature, and that meant the same wand. Could Dumbledore have made his own? Easily. He had access to two of the most common cores, the tail feathers of a phoenix and the tail hairs of a unicorn. But, if he made his own, the Aurors couldn't even question old Ollivander or any other wandcrafter if they'd sold a wand to the old man. Even then, with Dumbledore often heading off overseas to ICW meetings, he could have purchased one in any country and wearing any glamour. After the arithmancy expert on magical signatures was sent on his way, Ogden called for a break for lunch. No one argued against it. When they were again escorted into the Aurors cafeteria, Harry was practically accosted by Sirius, who was there and apparently waiting for him. The man basically laid a massive hug on him. Finally getting free of the hug, Harry asked, "Where the bloody hell have you been? If you weren't here, the first thing I was going to do is pull out my mirror and call you off on a small job I couldn't and still can't tell you about," replied Sirius, while he was then hugging Hermione, though not so much. "Hun?" asked Harry. "Let's just say I had a job that people that no one speaks about needed my help with and leave it at that, for now," his godfather mysteriously replied. With a, "I know something you don't know," grin. Harry rolled his eyes at the man and said, "Fiend. We'll talk about it when you can. In the meantime, are you here for the rest of the trial?" "Sorry. No," replied Sirius. "Andy's come down hard on me for not resting up while I'm on that potions regimen she's got me on." "Oh," replied Harry. "You told me about that in that letter you sent me. Sounds awful. Well, you'll be on your own soon. So, prepare yourself for that," explained Sirius. "What? Why?" "Because, pup, knowing the Potters as I did, there is no way you should be as small and skinny as you are. And the only way that could have happened is if you've been suffering from malnutrition." And Andy agrees. "So, after the trials you're going onto a similar potions regimen." "That's something I wanted to talk to you about," said Harry. "The way Dumbledore's trial is going, there's a pretty good chance the old man is going to get let off with little more than a legal smack on the wrist. Even if he isn't, I've been invited by Hermione's parents to spend some time at their place. Therefore, Hermione and I are leaving for her place right on the conclusion of the trial. As a matter of fact, Dobby should have already popped both of our trunks and other effects, including Crookshanks, to her place. The Aurors are getting us there under escort, and then a couple of them will stay with us in Hermione's parents' place for the duration." "All right," nodded Sirius. "That sounds like a good idea. I'll let Andy know. But, just so you know, she wants you on a potions regimen to build you up to what should be your correct height, weight and fitness before you get too old for it to have optimum effect. If I know Andy, she'll be organizing with you, and Hermione's parents, of course, to come to Miss Granger's place on a daily basis to give you those potions." Harry sighed and said, "You do realize, don't you, that once she decides what potions I should be on, she can simply get a house elf to deliver them?" No," blushed the old dog. "That never occurred to me." "I think I can bet it never occurred to her, either," Harry blandly replied. "Tell her to call for Dobby, if she needs potions shuttled back and forth." Hermione tried to hide her smirk and was mostly successful. Watching Harry demolish the logic and practicality, of witches and wizards, especially purebloods, had begun to be quite amusing to the girl. One of the two Aurors with them at the time, one of the ones often with them, quietly sighed loud enough for both teens to hear him. That nearly had Hermione outright laughing. Sirius saw her, knew she knew something he didn't and thought he might have been the butt of a subtle joke by Harry. However, he couldn't figure it out and, therefore, believed he must have been mistaken. "Okay," he said. "Could you also ask Hermione's parents if I can visit?" "Of course," replied Harry. "You and me have a lot of catching up to do." "Thank you," replied a very grateful Sirius. With the amount of gratitude Sirius had put into those two simple words, Harry knew the man, the person who should have raised him, and they both knew it, truly was grateful. A few minutes later Sirius had to leave, citing if he didn't return back to the Tonks' place soon Andy would hunt him down and drag him back there by the short hairs. "Though, I suppose I could hang around a bit," he mused. "She's currently busy today." "Sirius, she's busy because she's currently sitting your seat on the Wizengamot," explained his godson. "So, if you're thinking of coming in to watch part of the trial, she's very likely to see you." "Ah, yes," sighed Sirius. "I didn't think of that. Plus, is there anyone at the Tonks' who's going to realize you're not there and tell Cousin Andy?" "Nope," Sirius happily replied. "Nymphadora is busy with Auror duties and Ted's at his office doing some work for me. The Tonks' don't own any house elves who are likely to dob you in." "Oh," replied a suddenly dejected Lord Black. Harry, face palming himself, set Hermione's giggles off. "Hey," whined Sirius. The same Auror seemed to take pity of the recent escapee from Azkaban and explained, "Don't worry about it too much, Lord Black. Your godson seems to have this innate ability to see what everyone else is missing. And, by that, I don't mean things hidden by magic. I mean he sees answers to problems no one else has thought of and problems where no one thought one existed. He's been making us all look like complete idiots for a little over a week now." Sirius looked at him with a confused expression. With another sigh the Auror explained, "Here's an example of what I mean. It was Lord Potter who suggested we send you an owl to contact you. He then saw one of my colleagues send a messenger Patronus to Madame Bones suggesting we send an owl to you. He'd never seen a Patronus used that way before, but, within moments, asked why we didn't send one of those to you. Then, after my colleague immediately sent a second Patronus to Madame Bones relaying that idea, he then asked why hadn't anyone sent a house elf to you carrying a note. The Aurors had been trying to track you down for more than a year. We had our best minds on the problem for that whole time, and your godson told us 3 different methods to get in contact with you, with the first and third also giving us a way to tag you with a locator within only a few moments. I assure you, when the rest of us found out about it, we all felt like idiots. And, I've been reliably informed, so did Madame Bones. Ask Harry to show you how he completed the first task in that pensieve of his, sometime," suggested Hermione. "He made the organizers of the event look like complete idiots then too. And he did it publicly, explaining what and why he was doing what he was doing at the time." "Sirius, dear godfather," said Harry. "Getting back to the original point, just because you won't be able to talk to me live, does not mean you won't be able to talk to me direct. You're the one who sent me one of those wonderful mirrors, right?" "Oh, yeah," he replied. "I did do that, didn't I?" Harry had to struggle not to face-palm himself again, but did groan. The Auror gave a snort of amusement. "See what I mean? And, yes, I do want to see how you did in the first task," added Sirius. Ignoring the Auror's question, once Sirius had left to head back to the Tonks', Harry placed the parchment he'd been writing upon on the desk and rewrote the material he'd already written down into more of a statement form. He gave it a heading, then wrote a single paragraph opening statement for it, then began writing down the facts about matters he knew to be true and how he felt Dumbledore had been trying to pass the blame for certain matters onto Hagrid or others. "It is my belief, based on many months, if not years, of thought on this matter, that Dumbledore specifically had me picked up from the cottage at Godric's Hollow so he could later claim, as he did today, that Mr. Rubeus Hagrid must have misunderstood his orders, and blamed Mr. Hagrid's status as a half-giant for that misunderstanding. Irrespective of Dumbledore claiming he didn't order Mr. Hagrid to deny handing me over to my rightful guardian and godfather, Sirius Black, it is very clear Dumbledore already had in place the steps to dump me at the Dursleys. He had Minerva McGonagall at the Dursley residence already, to keep an eye on them. And, as per her own trial evidence, he admitted to her it was his intention to leave me there, all along. In this example, if I'm correct, what Dumbledore did is called blame shifting. I consider it a cowardly and despicable thing to do. He knew the Wizengamot would want someone to blame, so, often during his trial he verbally pointed his finger at Rubeus Hagrid so many would not point their fingers at he, Dumbledore, where I believe the blame truly lies. Consider this, of all the members of staff at Hogwarts at that time, excluding Binns who no one really considers a member of staff anyway, only Hagrid is banned from using a wand with Filch unable to use one. Mr. Hagrid was sent and did not arrive all that long after the attack on the Potter cottage, so Dumbledore must have known the Potter cottage was or had just been attacked. And yet Dumbledore sent only Mr. Hagrid, the only one from off his staff, besides Filch, who could not magically defend himself. Why didn't Dumbledore go himself? Why didn't Dumbledore take others with him? Was he willing to sacrifice Mr. Hagrid based on a guess that there was no longer Voldemort or a Death Eater or two there? The 31st of October 1981 was a Saturday night only 2 months into the new school year. The school was fully staffed at the time. Therefore, he had plenty of people to call on within the castle who could accompany him. And, yet, he did not. Consider this too, if Mr. Hagrid was so poor at following Dumbledore's directions, why, on the 30th of July 1991, did he specifically ignore Hogwarts' written procedures concerning who must be sent to pick up Muggle raised for their first visit to Diagon Alley, by having Mr. Hagrid collect me from my relatives to reintroduce me to the wizarding world, and not one of the 4 heads of house, as he was rightfully required to do? The 30th of July 1991 was a Tuesday. For Hogwarts, it was also the summer break, so there were no classes on. 3 of the 4 heads of house were out on that day and days either side of it visiting the homes of Muggleborns and raised and escorting them for their first times to the magical world. Why, of all such children before and since in recent years, was I not escorted by a head of house? Why Mr. Hagrid, specifically? Was it yet another opportunity for Dumbledore to blame shift onto Mr. Hagrid? Many wizarding Britons admire Dumbledore to the point of veneration. But, is he worthy of it? What came out during his trial today shows he isn't. Most recent wizarding history in magical Britain is written by Bathilda Bagshot. Did you know the Bagshots were both neighbors and close family friends of the Dumbledores in Godric's Hollow? Using that relationship, did Dumbledore ask Bagshot to write about him in a better light than what the unvarnished truth would show? Do not be like the mindless sheep I think most wizarding Britons show themselves to be. Do not just accept something as true just because of one source. Do not just accept something to be true because someone tells you it is, even me. Think, doubt, question, research. Lord Harrison James Potter. Harry managed to get that written down just in time for the 2 teens to return to the chamber. He had planned to leave the end open so he could add to it during the rest of the trial. However, he felt he'd written enough for the journalists that day and would write another for the next day if something new popped up in the second half of the trial. After folding it, he wrapped another sheet of parchment around it and wrote upon it, "Madam Bones, would you mind making copies of the included statement and handing them to the journalists who'll be laying in ambush for you out the main doors of the chamber? I'd rather not deal with them and be delayed long enough for Dumbledore to get hold of me if he gets off, as I suspect he will if it's all the same to you. HJP." Just before they rose to return, Harry remembered something that had him curious. He turned to the non-chatty Auror, the one who was closest to him, and asked, "Is there a notice me not field over where Hermione and I are sitting? I only ask because I've noticed I'm not getting stared at, like usual." Seemingly surprised by the question, the Auror replied, "As a matter of fact, there is. It's there for your protection. I'm not complaining about it," he was quick to say. "If anything, I'm grateful. I just wondered." To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.